A very good morning to all of you. I am Dr. Preeti Tiwari, faculty at School of Management and Entrepreneurship at IIT Jodhpur. Welcome you all at Industry Day Celebration 2021 at IIT Jodhpur. IIT Jodhpur is organizing its second Industry Day, intending to establish links between industry and our academic and research program. On this occasion, I would like to invite Professor Neeraj Jain for the introductory session. Professor Neeraj Jain is a professor in the Department of Bioscience and Bioengineering. Before joining IIT Jodhpur, he was the director of the National Brain Research Center, Manesar. He did his PhD from IARI New Delhi and received his postdoctoral training with Professor John Cass at Vanderbilt University, Nashville, USA. While he was awarded the Young Scientist Award by John F. Kennedy Center for his work on spinal cord injuries on the brain. He received the prestigious International Senior Research Fellowship from the Wellcome Trust, UK, to move on to India and start his laboratory as at NBRC. His research interests include organization, information processing, and plasticity of the semi-motor system of the brain. His work has led to the identification of many novel features of the organization of the mammalian sensory and motor areas, an unreal mechanism of adult brain plasticity following spinal cord injuries. Professor Jain, virtual dice is all yours. Thank you for having with us.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. I hope I am audible. Can you please confirm?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah, okay, great. So, welcome again to IIT Jodhpur and second Industry Day. All the morning is devoted to medical technology and drug discovery. Now, half a day uh, to this important area is being devoted because biotechnology is the future. We know that the biotechnology industry is valued at about 70 billion today in India, and it's expected to grow to 150 billion USD by 2025. We right now have 30% share in the global biotechnology industry, and we are among the first top ranked countries in South Asian countries. So this is the future of biotech in India, which involves not only directly medical technology and drug discovery, but entire supporting infrastructure, education, personnel, everything. So this is something that is emerging as the future, as I said, and a lot of VCs are actually now more interested in investing in biotech and pharma industries than anything else. This discussion today will expose all of us, all our students, to the views of various entrepreneurs who has gone and become famous, opening new companies, taking risk and figuring a niche for themselves and making an impact and contributing to the 70 billion industry that I am talking about. So I'm looking forward to this exciting session. This is divided actually into three parts. There is a morning talk session where we'll have four speakers. Mr. Parveen Gupta, who is Managing Director of Premas Life Sciences. Dr. Shyam Krishnan, Senior VP and Head Emerging Markets Innovation and Science Amway India Enterprises. Mr. Jaspal Singh Sabharwal, Senior Director of Everstone Capital, and Dr. Kiran Sonaji, Head and R&D Axis Biosolutions. Before we move on to our speakers for the day, we are going to have a look at a short 10-minute video which will describe about IIT Jodhpur. It's called A Pearl in the Desert. It's indeed a pearl in the desert. For those of you from outside who are watching this have not visited, I would suggest that you should come there whenever it becomes possible. It's turning out to be a beautiful oasis of knowledge and innovation right in the middle of the desert in the beautiful city of Jodhpur. can we have that short video, please?
Sure, sir. We are playing.
Located in Rajasthan, one of India's most colourful states, IIT Jodhpur was established in the year 2008. Jodhpur, often referred to as the Sun City and the Blue City, is a city of
Thank you so much for this lovely video. Now, I would like to again invite Professor Neeraj Jain and Professor along with Professor Indranil Banerjee. Indranil Banerjee is also a professor in the Department of Biosciences and Bioengineering at IIT Jodhpur. Professor Jain and Professor Banerjee, we are pleasure to have you both in this session, and virtual floor is all yours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Uh, so uh, we'll go ahead with the first talk of the first session, uh, where our first speaker is Mr. Parveen Gupta, who is MD of Premas Life Sciences. Uh, he is this is a Delhi-based company which is bringing cutting-edge life sciences technologies to Indian researchers. Mr. Parveen completed his master's in genetics from Pune University and then obtained a management degree from XLRI Jamshedpur. And after stints at Ranbaxy, Dr. Reddy's Lab, Life Technologies, BioRed, and DSS, all the people who work in bioscience or anything to do with life sciences will be familiar with all these famous companies. He set up his own company, Premas Life Sciences, like I said. It's a private limited company, but according to the company website, its CAGR is 60% in the 10 years since its establishment. That's an amazing growth for any company. I welcome Mr. Parveen Gupta. The title of his talk is Genomics-Led Economy. Mr. Parveen Gupta.
Thank you, Professor Jain. Thank you so much for that amazing introduction. And thank you so much for IIT Jodhpur for inviting me for this talk, and especially in the industry day. And what an amazing video, And I was just looking at the video and kind of feeling jealous. I wish we had these kind of campus and facilities when we were growing up. So it's an amazing. I'm completely in awe with the kind of infrastructure which IIT has created, and I'm pretty hopeful it will benefit the biological sciences in times to come. I'll need some help in terms of sharing my just give me one second. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes,
Yeah,
Dr.
we can
Gupta.
see
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Great. So I'm discussing about today a topic.
Mr. Gupta, maybe you can go to. Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Gupta, but can you go to slideshow mode? Maybe it will make the slide bigger for everybody.
Is it better, sir? Hello? Is it better, sir? Hello?
It is still same on my screen. Maybe somebody can help him. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Perfect. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, great. So this is just a small introduction about our group. So Premas is basically having two verticals. One is
Hello,
very precise operations there.
Hello, Dr. Gupta. Sorry to interrupt. So your voice is not coming properly. So just one small suggestion. So if you can switch off the video, then might be because of this network bandwidth issue, I think. So just
Is it better now? Can you hear me now
switch
better?
off the video, then yeah, I believe it would work now.
Okay, sure. So can you hear me now clearly? Is it better?
Yes.
Okay. So I was explaining Premas as a group has two major verticals. One is called as Biotech and other one is Premas Life Sciences. Premas Biotech, we are basically into contrast in the protein. Claims to fame is that we are also one of the entrants in the COVID space. in the Primas Life Sciences, we are basically, as Professor Jen alluded, we are basically Dr. Mitali Mukherjee is on the panel here too. She was one of the first adopters, of genomics, high throughput technologies in India. So I'm thankful to her for that. I'm struggling with. So these are some of the technologies we have. So what's very interesting is that recently in the month of Feb, I think we covered 20 years of human genome discovery. And that was almost 20 years back, the first human genome was published. And at that point, very interestingly, there was an article which was published and it was showing that, how the $3.8 billion investment to sequence the first human genome would pave way to approximately $1 trillion worth of economic impact in times to come. This was about 3 years back. This prediction was done approximately that, how $3.8 billion worth of investment in human genomics will lead to a $1 trillion impact, and how the whole last, I would say, 10, 15 years, how technology and especially companies like Illumina have basically come in and basically aided this by beating the Moore's law, by reducing total cost was approximately about $2 to $3 billion. As we stand, it has come down to $600, and the path is that in next 3 to 4 years it will be about $100 per genome, whole genome, and that has led to a lot of economic development. I'll touch about. Not only that, not only the cost of sequencing has come down, but look at the time of sequencing. The first genome took about 10 years and so many institutes to sequence a genome and assemble a genome. Today we have tools like Dragon, which can actually assemble 1,000 whole genomes in approximately 2 hours, 25 minutes. This is a world record held by CHOP in US. And with all this advent of high throughput genomics available, it's touching a lot of areas, which is impacting our human health, whether it's reproductive health, whether it's oncology, whether it's complex diseases, whether it's consumer genomics, whether it's biopharma, whether it's agriculture or public health. And there's a massive amount of impact, which is the world is including in. These are some of the leading initiatives. Now, India is not covered here. Mission. I said the genomics is basically making an impact to approximately $1 trillion of world economy, but the actual dollar value which industry is looking to be approximately at $25 billion, and it is projected to grow to become about $62 billion in about 26, which is a massive growth area for genomics as an industry. When I say this means basically the suppliers of genomics technology, the tools which are aiding the genomics growth, just that industry will become almost $62 billion. Right now, we are talking about the entire Indian biotechnology industry to be about $50-60 billion. Imagine the entire genomics industry will become $60 billion in just about 4-5 years' time. These are again recent reports which are showing that in next 10 to 20 years, when we said in 2011 that total impact on economy will be $1 trillion, now they're saying the total impact of economy by genomics in next 10 to 20 years will be to 4 trillion. And just a breakup to show how which all areas it will basically short-term vision and long-term vision. This is a McKinsey report which has been covering. And essentially speaking, there are four areas for bioinnovation which will be touched upon, which will be biomolecules, biosystems, biomachine interfaces, biocomputing. I'm not touching on all those things because in the paucity of time, but I can dwell more about this, and how they're saying that these all four areas will show a massive influx of growth. Just an example that even just the biomaterials tomorrow, as this report believes, in next 10 to 20 years, most of our biomaterial, whether it's plastic, it will be completely driven by genomics-led uh, science and application of its science for production of material. This is just an example of what I'm saying about biomolecules and so all four areas of innovation which you're talking about, which has been there. I mean, just a common example in terms of biosystem is meatless meat, which right now is catching up a lot of attention, that how people are developing tissue culture meat using gene editing, using cell culture methods to basically edit the genomes of certain specific cell types to produce meatless meats. I'll just skip through. Other area which is very, as I say right now, we're talking about reading, writing, and editing genomes. So the synthetic biology space is really
Hello, Mr. Gupta. Sorry, so we can't hear you. Hello? There isn't some network issue, so we are not been able to hear you. So, so an humble request. So, can you please join again? Just cut this link and then again join. Hello, Dr. Gupta. Can you hear me? Hello.
I'll try calling him.
Okay. Okay, ma'am.
It is that I called him.
Please bear with us. I think Mr. Parveen Gupta is trying to join again. Professor Indranil, any inputs? What is happening?
No, sir. So far, probably because of that low bandwidth. he is facing the problem. So we're trying to say ask him to join through phone.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
So Professor Jain, we are trying, maybe we can connect through phone, his audio, and then if video is, I think, moved through his network, then I think we can manage. So we are trying.
Yeah, yeah, let's wait. That's all right. Yeah,
Right.
yeah. In the meantime, audience can, just to reinforce, can
Yeah.
post their questions on chat and YouTube or even
Sorry,
in the WebEx.
Yeah, Dr. Gupta has joined. Welcome, Dr.
I'm
Gupta.
Okay, great.
I'm
Yeah,
extremely sorry.
welcome
I think
back. Yeah,
I'm so sorry. I don't know which slide was I in. I was actually continuing, my presentation. I'm extremely sorry. Uh,
So you are describing about these different biomolecules and biosystems. That slides where you are
okay.
talking about this tissue engineered meat.
Okay. So I was covering basically the synthetic biology applications.
Exactly.
Okay. So I'll just go back in reconnecting my. um Can you give me the sharing access again, please?
Okay. So just give me a minute.
Sure. Thank you. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah, we can
Yeah.
see
yes,
the
we
screen.
can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was basically covering the synthetic biology and I was moving on to the next step, which is basically I was trying to allude here that how in the genomics value chain per se, when we are talking about sequencing and data generation and tomorrow analysis and its applications, how the piece which is the analysis and the interpretation angle is almost 25 to 30% of the entire value chain is basically on the analysis and the interpretation side of it. And this, I believe, India can play a very pivotal role, and especially, I would say, IIT Jodhpur with its mission and vision towards AI-based tools. If we can have programs which can actually facilitate this one, we can today we are an import-led economy for genomics. Tomorrow we can become an export-led economy in the genomic space, that we can develop tools for the global markets for interpretation here, which are based on AI and which can cater the entire global market. And just to, I mean, there are so many programs right now. COVID is a thing of actually focus. A lot of global programs looking at COVID using AI tools in which they're combining sequencing data, chest X-rays, various omics data to basically create AI-based tools. If India can lead this path tomorrow, and we have a massive amount of samples, we have a massive amount of data, and tomorrow with the advent of now large genomics projects which are coming on the anvil, can we combine these multi-omics data and tomorrow create a more interpretation pipeline or suits which can be actually tomorrow exported to the global markets? I see a lot of trends which are newly coming up in the area of genomics. There are a lot of blockchains, which are typically, when we say Bitcoins and stuff like this, there are a lot of blockchains coming in genomics now. I'm just giving two examples of companies like Luna and Shivom. Shivom is an Indian company which is trying to create a blockchain wherein genomics data can be actually pooled in together, wherein global pharma companies can pay and basically utilize the data for drug discovery and can pay back, to the blockchains, wherein just like a Bitcoin currency, tomorrow your genome's currency will start increasing in terms of value. Direct to consumer genomics is a big trend in globally right now, where for consumer genomic space, whether it's a nutritional aid, and I think Mr. Jaspal will be talking about that aspect too. So how nutrigenomics is making a huge difference, how pharmacogenomics is making a huge difference. Single cell genomics, people are now looking at not just whole genome bulk analysis, people are looking at single cell I said integration of multi-omics data, AI-based tools, and personalized medicine, which is coming up. And look at this, I mean, today I'm pretty, it's pretty interesting to see like IBM Watson, Philips, Google, Amazon, all of them have genomics arms today. Philips is having a complete health suite of integrating the imaging data and the genomics data for giving the clinician a power to interpret patient data and give much better insights in terms of its treatment pathways. Look at this quirky applications, storage of data, and the future of, I think, data storage is on DNA. Today they're saying that almost 1 kilogram of DNA can actually store the entire world's data, and this is as of 2016, which we're talking about. And very quirkily, in 2018, a whole rock band stored their music on DNA. It was almost about 200 MB of data that time, small amount of data, but they showed as a proof of principle, and Microsoft basically enabled this. And we have a company called Twist, which is basically synthesizing DNA for storing this data. So very, very quirky applications which are coming up. And some of the Indian projects which are right now going on, Indian microbiome project, precision medicine initiatives. India is part of Genome Asia, Genome India, Indigen. There's a national genomics mission which is being mooted right now. There's a lot of infectious disease resistance testing, which is going on in terms of MTV to look at drug resistance studies. FIND and multiple other TB research institutes are basically working on this. As I said, the direct-to-consumer genomic space globally has now done close to about 26 million samples, and these are the number of companies which are globally operating. And if we have good tools in India too, there are almost about 10 to 12 companies which are operating towards offering consumers a taste of genomics for making better health outcomes. To me, I believe in future, the other industries which will come to party with genomics is food testing labs, pharma R&Ds, CROs, soil testing labs, diagnostic companies. A classic example is, it is thanks to genomics that in the COVID space, in the month of January, the first genome of COVID was sequenced, and by the end of the year, we have a vaccine available. It's only because of the technologies of genomics which is available that led to such fast discoveries and diagnostic methods. Same way, I believe, in times to come, all these industries will be impacted with genomics, and that will, boost the entire economy big time. This is my one of my favorite slides, which I use it. This is my crystal ball gazing in terms of the next 4-5 years. I believe 15% of the world population will be sequenced by 2025, which is approximately, we are talking about 900 million people. Trillions of cells will be individually sequenced. Not only we are talking about 90 crore humans will be sequenced, but I believe trillions and trillions of cells will be sequenced, which means approximately 40 to 50 exabytes of data will be generated by genomics in next 4-5 years, which will be approximately 3 to 5% of the total data generation which has been done. So imagine genomics-led data output being 3 to 5% of the total data which is coming out, including banking, including retail, including space. That much huge amount of data generation will happen. And this is all being fueled by next generation sequencing as a technology. So we believe there'll be 100,000 users globally. The global market will be about $65 billion from the current $15 billion market. The total impact on the economy will be approximately about $2 trillion. And this will lead to a massive demand of bio-IT professional infrastructure, which will be needed. And I think if India can actually be prepared for this kind of, tsunami of resources which will be needed, I think we will not only solve our job issues, but we'll also, lead to an export-led economy, which we all are envisaging. And I strongly believe healthcare could be the next IT for India in times to come. And this is just one slide, continuum, which is there, understanding the disease, which is the research part, where you identify the markers. Two many areas in this entire continuum, where there are a lot of gaps. The gaps which I'm actually down here is, I strongly believe that we desperately need AI-based tools for discovery, diagnostics, and various other applications. Just to give you a small example, pharmacogenomics. I think India could do very well if we can actually tomorrow partner and create a massive repository of data for markers which are associated with pharmacogenomics. Which drugs will respond to certain populations or people, and which drug will not. And if we can create a repository and we can use that in our healthcare system, I think it will save billions of dollars in terms of adverse drug reactions and not requiring that urgent desperately with this amount of data which is coming out, we need desperate tools to compress the data. Today we have tools, but everything is coming out from Western economies at this juncture. Can we in India create tools which can compress this data into very, very small packets without losing resolution? Tomorrow can be uploaded into cloud, and multiple partners can actually analyze the data. We require faster processing of data. Can we create more tools in here which can process this data even faster? Multi-integration. Can we combine multiple data which is coming from various omics and create meaningful analysis tools using AI? And one such example is imaging engine, radio genomics we talked about, whether it's combining even broader, looking at protein, DNA, RNA, various omics data, various phenotype data is combined together and come out with AI integration. Tomorrow it could be with a integration into the entire thing as a phenotype, to combine this and offer meaningful analysis there. But not the least, I mean, I know IIT Jodhpur is one of the leaders in the computer vision. How can we create? All this is not possible unless and until we create a massive education for our clinicians to adopt these technologies in the clinic. Can we use AR, VR, CVs, various kinds of tools to simplify genomics to the clinician and the patient so that they understand the importance which this technology brings on the table and they take the full advantage of it? That would be my expectation from IIT Jodhpur and other institutes to basically help this industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta, for this very interesting, encouraging, as well as insightful talk. So now I'm requesting any quick question from the panelists. Hello. So I have a small question, Mr. Gupta. So you have mentioned that this DNA-led development of new biomaterials. So do you envision that this is going to come in the very near future?
See, I mean, so I strongly believe that this is the path. I'll just give you one more small example. I was reading an article where one company is trying to basically make short DNA sequences oligos and tagging that with plastic
Okay.
to basically track the origin of that plastic.
Okay.
So not just making biomaterial, but also tracking where the origin is by just putting some oligo sequences attached to the plastic. So I strongly believe, yes, I think the world would need. So as per the industry reports, they're talking about this will happen in about 10 to 12 years approximately. But yes, I think this will be a faster development area. That's what I strongly believe.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gupta. Thanks for joining. And it is really nice to listen to you here.
Thank you.
And we
Thank
will
you so
like
much.
to have you in our campus in person when the pandemic will be over. Thanks once again.
Thank you. Likewise, I'll be very excited to come there. Thank you so much.
Okay. So now, today we have our second speaker, Dr. Shyam Ramakrishnan. So he is the Senior VP, Head Emerging Markets Innovation and Science, AMA India Enterprises. Hello, Dr. Ramakrishnan. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah. So, hello, welcome, Dr. Shamakrishnan. So, it's my privilege to introduce Dr. Shamakrishnan. He is the Senior Vice President, Head Emerging Markets Innovation and Science, AMA India Enterprises. He has more than 20 years of experience as R&D leader in the field of biotech and pharma industries, with focus on innovation in nutrition and personal care. He did his PhD from the University of Texas Medical Branch at Galveston and postdoctoral studies from Harvard Medical School. Earlier, he served as chief scientist at ITC Limited and Himalaya Drug Company. So I would like to request Dr. Ramakrishnan. So please, sir.
Right. Let me upload my slides. it is not allowing me to share the file. We can't share this file because this file type isn't supported for file sharing. It is a PDF file.
Okay, so just give us a few minutes. We are making the arrangement so that the slides can be
Hold on,
played.
let me try something else.
Just a second, sir. It's a start. I believe. Hello.
You can share the screen and do it from there.
Yeah, what he's saying, he has PDF. So he will have to say, you can share the screen and you can show it.
I think. Yeah, it's coming. So, Dr. Ramakrishnan, you can share the screen. Yeah, now it's coming.
All right. You can see the slides now?
Yeah, we can see the slides now. So you can go to the full screen mode also.
Okay, so let me see how I can make full screen mode. This is a PDF, so
Maximize that.
You just maximize it. Yep.
Control L.
He has to open PDF.
That's it.
So if you can press F11.
No,
I'm sorry,
Can you press F11? That would
F11.
You can scroll it on the left hand side, it will get it.
The brightness continually.
Dr. Shyam,
Yes.
hello. Yeah, there is a taskbar on the left side, right? Can you just scroll it towards your left so that it will be visible? The complete screen will be visible.
Which part? I'm sorry.
There is a scroll bar towards your left side of the screen. So just push it. Just push the scroll bar towards your left to the complete corner.
Yeah, it won't let me.
Okay, okay.
So, but it's okay.
Yeah, I think we can see large enough, so probably it's okay. I think we should proceed. Dr. Ramakrishnan, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So thank you very much for the invitation to IIT Jodhpur. I'm so glad to be here. And thank you, Dr. Indranil, for inviting me. And Dr. Jain, it was a pleasure. I did read your background, which was very good for me. Looking at the spinal regeneration, very fascinating topic. We are really, I'm personally interested in some of those aspects of regeneration because it touches upon some of the work which we do in skin regeneration, because I'm in the personal care business too. So having said that, Praveen Gupta's talk was also very interesting because I'm also from the genomics background. And indeed, we use the genomics data to do in our clinical trials. And when we talk about food supplements, we also sequence and DNA authenticate our botanicals before we go into production for dietary supplements. So it was fascinating to hear Mr. Gupta and both Naveen's and Jane's background too. So I heard the innovation science for AMA India, actually for the emerging market, which is India, Brazil, and Indonesia. And I've been with AMA for some years now. So what is AMA? Some of you may know, some of you may not know, but I just want to give a brief background. So it's a privately held company based in Michigan. It is a $8 billion company, as the global direct selling leader, and we have multiple companies which is part of AMA. In terms of the products, as you can see, we have a variety of products. As a CPG company, we are like P&G, but a very smaller version of P&G. We have our laundry detergents, but one of the main areas of focus for us is nutrition. Nutrition and wellness is one of the biggest area. And of course, we have the other domains like water purifier, air purifiers, and these are really cutting edge technologies using IoT systems. We also have detergents, I mean the common detergents which we use, but highly concentrated and biodegradable detergents. So we look at a variety of products and which basically calls into question or addresses one of the topics, which is the transdisciplinary sciences, which we bring in-house. And we do spend quite a bit on R&D. As you can see, we have a lot of R&D sites in the world, India, US, Korea, Japan, China. So we have multiple R&D organizations. We also have a lot of scientists having variety of educational backgrounds. You have engineers, botanists, biologists, food scientists, formulators, a variety of very, very interesting scientists. And it's a pleasure just to get to connect with different diverse mindsets and bringing the knowledge in-house and to really build great products. So, and these facilities, as you can see, are located in China, in Buena Park, California, where I'm located today, Shanghai, China, and then Japan, Michigan, India. We are setting up a big site by the end of this year or early next year. We started the plans for that. Korea, again, a big site for us. And so we really invest quite a bit on R&D, and we believe that is where the future is. And genomics is definitely a component of the entire R&D. Although we don't talk about that here, but we have sensory and reliability testing, a massive chemistry lab, bioassays, agricultural research, clinical testing, rapid prototyping, and an immense quality assurance systems and skin imaging labs. So these are the variety of disciplines we have. So this really, when Indranil was talking to me, I just was reflecting on our really interdisciplinary sciences we have built and addressing so many problems our consumers face. And sometimes these problems are never unidirectional. So the problems are pretty complex. And when we talk about complex problems, we need to bring in a different mindset. Right? A transdisciplinary mindset going beyond a unidisciplinary thinking, where we have one engineer or one scientist working in one domain and really not looking across and seeing what I can bring in and provide a new area of research, a new area which can really solve the consumer problem. Because at the end of the day, the consumer demands things. The consumer demands a better life, a better quality of life. Right? For him, for her children, for her parents. So that is the consumer demand. At the end of the day, that is what drives us. Right? All of our research, it's basically not for the research for the sake of research, but really to drive the ultimate goal of helping the scientists, helping their families, helping the society per se. Now, I can tell you about a wonderful example of a transdisciplinary system, a complex problem. The problem is, how do I measure my calories? How do I measure my food intake? How do I measure my sleep? How do I measure my REM? How do you measure the deep sleep? Right? How do I measure my steps? How do you have a solution for me to lose weight? Right? So these are all, and this is a Fitbit has come up with an amazing system, which is really having a major impact across the board. Is FDA, so you can measure your heart rhythms, right? You can have an EKG built into your heart, just like iPhone. So these are some amazing tools, and guess what? These tools require transdisciplinary thinking, right? Where we have kinesiologists, psychiatrists, psychologists, sleep scientists, engineers of all varieties, right? Metallurgists, mechanical, electronics, statisticians. They all come together to solve a simple but a pretty complex, what I call a wicked problem. Right? A wicked problem where there's no real answer, a wicked problem where everything is confounding, a wicked problem where the conflicting data exists, a wicked problem which is causing a big economic impact on society, right? And they come up with a pretty reasonable, elegant solution in this form of a Fitbit sense, right? So again, I'm not a employee of Fitbit Sense, but I must admire the thing, and I am definitely a subscriber of Fitbit Sense and their systems. So, having said that, what is a complex problem or which requires a wicked problem which requires thinking, right? Obesity. obesity. Because I'm from the nutrition area, this is a big problem for us, understanding the consumer landscape, understanding the consumer needs. And this is a map which was pretty well drawn out, seemingly reasonably okay, but the picture here is an obesity, right? Obese systems map. It indicates the complexity of obesities and the major influences influencing weight gain within any society. It is not restricted to one society or European society or a US society. This is across the board. Right? If you look at it, the biology, which includes the genetics, the food consumption mode, the food production itself, the social influences now with the social media, the individual psychology, the way the person grew up, and then multiple individual activities and the activity environment where they live is a suburb or a society where we can walk to a store, walk to a gym. So all those things play a major role, and so this is regarded as a complex system. And so moving more or eating less are dominant themes in our life. It's influenced by a lot of external influences. The diet or the right diet, the willpower or intensity of exercises are some of the factors which are supposedly important in managing our weight. However, the problem is not that simple. As indicated in the map, weight is influenced by many factors, some of which we control, some of them which we cannot. However, the first step in understanding weight is having the right systems map developed through systems thinking. All of these factors are interconnected, pushing on each other and being pushed on in return, right? The appetite shapes body weight. But guess what? The body weight influences appetite. The weight reflects activity levels, but the activity levels reflect the weight. So it goes on and on. That interdependencies are, you cannot escape from that, right? So does this map truly represent systems thinking as related to obesity? Maybe, or maybe not, but certainly a very good attempt by the researchers. And when we talk about systems thinking, let me talk briefly about system. A system, as you can easily guess, is an interconnected set of parts that are dynamic, always changing together, creating a complex whole. You know, however, I may venture to say that obesity is a wicked problem. I explain what is wicked, right? It is a problem too complex for us to solve because of incomplete knowledge, contradictory knowledge, right? And many other factors. So the first step towards building a systems thinking is to bring in a transdisciplinary mindset and a set of academicians, industry professionals, and non-academicians, right? As you can see from the next slide, it's a complex set of environment, a complex set of thinking, complex set of individuals and scientists who can come together to solve the problems. There's the engineering and life sciences, data sciences, life science and data sciences. There's a food environment, diet and nutrition, consumer behavior, natural sciences, and direct customer engagement. They all come into play when you talk about nutritional sciences to address obesity, right? There are, if you look at engineering, life and data sciences, epidemiology, exercise science, biomedical sciences, consumer electronics, machine learning, AI. When Mr. Gupta talked about machine learning, the AI, it is genomics and everything comes into play. Agriculture, big impact on the kind of food we consume, where it is coming from, right? How many hundreds and thousands of kilometers it travels before it reaches here, right? In terms of nutritional content, nutrigenomics, which we perform at Amway. Clinical nutrition, again, a big focus in Amway. These are some of the areas, and metabolomics, again, one of the things we work on. Consumer behavior, media, cultural studies, marketing, psychology, anthropology, natural science and neuroscience. There's a really great app called Noom, which is taken off like crazy and is based upon psychology of weight loss and weight gain. Microbiome, major impact on the gut, which in fact impacts our weight, and genetics, again, maybe providing the 30% impact on the weight. And then again, customers today are not the customers 10 years or 20 years from now. They're performing biohacking. They're actively involved in digital health. They are themselves training themselves, and there is a big opportunity for us to train the customers, right? So we have we have this multitude of sciences, multitude of which requires different thinking, different scale of thinking. And organizations like IIT Jodhpur is very well tuned to these kinds of sciences. They can bring in the thinking, they can bring in the AI, they are bringing the electronics, they can bring in so many things into play. So that is where industry is looking at. So this is, although I thought this was my last slide, but then I thought it's unfair to leave it like that, and how Mr. Gupta really drove this thought very well. What do we need, right? Industry needs academia to bring the transdisciplinary thinking to solve their problems. Examples which I mentioned before in the previous slide. Industry needs to collaborate with academia. We need to closely align and communicate our consumer need and the fast-changing consumer need. As you can imagine, we are fast-moving consumer goods. Consumer needs, consumers are fickle, like me and you. We need the next biggest thing on our plate, the next tastier thing in our plate, right? How do we learn about it, right? So we need to align, because we do, as an industry, we do perform a lot of consumer research, a lot of consumer study, but we need to do that. And off-the-shelf innovations are of significant interest to industry, right? But industry needs to think together with academia on possible commercial opportunities for the technology. And so industry has a big stake in the success of IIT Jodhpur or all IITs or the academics. And industry has a big responsibility to work closely with academia to really bring together these kinds of thinking. So actually, that is my last slide, and I will welcome some questions. Thank you very much again. Thank you, the entire team, for bringing me here.
Thank you, Dr. Shyam.
Thank you.
For this.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Indranil, please.
Not slow, explore complexity of this nutritional research and customer behavior and these correlations between the interdisciplinary science. So now this forum is open for the question. Anyone? Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, Dr. Shyam, I just have one small question. So my point is that with this, in one way, we are seeing that the consumers are very fascinated about the new technologies in every field, starting from mobile phone, TV, every way. In the other way, when nutraceuticals comes into picture, consumers are looking towards the organic part. So there are these GMO and other kind of, say, advanced genetic technology designed products are not so welcome. So how this paradox can be solved, or do you think that is there any kind of, say, resolution is possible in future, or any direction is there?
That's a very good question. Very good question, Indranil. I think, in fact, we have non-GMO testing of our botanical materials, right? So that is definitely of interest for our consumers, and also because health is of paramount importance for them. Organic sourcing of the materials is also very important. And you'll be surprised and happy to hear India has one of the best organic farms in many places. AMME has 6,000 acres of organic farms in globally, but India, we partner with number of farmers to bring amazing farming resources to supply globally as well as to AMME India.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Shyam. So thanks once again for joining here, and we'd love to have you at our campus in some time. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I don't think
Yeah,
there is any.
I just had a brief question, Dr. Ramakrishnan, and actually this is something I want you to emphasize. It's not really a question. You brought up the need for transdisciplinary and interdisciplinary work increasingly in the modern world, because the science has become so complicated. None of us can really solve the problems, more so when it has to be combined with industry requirements. I just want you to sort of say something more about it, because we have audience which goes across all areas right now. They are also watching on YouTube. And would you like to say something more on this? I know you have said it during the talk.
Sure. And happy to say that something, and this is something I see is a huge challenge for companies like us, right? Because we cannot have all the disciplines and all the scholarly work like IITs do, IIT Jodhpur does, right? So for us, let's start with a botanical a supplement. When we start with supplement, we go all the way back to the agriculture. In the agriculture, we have the genetics, right? We look at the genetics, we look at the varieties and see what is the right variety. Now we bring that in and ask the question, hey, can we do the metabolomics of this agricultural plant and understand the biology or how it works in a cell system? So we perform those studies, we bring it in and compress them into a tablet. Guess what? For compressing into a tablet or systems like that, we need engineering, right? We need those engineers to build those tableting processes. We build those technologies which can allow us to think differently. Then once we have those tableting, we put it in a human being and ask the question, what are the genomics aspect of that? What kind of gene expression has happened? Right? Have the beneficial genes gone up, and have the proteins gone up? In what way and how it has affected the consumer? But the consumer also want to see, hey, you are telling me my genes have gone up, my genes have improved, but I don't see an effect. Oh, so that is where we look at the consumer electronics, right? In personal care industry, you can have those consumer electronics when a lady applies a cream on her body on her face. After 2 days, she can have a visual system to see how her face has changed for better or worse for the better. Because so those are the systems which are currently available. But is this sufficient? The consumer demands more. Consumer demands, I need a food which is really holistic, but at the same time should tell me about how healthy I have become in a week's time, in a month's time, right? So do we have those measurement tools which can provide that support, right? So we can see the kind of engineering disciplines which has to come into play, the scientific disciplines which has to come into play, right? So agricultural researchers which has to come into play. So these are the interconnectedness is not there. We are trying to do in our small world, with our small set of researchers, but we cannot scale. And that is where industry academic collaboration is so much important, and not to really produce a product, but to think and to give feedback to each other, saying, hey, to guide each other, saying, hey, these are the possible opportunities IIT Jodhpur you may want to invest in, not because we are interested in, but maybe there's a direction we can go into. And similarly, IIT Jodhpur can provide, hey, this is the portfolio we have, right? Hey, are you interested in looking in some of those portfolios? Are there interest? Can we develop that further, right? Can we do a collaboration? And in 6 months' time, can we have some prototype product out for you? Right? So that is where I see huge opportunities.
Thank you, Dr. Ramakrishnan. I like when you said that we have to talk to each other, give feedback to each other, learn from each other, and that's how it has to be done. Thank you very much once again. And we have Dr. Jaspal Sabharwal patiently waiting there as we are listening to all these exciting talks. Professor Sabharwal, Dr. Sabharwal is a co-founder of StagTaste and Senior Director of Everstone Capital. This is the world's first online taste tracking platform. When I learned about him, I was a little bit intrigued about what it does. So this is about a 5-year-old company which helps in success of food business using customized sensory tools and ethnography to lead to a positive financial outcome and improve trust. They have a network of food tasters from all kind of level of food tasters, and they provide customized sensory reviews, market insights, ethnography tracking, and help in new product development. So they start with that and they take the product to the next cycle if the company is interested. That's an amazing new thing for me, I must admit that. He was a partner in Everstone Capital, which is a private equity and real estate investment firm for 10 years, and he continues to be the senior director there. He has worked with Coca-Cola for 10 years and managed their franchise business in India and parts of Southeast Asia. He holds a master's degree in management from McGill and diploma in practicing management from INSEAD France. Mr. Jaspal Sabharwal will speak on future of food, India opportunity mapping. Mr. Sabharwal, thank you for coming for this industry day. Please.
Thank you, Neeraj. It was a pleasure listening to Mr. Shyam Ramakrishnan and Praveen, who I happen to know very, very well. And sometimes we work closely on the genotype, phenotype side. Before I start further, I'm not a doctor. I wish I was one, but it's a pleasure to be talking to the rising generation and one of the brightest part of our rising generation, which is the IIT. So pleasure talking to all of you. I'll just load my presentation. Is it visible?
Not yet.
No.
There is might be some little delay. So
there is a share option.
You might have to make him a presenter if it's not done already.
He's a presenter already, sir.
Yeah,
He's already present.
okay. So he has access.
Yes, bear with me.
is there any difficulties?
Or you can
just
press Control Shift and B.
D.
Control Shift and D.
Control
Shift and B.
D.
B for Bombay.
Yes.
D for Delhi.
D for Delhi. Control Shift and D.
Control Shift D.
No, not working.
There is a share option, sir. In the bottom, third option.
Mr. Sabharwal, there is also a share button. I think the access was provided to you.
Yeah, I actually pressed that.
Okay.
And just a sec. I'll try again.
And then you
It takes me to yeah.
Now it's coming.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I'll just make it full slide. So, I am not going to be talking about too much science and technology. I'll be basically talking about markets, people, how they are kind of behaving or reacting to various sort of simple, complicated, complex situations. I'm essentially a brick and mortar guy. So hopefully the combination of what Praveen talked about and Mr. Shyam talked about and what I'm going to talk about, I think students are going to get a very good picture of what markets are all about, right? So, when you talk about food industry worldwide, it is one of world's most brutal sort of industries, very easy to get in, kind of Abhimanyu Chakra, very tempting to get in, but very difficult to come out of. Most people kind of suffer huge losses in terms of capital, time, and of course, aspiration and confidence. There are reasons for that, why this industry is difficult. It is capital intensive. Innovation levels are low, mainly gut driven, because we all eat food. So people feel that since we know food, so it must be very easy to manage food, at the market end. There is very little scientific interface in general. So there is huge polarity. There are companies which kind of use science very intensively. Then there are companies which are balanced. They use science and art in a very balanced way. But a very large part of the industry worldwide is gut driven. So if you look at the post-COVID scenario and imagine the industry to be a dinosaur, right? Tail is the number of companies or percentage of companies which kind of are currently not making money. Torso is that you are just about break even to 10%. EBITDA is in simplistic terms operating profitability without the corporate overheads. And teeth is, if your profitability is 10% and upwards. So you would see that roughly 85% of the industry operates at either a loss or a very, very sort of suboptimal profitability. That's the reality. This is empirical data, right? So how has COVID-19 impacted food businesses? Because much of what most of you as students going to be working on would be an extension of how COVID-19 crisis is kind of transforming the marketplace, the society, the whole geopolitical system. So in this presentation, we'll mainly be focused on food, right? So if you look at 2010 to 2020, it was broadly considered as a phase for what you call millennials, right? So, people who are born between, let's say, 1982 and 2000. And after 2000, that generation that generation is called zillennials. So, the FOMO, fear of missing out, attribute was very, very common among millennials. They were all about experiences. They were less about possession. They were less about, emotions as far as traditions, etc., are concerned. So they were explorers. And this continued very well. You look at any product category, any product, whether it's fashion, food, entertainment, wellness, everything was kind of focused on millennials. So there was homogeneity in their behavior. So there's a long weekend. You don't like to kind of stay in Delhi, so you kind of go to Goa, you go to Dharamshala, you are always exploring. So 2020 is going to be 1 year when all the basic things are slowly coming back, right? So fear of missing out has led to reality of missing out. So small little things that we took for granted, the human element, the balance between human, depth, human emotion and technology, that's what most businesses are going to be focusing on to be able to make a mark and be financially viable. Technology alone or human-centric approach alone won't suffice. So we would need a very, very fine sort of balance. So we'll broadly look at 5 factors today because time available is very short. I will email the detailed presentation to Mr. Ravi Raj. This presentation last week was presented to the global clients of UBS Bank, both for Asia and their Europe and US clients, because they go by this sort of analytics and this kind of ethnography input to kind of form a view about India's food industry. So you are most welcome to access that through Professor Ravi Raj. So we'll be talking about 5 broad factors. Who has the ball control? Who is controlling our food? At the family level, at the society level. And what is food all about in the post-COVID context? Then, of course, networks, and then delivery as a utility, which has a huge technology interface to it. And all this put together, is that helping India, in all its complexity and simplicity? So we'll be covering these 5 factors very, very quickly. So if you look at demography, so, there are, things happening which are like at extreme polarity to each other. So if you look at the US, the new age food is all about scratch cooking. So what is scratch cooking? Scratch cooking is, you go to the market, you buy vegetables, you chop your vegetables, you cook it like right from the scratch up. which is default cooking option in every Indian household. But unfortunately, in very large parts of Europe and the US, this is not the case. So they are discovering the joys and the nutritional aspects of scratch cooking. What is India exploring? The influential India or the curious India. So they are exploring what's the goodness of let's say the pizzas or your burgers and various kind of chocolates, etc. So not in a bad sense, I'm saying you are becoming more inquisitive. So you are coming out of Western influence. You are looking at category as a category. Does that category have any place in my life? If yes, how does it help me from taste aspect, from nutrition aspect, right? So then there is a larger debate about being pure vegetarians, flexitarians, or meat analogs kind of options, which is synthetic biology, fastest sort of growing field in the physical space. So we'll be talking about that. So if you purely look at the family level, so we have, this is one of rare times when 4 generations, at least in India, they are in abundant numbers. 4 generations are living parallel to each other in a very healthy, happy way, right? So you have silent generation, people born before 1960, right? We call them silent generation because this is post-independence, independent India's first generation. They were building India. There weren't too many expectations. That's just the joy of being independent and to be able to do things in a democratic, emotive, straightforward way was itself a great privilege. Then you have Generation X, which is between 61 and 1980, and millennials we just talked about, and zillennials. If you look at the COVID-19 impact on their discretionary income after the essentials are taken care of, Generation Y, millennials, are the worst hit people, followed by people born between 60s and 80s, about 23% down on their discretionary income. And silent generation is actually growing. The retirees are growing, right? In fact, a writer in Economist said that the next 10-15 years, purely from the consumption standpoint, would gravitate towards young olds of the world. And I don't think John Parker is wrong in his assessment. Simple things sometimes take a very complex route to get back to us, and that's what happened during COVID. We all sometimes criticize our country as to how difficult the situation is, how bad the infrastructure is, how expensive things are. But when all of us started cooking at home, when all of us started participating in various very, very humane kind of activities, we realized that we live in a country that's like a benchmark of affordability and joy. All these things are linked to each other. So if you are a vegetarian family of 4 and there are no sort of cash constraints, it is impossible for an average family to spend more than 744 rupees per day. And if you are a non-vegetarian, flexitarian, that number is 1,122 rupees per day, right? So the whole society, at least the urban India, there are still 26-28% people who struggle at the subsistence level. The whole society is kind of much above roti, kapda, or makan, right? The issue is indulgence. The issue is how do you manage the intellectual base? How do you manage your aspirations? Issue is not basics, right? Now coming to food, food. It's good that science is coming to Indian food, right? Science part was missing so far. So if you look at why we eat food across the generations, so we eat food for satiation and we eat food for hedonic pleasure, right? So if you compare Generation Z, which is zillennials, and Generation A, you find a very fine balance between homeostatic and hedonic sort of. They are almost mirroring the eldest living generation, right? But if you look at Gen Y, Gen X, and you kind of, we do a lot of ethnography studies, and we come across like 43% people who are not able to report when was the last time they were really hungry, right? Then of course there is a part which is festival indulgence. It's part of our cultural fabric. So you have to bring in food, you have to bring in emotions when it comes to festivals. There are things you eat only during those particular festivals, right? Moving forward, normal has always been boring for us as a race. No disrespect to anyone, all of us, right? We try to pursue tangential path, and this behavior is very sort of prevalent in the food industry, right? People don't take up ventures which are normal in nature, right? They feel that those things are saturated. So why not? Why do atta or rice or potatoes or tomatoes? Let me do kombucha, right? Let me do bitter chocolate, and they kind of often go wrong or fail to achieve the scale. Again, this is empirical data. So successful businesses in the post-independent India, right? They had one determinant ingredient as part of their market offering. So if you see the winning ingredients, they are moong dal, potatoes, all-purpose flour. In this, we are not getting into whether all-purpose flour is good for your health or not good for your health. I'm just sharing the statistics with you. So if you look at McDonald's, 22% of their sales, they entered India in 1996, still comes from Makalu Tikki, right? Which was not made in the US or outside of India. Ditto for Domino's, their number one SKU is not a pizza, it's garlic bread, right? So what does it signify? What it signifies is that any ingredient that represent equality tends to do well in our country. And what has changed during pandemic? So the aspects like nature and nutrition have come in, right? Equality is very simple, that it's an ingredient which is eaten by all. So whether you are Mukesh Ambani or a cab driver or anyone, student living in any part of the country, you eat. Your contextual consumption environment could be different, but you do eat the same sort of ingredient, right? Now nature and nutrition have come in. It was kind of slow pre-COVID, but now nature and nutrition has formed a triangle which has sort of become a determinant of success. So if you are in a venture and you are not meeting one of the three sort of requirements, it's going to be a tough journey forward. Now, for the first time ever, traditional products and impulse products have come under pressure. So look at Bundi Laddu. So if you look at branded mithai, 31% of the branded mithai segment is basically Bundi Bundi Laddu, right? So if you study the consumption pattern of Bundi Laddu, 42% of annual Bundi Laddus are consumed on 52 Tuesdays, which is basically when we worship Lord Hanuman, right? And this is one product which kind of represent equality, but it came under pressure because of work from home, constraints on mobility, since people weren't together, so small little celebrations, etc., got hampered. Soft drinks have ruled for over 100 years. I come from Coke. I exactly know what it took these brands in terms of product excellence and marketing combination to kind of gain supremacy to a level that a third brand could never enter this stream. So that's coming under pressure, right? And unfortunately, these categories are also backbone of channels like multiplexes, channels like quick service restaurants, by way of the margins that you get from these items, right? So synthetic biology and use of technology, we'll see in the last part of the presentation, are kind of slowly changing the way we consume food. Then there is this network. So people spend a lot of time on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, these days even LinkedIn, and talk about who they are, what they do, in the hope of doing better in their careers, in their businesses. But we are not new to networks. So if you look at just the food network, the first physical food network, right, came into being in the form of water pipes, right, which were kind of laid down. So one water reservoir, which kind of connected thousands of households in that area. So what does it imply? A good network means equality, right? So it takes us back to the triangle of equality, nature, and nutrition. So why do you think Facebook or Instagram, etc., are all kind of successful? Because there is no barrier, race, gender, economic. You can just sign in and you are part of that network. So that particular thing hasn't changed to date. But what has changed is how we are leveraging these networks. So spending time without purpose on these networks may not yield sort of results. How to organize today for the networks of tomorrow is the largest challenge all of us kind of face. It was often said that there must be a limit to the number of interactions we can have with people. So does that mean that if I am on, Twitter or Instagram and I have a million plus followers and I run a food business, would that help me? Empirical data shows within India, it doesn't. So if you have a good business which kind of delivers on equality and now nature nutrition, you may not need a million plus people. You would be able to deliver sort of reasonably good results, right? So where is this coming from? Uh, Most of these things actually came our way through the Anglo-Saxon values, American influence, right? Fortunately, all these things are waning now. And I'm in no way trying to make a comparison between Indian values or Asian values vis-a-vis American values. Not at all. What is emerging right now is, rising universal human values, right? So it's wrong to assume that whatever America does is right, and they can't be wrong. And we've seen that in the number of missteps that are being brought to light today. So that's one good thing that networks are doing, bringing in transparency. So if you look at Robin Dunbar, he was an anthropologist. He said that it's impossible to have meaningful sort of relationships between 150 people. It's impossible to have more than 5 people you love more than your life, right? So today, if you apply all these kind of work that has been done in the past, you try to get to a outcome point that what is it that I should be doing. Look at the economic pyramid of India, the earners of India. So if you, for example, look at this income chart, the earners of India, which excludes homemakers, kids who are not yet earning. So most of our focus has always been on the tip of the pyramid. We don't look at semi-urban. We don't look at rural areas. This is a huge opportunity. So when we talk about things like technology interface, Make in India, etc., I think the larger opportunity is at the middle of the pyramid and later on at the base of the pyramid. And these are the numbers, and they are not wrong, right? Coming to how delivery is transforming. So delivery has always been there since 50s, ever since we got independent. But the modern day delivery is very, very different, right? It operates in a very ubiquitous manner. It tackles choice. It pushes things that it wishes to push. So if you look at on the top left side of this slide, so casual dining restaurants today get 21% of their business from delivery channel or takeaway channel. Global QSRs like McDonald's, Burger King, etc., 42%. Indian mithai is just at 4.5% because they just started, right? So Domino's is a vertically integrated model. So huge technology interface. And the point that I want to make on this slide is that even this segment is looking at the top of the pyramid, right? If you kind of further dissect the numbers, the whole game is limited to top 23 cities. 93% of the delivery business comes from 23 cities. The rest of India is largely unaddressed. So, students who are in institutes like IIT Jodhpur and other IITs and other good engineering institutes, we will have to invent our own models, which are fair on human beings, which are fair on India and its complexity, right? Because we have inequality, which has been embedded since independence. It has gotten better. It has also gotten worse, right? Now coming to the final part of the presentation, what's the advantage India has in the middle of all these changes and upheaval that's taking place in every part of our society? So if you look at what India eats, India is the largest vegetarian nation in the world. 38% of our people are vegetarians, right? The second is Israel, right? 22% Indians fast at least once a year, right? We have, very diverse sort of profile of population. So we have our Muslims brothers and sisters, they fast during Ramadan. We have Tuesday fasting, Thursday fasting. Look at how the number of flexitarians are increasing. So flexitarians are primarily those people who prefer vegetarian diet, but they are occasionally open to eating meat, fish, or poultry, right? So post-COVID, this percentage preference is also kind of changing. West is turning flexitarian or vegan driven largely by environmental factor, carbon footprint. India is animal welfare followed by environment. So huge difference. So in tag taste ethnography, we kind of connect with kids all over India and ask them to plot their family pyramids because normal ways of extracting data is not yielding very accurate inputs, and kids don't lie, right? They report what they see, and we combine all of these things and try to project a picture of how various parts of India they eat. So if you go, so there are states where we don't yet have the data that is statistically significant. In the coming months, we will have data from all over India. Right now also there is a massive exercise on, right? So Sikkim is the healthiest eating state in the country. UP doesn't look too good, and then there are states in the middle. So we have now access to this data. So where is this balance going to come from? So we are on to our last 2-3 slides. So if you look at the last 70 to 80 years, it was largely industrialization of macroorganisms. So Western world or Western cultures were too much into eating meats. So they set up large industrial units, whether they are poultry, beef lots, like millions and millions of animal heads were cultivated, slaughtered to meet the requirement. That obviously put a lot of pressure on Mother Nature and hence the footprint. Now, the race has started to domesticate microorganisms, right? Synthetic biology was always there, but the way Western world is trying to, take market advantage out of it is no different from the past behavior. It kind of hinges on monopolistic sort of behavior. But fortunately, countries like India, which have very strong culture of their own, previous slide you saw that how well managed we are. So our problem is not per capita. Our problem is absolute because of 1.3 billion people. So we will have to find our own science, our own art to manage our footprint. But things like Beyond Meat, meat analogs, I don't think they have much to sell in India. This is one slide which is influenced by a little bit of work that we do on the genetics side. So we do phenotype, which is behavior testing in tag taste, but we do get the opportunity of doing covariate analysis with genetics led by IGIB in Delhi, Dr. Mithali Mukherjee and her honorable colleagues, and then private sector players like Praveen and Abhishek. We are operating in a very silent manner as a country, but the end outcome, I think, would be same as we migrated from landlines to the mobile lines. Nobody thought in late 1990s that India would be able to solve the communication problem through the mobile route. Don't be surprised if the stuff that Praveen was talking about earlier on in his presentation suddenly gains speed and velocity, right? We are on to our last slide. So we see an emergence. This is a slide from Dr. Mithali's presentation. We see sudden convergence of genomics, Ayurveda, and our traditional knowledge, which is fantastic. Nowhere in the world, this is a kind of possibility. It is definitely a possibility in India, Japan, and Thailand, because these are the only three cultures where every meal involves all our five senses. And this is not coming from me out of any patriotic fervor or being Indian, we would like to do beat our own drum. No, this is coming from most Western anthropologists, sociologists, scientists. There are only three cultures in the world: India, Japan, and Thailand, where all your five senses are used in every meal. That takes you back to our Vedic roots, influence of Ayurveda. It's just sad that we lost the application edge. We lost touch with our own roots, and that way COVID-19 was a fantastic wake-up call. Last point, it is for the first time that we see Indian writers writing about science and Indian food, right? So far, most of our publications in the mainstream, I'm not talking about the research papers, because research papers often don't reach normal sort of consumers. So for the first time, I see a migration between food related books that had glossy recipes, right, fancy ingredients, to basics of food, right? How is it different from cooking in a steel utensil vis-a-vis aluminum utensil, right? This book came from Krish Ashok, and there is another book which came from Nick Sharma. He settled in the US. So this I feel is a very happy sign. There are things we can learn from West. Precision biology is one. Second is how they are dealing in terms of mindset with this whole carbon footprint thing. I came across this label last month. Now some companies are putting this kind of a label on a voluntary basis to kind of tell consumers about the carbon footprint the product that they are going to eat entails, right? So I come to end of our presentation, and I'll send the detailed version to Dr. Ravi Raj. My intent here was to give you a feel of markets, because there's a lot you kind of listen about markets, about technology, about science as part of your curriculum, as part of your industry interface. I thought it was my moral duty to kind of bring you up to speed in terms of what's happening on the market side, because culture matters, economics of the business matters, because if businesses can't make money, they often don't survive to make a longer term impact. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Sabharwal. I don't think we have time for many questions. We are kind of running late, but it was a fantastic talk describing an aspect of food science very well researched, which puts us into a new thinking line in terms of the potential for this entire area and how Indian cooking and how Indian consumer behavior is. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Professor Indranil, would you like to introduce the next speaker, please?
Yes, Dr. Jain. So now I would like to invite Dr. Kiran Soneje at R&D Axis Biosolution. So Dr. Kiran Soneje is experienced in bench to bedside product development, technology transfer experience. He has over 12 years of research experience in biomaterials, lyophilization, formulation development, and medical device products. He has done his B.Pharm from Pune University, M.Pharm from Naipal. He has acquired his PhD degree from National Tsinghua Wu University, Taiwan in 2011, and further pursued his postdoctoral studies at University of Geneva, Switzerland. He has been granted 21 US patents and has authored more than 20 research articles in leading international journals. So Dr. Kiran Soneje.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for allowing me to present here today. So, as explained, I am heading the R&D at Axio Biosolutions. It is a 10 years old startup. We still call it a startup because we are young. At whoever is working here is quite young, and we have a philosophy of a startup. So, to try many things, fail faster, and succeed in things that we can do better. So today I want to talk about the story, how we came up to convert a product that was a idea developed in a lab, and then we developed it into a marketable product. And I hope that will be useful for many of the researchers at IIT Jodhpur and whoever is attending this. So to start with, this is the our timeline. So Axio was started in 2009. And the vision was to stop bleedings due to the accidents or traumatic bleeding. So the reason the company was started, our founder, when he was still a final year college student, he saw a roadside accident. And at that time, everybody was rushed to save the patient, but they didn't have enough resources. Somebody used a handkerchief, somebody used maybe a towel or the normal cotton gauze, but eventually by the time the ambulance arrived, the patient had passed away because of the profuse bleeding. And at that time, our founder Leo, he decided as a developing country, we really need something that can help such people. So early in 2009, he started working on that. By 2013, we had the product approved for CE, that is the European marketing approval. And we got the ISO certification for medical devices, ISO 13485 in 2013. In 2014 onwards, we started manufacturing it in India. Between until 2019, we have been receiving different investment from many venture capital firms. Last year, in 2019, we started selling products in LATAM and Southeast Asia. Before that, we have been selling the products in Europe and in India as well. And this year, we plan to launch the product in USA. So, yeah, the products that we make are two types of products. Both are based on a similar platform, biomaterial. First one is hemostatic dressings, that is Axiostat, and that has been our core area so far. In last couple of years back, we realized there is also a need for advanced wound care products for the Indian market, and we launched the Maxiocell line of products based on the same platform that we had for the hemostatic dressings. So now I want to talk about how the medical device innovation process works. So there are different regulatory bodies in the world. In India, we have CDSCO, governed by the then DCGI. They have they don't have a separate body for medical devices, but the regulations are quite similar to the European and US FDA guidelines. So in all cases, we have to document the user needs. So user needs is what actually the end user requirement, that in medical devices, that in most cases it is the doctor, because he is going to use it on the patient, and based on that the user research. So in academics we generally miss this step to do it in a thorough manner, because what we generally consider is there is a problem, and on the superficial level we try to solve it. For example, if it is a let's say some kind of cancer or tumor, we decide that maybe a targeted drug delivery system is ideal, and we try to start working on nanoparticles, nanotherapeutics, and we use a lot of materials which may not have the regulatory approvals. So when you are doing innovation in a medical device company or a pharmaceutical company, and end goal is to bring the product to the market, we have to rule out most of these ideas which are not feasible because of the regulatory requirements. So there are the regulatory requirements and technical requirements. The material should be biocompatible. It has to pass through all the tests that are required to be safe. The end product should be safe for the patient. And then there are the business and competitive benchmarks that you have to consider. So as compared to the existing technologies, your technology should not be very expensive. Otherwise, nobody will buy that. So once you fix the user needs, you have to make a list of design inputs. Design inputs is the list of properties or the specifications that you want to include for your device. That can be what material to be used, what should be the size of the tracing if it is a tracing, and all the physicochemical properties will come in the design input. At each step, you have to review it and see whether it will affect the user needs and then change it. So for example, once you list out the design inputs, you have to see whether the design that you are listed and the device that you are going to make, whether it will be usable by the end user. If you feel something is not practical, then you have to change that user need and review your design inputs again. Once you finalize your design inputs, you make a list of or you make prototypes, do the prototypes and do the review again. Once you make the prototypes, that is the design output, final products, you have to do the verification. So in this, you will do all the bench tests that are required to validate the product that you are going to make will work. So in design output, what you're going to normally check is the physicochemical properties. On the bench, without using the product in animals or the humans, you have to establish whether if you want to check a biocompatibility on a bench level, it will be a cytotoxicity test. If it is a particular type of biomaterial or scaffold, you have to, and if you want to see whether it will help in exudate absorption, then absorption capacity will be the bench test. If you want to provide it, help it work as a strengthening material, tensile strength should be measured. And once you have the final product design, you have to validate it. And this can be done through the preclinical or clinical test. And depending on how novel is your product, it may require the clinical trials, or it can be validated through preclinical trials alone. So when we had to develop Axiostat, the problem was bleeding. Even now, the roadside accidents are a major cause of deaths. The bleeding is major cause of death in roadside accidents. Almost 40% of all deaths during roadside accidents are preventable if they receive a proper treatment before. Similarly, 1 out of 2 soldiers on the battlefield, they die due to the battlefield. In India alone, 30% of maternal deaths, they happen due to the postpartum hemorrhage. That is controllable, but doctors in rural areas, they don't have the access to most of these treatment technologies. And the last, that is surgical bleeding. It is not very common, but whenever it happens, that leads to the increase in surgical cost and the time duration. So having fixed our user need, we decided it is the time to select the material. Now we wanted a material that is known, well known everywhere and easily available, and most important, we wanted it to be biocompatible. So we knew the material chitosan. It is very popular polysaccharide, and every biomaterial scientist has on some project has come across this material. So the major properties are it has a primary amine which undergoes protonation under pH, its isoelectric point, that is pH 6.6. So once it has a positive charge, it has very good mucoadhesive, bioadhesive properties, and it also exhibits hemostatic properties. So the next was, we wanted to say what would be the properties. We figured out a most ideal way for material like this to work on the bleeding site will be a sponge or a porous scaffold material. It has, we didn't want to include any chemical cross-linking linkers in it to not hamper its safety. We had to make it biocompatible. So since chitosan is derived from the natural sources, it tends to have a lot of impurities and contaminants, and we wanted it to ensure that the source is good enough. It is without endotoxins. It is without any protein impurities that will cause the that can cause the immunogenic reactions. And finally, the process verification, the product verification, it has to have a excellent hemostatic bioadhesive properties. So once we select these design inputs, we do the testing and we eventually prove that. So the next part, it undergoes the characterization. So through the characterization, we establish that the product has a porous structure, and through that porous structure, it provides very high fluid absorption capacity, which the effect of which is it will help in absorbing large amount of blood and form a stronger blood clot. Also, the porous structure helps in quick absorption of the blood, and it helps in forming a blood clot in a faster way. The uniform porosity is necessary because then there is a fewer batch to batch variations, or the sample to sample variations are less. The weight strength, again, the porosity, the bigger the pore size, the structure will be weaker. So we wanted to have a superior weight strength. That is again evaluated through the physicochemical characterization. Since this will be administered, or the product will come in contact with blood, it should not leach any chemicals or any particles that can block the blood circulation. The structure of the scaffold should be pliable so that it can be applied on a irregular shaped wound. And finally, the product has to be biocompatible. So regulatory requirements, there is a ISO guidelines, ISO 10993, which lists out the actual test that you need to carry out on a type of device. So if device is classified, if it is a higher risk device and if it is implantable, for example, like a stent, you need a much thorough testing than a surface device such as a wound dressing. So finally, we do this kind of bench test and a preclinical test where we evaluate the product stops the bleeding and it adheres to the wound site quite strongly, that you can actually lift a 1 kg roll meat piece with this. And the last step, since the device is not intended to be left inside the body, you should remove it without causing the rebleeding. So the product verification was done through the clinical studies, what we realized that in case of military, the tracing reduces mortality by 50%. In case of surgical, it reduces the requirement of blood transfusion and reduces the cost by 1/4, since it is just 1/4 of the cost of surgical sealants. In case of emergency or traumatic bleeding, the dressing works 5x faster than the gauze. And in case of vascular surgeries, it reduces the compression time from 45 minutes to 5 minutes. And it works in patients which are already receiving anticoagulants also. So once we develop a product and do the verification, we have to decide what will be the ideal regulatory pathway. Now, all regulatory bodies, India, European or US FDA, they divide the products based on their risk and intended use. So class 1, this is the US FDA based device classification. The class 1 devices are the lowest risk, and they may not ever lead to some kind of injury to the patient. Class 2 are moderate risk, and there is a risk of some kind of illness if the product is not designed or manufactured properly. There is a higher risk. So, and class 3 are very high risk devices, and based on the materials or their intended use, they may cause the illness or injury or death of the patient. And because of that, they require a more stringent approval criteria. So class 2 devices are most common. Almost 70 to 80% of the devices which get approved every year are class 2 devices, because they are based on the existing products. So I will talk more about this in the following slides. If the device is completely new, there is no reference device as such for the FDA, it is classified as class 3 by default. But during the review process, you may have meetings with the FDA and convince them why it is not a class high risk device. And then there is a separate pathway that is known as de novo devices, and you can get the product approved under fewer regulatory requirements. So how FDA approves any devices? So the first and foremost question is to classify whether your device is in fact a medical device. There is a particular definition that is given, but in most cases, if you are using some kind of pharmaceutical ingredient, or if the material that you are using claims a biological action, then it may not be classified as a medical device. It will go to the separate classification, that is a new drug entity, NCE approval. Then the second question is where the intended patient population. If it is a very low, for example, less than 4,000 US patients annually, then there is a exception. You can emergency use exception or the institutional review board approval. You can take that and use it in that approval without going through the whole process of getting a regulatory approval. And once you pass both these questions are yes, then you can classify the device based on the risk. Then for each category, for class 1 devices, if you access properly, 75% of the devices may be exempt from any clinical trials. They are even 510K exempt in some cases, because for example, surgical gloves, if it is based on a certain material which is traditionally used, then latex gloves, those will be 510K exempt. You don't have to, you just have to declare to the FDA that you are marketing this device, but you don't need a marketing approval. If device has a moderate risk, class 2 devices, then there is a pre-market notification where FDA, you have to approach the FDA, submit a dossier with the requirements, and compare it with the existing device and prove a substantial equivalence. Once you prove that, FDA grants you the permission to market the device. If it is a highest risk device, you have to go for a pre-market approval. So pre-market approval generally requires a lot more thorough testing, and in most cases you need clinical trials for that. If it is a high risk, then the class 3 but high risk. But if there is a similar predicate device available, then you can avoid the clinical trials and use the PMN, that is 510K. So there are two cases for class 2 devices. You will always file the 510K. If there is a high risk device but it has a predicate, you can still go for a pre-market notification or 510K approval. So what is the 510K pathway? So 510K pathway is a pre-market notification wherein you submit the all the bench tests, your device design, your product validation and verification reports, and then FDA takes its time and within 180 days they will review and tell whether the device is substantially equivalent to a marketed device. So substantial equivalence is you have to compare your device against a predicate device. Predicate device is the one that is already marketed, and both devices has the same intended use and same technological characteristics. So, for example, if you are making a glucose monitoring system, which is exactly similar like a marketed product, including the algorithm that is used for the displaying the results, then you can claim 510K and get the approval easily. But if it has a different technological characteristics, these technological characteristics do not affect any safety or effectiveness of the product, then you can still prove the substantial equivalence. So in case of wound dressings or scaffolds, if you are developing a product to stop bleeding, whether you are using a material which is different than the marketed material, whether you are using cellulose or chitosan or starch, you can still claim the 510K or substantial equivalence because there is no, if it doesn't have any safety or effectiveness concern. So as I explained, predicate device is it has to be a legally marketed device in USA. And to establish substantial equivalence, you have to answer certain questions whether the predicate device is legally marketed. If it is not available, then you cannot claim substantial equivalence. The device has same intended use. If no, then you cannot claim the substantial equivalence. And final decisions are if there are technological differences and the methods that you have used to validate, do the bench test, whether those methods are acceptable and whether those data demonstrate substantial equivalence. If you answer yes for all these questions, you will get the 510K clearance. So having done all this, in 2017, we got our first 510K approval for the Axiostat, and it was classified as a class 3 device. So in Europe, it is class 3 device. In US FDA, it is 510K approved. So even though the device is higher risk, we were able to prove that the device is safe enough and it doesn't has a severe risk to the patient. And based on that, the FDA allowed us to cleared it for the marketing in the USA. Right now, it is approved in 26 countries. We have the patented and we have done the clinical trials also. So we are very proud that it is India's first US FDA cleared hemostat. Not only the hemostat, actually the wound product developed in India and manufactured in India. So currently we have shipped more than 600,000 units. It is supplied to more than 26 countries now. We have been using, it is being used in the hospitals, vascular procedures in more than 3,000 procedures so far. Globally, it is supplied in these many countries. And we didn't stop at developing the first hemostat. We are always working on to develop additional applications for the developed product. So that includes initially it was traumatic bleeding. Now we have ventured into the surgical bleeding. So there are spinal surgeries, cardiovascular surgeries, and this is a huge market potential for this. And laparoscopic surgery is another surgery where risk of bleeding is less, but the doctor should still keep something like Axiostat handy if there is an accidental rupture. And the new markets, knee surgeries and plastic surgeries is another area that we are exploring. So the impact-wise, Axiostat, the successful development and marketing of Axiostat has impacted around 500,000 lives. In case of Maxocell, we have healed close to 9 million diabetic foot patients in India. And once it is approved for the hemorrhage maternity related, it can help in lowering the PPH related deaths by 38%. Normally, I like to finish the presentation with this case study where in a surgical case, there was a rupture, a major artery was ruptured, and doctors had to use close to 29 pieces of a regular gauze, which are it is a requirement in surgical. They take a counted number of gauze and then they hang like this. So if they their number of gauzes they took and number of gauzes which are hanged here doesn't match, then they come to a conclusion that something is missing, which may be inside the patient's body. So in this case, they had already used 29 pieces of gauze and they couldn't stop the bleeding. But then they had access to Axiostat. They had to use only 3 pieces of Axiostat and the bleeding was saved. So in this particular case, close to 2.5 liters of blood had to be administered to the patient. Yeah, that's it from my side. Any questions may have?
Thank you, Dr. Kiran. So that's a very, very, informative presentations. And I hope the audience has gone on very elaborative overview of a development path of a product. So today we are running a little behind the schedule. So any quick question from the panel? So I think now I would like to thank you once again for sparing your time and joining this industry day at IIT Jodhpur. So with this, we are about to end of this first part of the sessions. So now I would like to request Dr. Jain. Sir, please.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Indranil. That was wonderful talk, and just how to go from developing a product all the way to FDA approval and marketing it all over the world. That's amazing, and I'm sure we're looking forward to many more products from your portfolio. So this comes to the conclusion of the first round of talk. I'll be brief because we are running late, and we have seen a variety of exposures in this, from nutrition, food science to wound closure in terms of hemostat products, and a whole range of things that we got to see, and marketing of devices in general, and how what I like to emphasize, particularly in a place like this, is interdisciplinary nature of all this work that is required, and that remains very important. So I think we should close this session since we are running late. We'll be on to panel discussion, which will be moderated by Professor Indranil and Professor Raviraj, and we'll back for part 2 of these invited talks after the panel discussion. And it's hard for me to predict what time we'll be meeting, but do come back for the talks after attending the panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Neeraj. But please be with us and join us for the next set of session after panel discussion. And as rightly said by Professor Neeraj, right now we are going to have panel discussion moderating by Professor Indranil Banerjee. Joining with him is Professor Ravi Raj. Give a brief introduction about both Professor Indranil Banerjee is an associate professor in the Department of Biosciences and Bioengineering in IIT Jodhpur. He has been working in the field of biomaterial delivery systems and tissue engineering from the last 10 years. He pursued his PhD in biotechnology from Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. He was invited as a guest scientist to Max Planck Institute of Intelligent System, Germany. He is an associate editor of Frontiers in Medical Technology. He has so far authored more than 100 research articles and book chapters altogether. Professor Ravi Raj is also a professor in the Department of Biosciences and Bioengineering at IIT Jodhpur. He earned his PhD degree in chemistry from National Tsinghua University, Taiwan. His postdoctoral studies were performed at the University of California, USA. He also worked as a chief technical officer for Radio Optics LLC for the development of biometric nano construct for imaging and therapeutic applications of cancer and vascular diseases. He is a recipient of the Young Scientist Award by the Andhra Pradesh Academy of Sciences and also a prestigious Ramalingam Swami Biomedical Fellowship. Thank you so much, Professor Banerjee and Professor Raviraj, for joining us today. And virtual floor is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Preeti, for this nice introduction.
Thank you so much.
So a very good morning to all of you, the panelists, eminent panelists who are here. This is an exciting moment as we are going to start our panel discussions on a topic which is very close to that future of the smart healthcare of this country. So now our today's top panel discussion topic is the prospect and challenges in smart healthcare and entrepreneurial perspective. Today we have 4 eminent personalities as panelists. It is my privilege to invite Dr. Vishal Gandhi, founder and CEO at Biorex Venture Advisors Private Limited. Dr. Ashwini Kumar Mishra, founder, director, and CEO at DNA Experts. Dr. Shubhankar Datta, former co-founder and strategy lead Cytopod. And today we are supposed to have Dr. P.S. Vishnuvardhan, founder and CEO of KR365 AI. But unfortunately, today morning, he informed that because of some very emergency at his home place, he could not able to join. But we are lucky that we have another eminent panelist, Mr. Praveen Gupta from Premas Life Science, and he has agreed to join with us for this panel discussion. So on behalf of the IITJ and this particular Industry Day Organizing Committee, I would like to welcome you all in this session. Now I'd like to request my colleague, Dr. Ravi Raj, to briefly introduce all these eminent panelists. Dr. Ravi Raj, please.
Thank you, Dr. Banerjee. So the first panelist today we have is Mr. Vishal Gandhi, founder and CEO at BioRx Venture Advisors Limited. So he has 20 plus years of experience in investments, mergers, acquisitions, and due diligence process exclusively for healthcare and agri sector. And prior to BioRx, Mr. Vishal has held key management positions in Yes Bank, Ranbaxy Research Laboratories, Onquest, and Dabur Research Foundation. Mr. Vishal also holds a management degree from XLRA Jamshedpur and a master degree in biotechnology from University of Hyderabad. Mr. Vishal Gandhi, we cordially welcome you to this panel discussion. And the second panelist we have is Dr. Ashwini Kumar Mishra, who is a founder, director, and CEO at DNA Experts. He has more than 15 years of extensive knowledge in life sciences, biotechnology, proteomics, genomics, and healthcare market of India. And he is also involved in many research activities at premier institutes like Gangaram Hospital, AIIMS Delhi, AIIMS Rishikesh, CMC Vellore, and etc. He is now focused on developing an affordable personalized genetic testing business. His company, DNA Experts Private Limited, is involved into health, wellness, and genetic testing market. And the third panelist is Dr. Shubhankar Datta. He is a former co-founder and strategy lead at Cytopod. So basically, Dr. Shivrankar co-founded Cytopod with an aim to standardize healthcare and improve the patient experience during outpatient consultations. But currently, he's a junior resident in the Department of Radio Diagnosis and Interventional Radiology at AIIMS, New Delhi. And the last panelist we have is Mr. Praveen Gupta, who is a managing director at Premas Life Sciences. So he has a rich experience of over 2 decades in the diverse fields surrounding biotechnology, and he has carved a niche for himself as an industry leader. So with this brief bios for all the panelists, now I'll hand over the session to Dr. Banerjee to take over.
Thank you, Dr. Raviraj. So let's start this panel discussions with a note of positivity. So I would like to ask the panelist and that what is the most promising or encouraging element right now you think it is present in that present healthcare ecosystem, startup ecosystem of this country? So I'd like to go to Mr. Varun Gandhi first. Vishal Gandhi, sorry, I'm truly sorry. Mr. Vishal Gandhi first.
Actually, there seems to be some disturbance at the background. I think I can request everybody to mute. Yeah.
Thank you.
Is it clear? Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. So first of all, congratulations on holding this event today. You know, I think it's a very significant day. So congratulations to each one of you who made this possible. And thank you, Indranil, for inviting me. And I think coming back to your question, what is so exciting about healthcare today? I think Corona has taught us, I think that's the single largest disruption that we have seen, at least in last 100 years, that how Indian healthcare system could be changed from a sort of a sick care to a preventive healthcare. And I think that is where I personally feel that smart healthcare is a very integral component to make that happen. So I think smart healthcare, we couldn't have had a better opportunity to push this agenda forward than, I would say Corona. So I think it's a disguise, but I think smart healthcare is the way forward. And I personally feel that, it simply cannot be a business model in itself. It has to be an enabling ecosystem. And so these are my preliminary thoughts, Indranil, and I can hand over back to you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So now I would like to reach out to Mr. Praveen Gupta.
Thanks, Indranil. Thanks. So I think I'll echo with what Vishal said, and I think I'm pretty happy with the fact that in the current context, a crisis, like Corona, has basically brought forward the need for molecular diagnostics. In my last 28 years of career, in my various roles, we've actually tried to evangelize the concept of molecular diagnostics and the importance of molecular diagnostics in India, especially. And it was pretty slow in terms of adoption. I'm particularly happy that right now there are more than 2,500 labs which are now operational within a period of 1 year, which are offering some kind of molecular diagnostic using RT-PCR testing. I'm also very, very happy to see words like genomics, words like sequencing now coming into mainstream media. In the whole month of December, January, February, I saw the mainstream media talking about sequencing of virus. They're talking about how genomics is basically helping in terms of vaccine discovery. So it's becoming very ubiquitous. It's becoming very common in the drawing rooms of people. And I think that will help and that will augur very well for the healthcare system. So I'm pretty excited.
Hello, Dr. Ashwini, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
I think I lost.
Okay. So let me repeat my question. So I was just curious to know about this. So as an entrepreneur, what you find that the most encouraging or promising element right now present in this startup culture of this country?
Okay, so I'll take forward what Praveen and Vishal just now spoke. So as a startup, this Corona gave us an opportunity, and we developed this COVID kit, and which was ICMR approved. Then we got an opportunity from Andhra Pradesh MedTech Zone to set up manufacturing facility. So during this time of crisis, as a healthcare startup, we got an opportunity to showcase ourselves, get into a new field, which is healthcare manufacturing of COVID kits. Like for a startup, I would say, this entire past year, for startups like us, it has been, ups and downs. But then, couple of things which are coming up for like companies like us. There, another MedTech zone already in India. Now there are 4 more medical technology zones are coming up across different states. So I hope this year there will be 4 more zones coming up. So all these medtech zones will cover all the aspects of healthcare, be it diagnostics, be it instrumentation, be it healthcare IT, all of these. So yes, I mean, I would say like this last year, there has been a lot of emphasis, and government and people have realized that investment into healthcare is going to pay them off in the longer run because of this Corona crisis.
So now I would like to ask Dr. Shubhankar Datta about his view on this particular point. Shubhankar.
Hi, good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah. I think when we talk about smart healthcare, we all will agree that the future of smart healthcare lies in our ability to best deal with the data. And currently, there is a lot of data which is available in the healthcare market. And before the COVID pandemic times, we all know that most of the data was not actually in a digital form. How the COVID-19 has accelerated and given a huge boost to this like adoption of smart healthcare is by, first of all, increasing the number of teleconsultations. And previously, even doctors were very skeptical about starting teleconsultations. All the doctors wanted their patients to come to their clinics and they wanted to do their physical examination and then come to diagnosis. But because of COVID-19, both the doctors have increased the adoption of like this teleconsultation services which are coming, and also the patients. Patients are also a little bit scared nowadays to go to the clinics. They are fearful about contracting COVID from the healthcare workers, as well as the systems in which they work, because we all know the like waiting lines in OPDs and the kind of crowded environment in which the Indian healthcare outpatient consultations are working, right? So I think because of Corona, as I'll agree with Mr. Vishal Gandhi, it is the most important boost which smart healthcare in India could have received. And it has like helped us in the adoption and what do you call it? Like we have come ahead at least 5 to 6 years because of the COVID pandemic. If the COVID had not happened, it would have taken us at least 7 to 8 years more to make doctors agree to be indulging in more teleconsultations and adoption of electronic health records. So right now, with more amount of electronic health records being available and more amount of electronic data being available, I think smart healthcare has received a huge boost because of the pandemic.
So thank you, Dr. Shubhankar. So now my question is that if you look into this, recent healthcare scenario in 2017, government has come up with our new healthcare policy, and similarly, that TIFAC has designed a new roadmap for this Indian medical technology and corresponding device development, everything. So my question is, and in all this particular kind of policy making, the 3 things have often been given too much importance. One is the democratization of this healthcare, inclusivity, and the affordability. So how smart healthcare can deal with all this, or actually can contribute to all these things? these particular points. So what is your view on this? So with this point, I would like to reach again to Dr. Vashini. So you are, so it will be good if you can kindly share your thoughts.
So smart healthcare policy is as such at its quite nascent stage. There are lots of companies, big, small startups working on smart healthcare. Each one of us has realized that the healthcare has to become easier. It has to become simple and affordable, and more and more people should be able to use it themselves. The dependency on multiple healthcare points on healthcare workers or clinicians that can be done away with for simple things. I'm not talking about like grave diseases like cancer and all, but something like chronic kidney disease or urinary tract infection or glucose monitoring. So these things where people need clinical intervention very frequently, and some preliminary amount of information some preliminary amount of information and diagnosis, if that can be done at patient's side itself. So people are focusing on that, and that is where the healthcare IT is slowly moving forward. This is one aspect. The electronic health records, IoT devices, there are so many of them. But yes, as soon as this market starts, growing, there will be more and more regulations coming up, based on their, different devices which come up. So government will keep on formulating new policies, new regulations as per them. So yes, we are entering into a new phase slowly, gradually, and the government policies and devices, both of them will grow parallelly with respect to each other.
Is very fast. So when a startup is working on a particular kind of smart healthcare device or technology, and this clubbing of the other enabling technology to it, is there any kind of gap you are sensing, or is it going to impact the development of smart healthcare? Hello.
Hi,
Dr. Shubham, yeah, please.
Yeah, no, is this a question addressed to me because I lost network in between?
Yeah, same here. The network was gone.
A general question. So Dr. Datta can speak. Yes.
Can you repeat the question because we lost network in between?
Oh, okay. So my point is that many of these smart healthcare devices actually depends on other enabling technology like IoT or AI. Okay. Now rate of change of this technological field is very high in the IoT and AI field. Now, if a startup is designing a platform depending on this kind of particular technologies, so this gap in the rate of say development of technologies, will it going to impact the overall smart healthcare development?
Yeah, definitely the development of all these should go hand in hand. So even in Cytoport, when we first started, we did not think that we will be incorporating AI in our systems, but gradually realized that once we have a good number of people, doctors enrolled, and good number of consultations are happening over our platform, then the kind of data we'll be generating, if we do not utilize that, then it is a very stupid waste of the resources. And I think I won't agree that the IoT and the AI is not developing. I think there has been tremendous progress in the development of AI and IoT devices.
No, Dr. Shubhankar, what I'm trying to say is that I'm not telling that. I'm trying to say is that the rate of development of IoT and other field is very fast. I'm not telling they are not developing.
Okay.
They are developing very fast. So the
Yes.
platform what you are designing, suppose an smart healthcare company, entrepreneurs is designing and developing one platform, depending on that existing IoT technique, within a 1 or 2 year, that IoT that kind of techniques is being say obsolete and new technique will come into picture. So coping with that high rate of change, how much it is possible for this smart healthcare industry?
I think if you are trying to be successful and looking at a long term, all the like companies or startups which are coming up, they have to have a very good idea about the kind of research and kind of development which is happening in the same field and on which their startups are working on. So because like I completely agree with you, the IoT and AI is being developed at a tremendous rate. And if you really want to disrupt a sector in which you are working, you should be absolutely like have the like total knowledge about the kind of R&D which is happening in that sector to be able to be an important market player. Otherwise, you will like completely lose your relevance in that sector if you do not have the vision where the sector lies in the next 2 or 3 years.
So I would like to place the same questions if any of these panelists is having separate thoughts on this. So please.
Sure, I'd like to take it up. So the previous question was about the policy making. I think I'm sure all of us are aware there is a national digital health mission blueprint which is available to all of us. And also we must have heard about a word called CoWIN app, which is being primarily used for immunization today with COVID vaccine. So I think these are fundamentally a great revolution and policy advocacy which has happened. And of course, the policy is absolutely critical, and it is in line with what digitization actually should support these development of smart healthcare. So I think government is absolutely ready to be able to unleash the smart healthcare in the last mile delivery. And I think this happened primarily because of COVID. So for me, the policy is there. I think it's up to the industry players to be able to embrace the policy guidelines into their framework and become sort of a contributor to the growth of healthcare industry, which is primarily driven by the sick care in India today, but it needs to move from sick care to the real healthcare, which is nothing but wellness, and that is exactly the role of smart healthcare is. I think smart healthcare can do much more to manage the health of an individual when it comes to I would say wellness, not illness. Unless you are in a patient care which is basically ICU supported, so you're pretty much having all the information and you can manage the patient well. But I think primarily the smart healthcare, when it actually comes for helping disease prevention. And that is why tools like AI, blockchain, machine learning, these are the new technologies which have come in. And as Shivankar did mention about that, data is a new fuel, and the more data we have been able to gather in last 1 year, I think it has made the system more robust. And there are lots of companies in India which are primarily doing research on behalf of the foreign multinationals, today, to be able to develop the products that you spoke about, how to embrace that change, And if you look at digital healthcare, the finest example that, one can think 10 years back was a Practo. And look at the business model of Practo when it started and what it is today, So I think there's an evolution. And for that matter, any industry has to embrace the innovation parallelly. Otherwise, they will not be able to make a difference in the sustainability of any organization. So I think your question was about, how there is so much of change happening in the IoT and I generally call it IOMT, which is Internet of Medical terminology. So I think there is a huge surge happening, and ultimately it is really impacting the last mile delivery and a patient care in a very, very positive way. And I think that's the future. Today, you can't have scenarios where doctors are not looking at, sort of a IOMT in their business model. They are integrating. And I think Shivankar did mention about this upsurge of teleconsults which happened. I feel, before pandemic, the teleconsultations were absolutely no. But after pandemic, even in the normal times, we are almost getting there. We do see that teleconsultation has become a very integral part of the business model for any, healthcare provider, be it at a clinic level or at a hospital level. And that's in fact has become one of the most efficient way to acquire I wouldn't call customer because in healthcare we don't call customer, but to acquire a patient which can generate sort of revenue for a hospital and ultimately an impact. I would call it impact in a better word. Yeah. So
Okay, okay, Mr. Gandhi. So that's nice, really nice. But in this regard, I have a questions just coming from here. One important thing that we have, that all the panelists and we also feel the same, that the COVID has bring in some substantial changes and accelerated many development in this field. But my question is that firstly, as an investor in this field, do you believe that this particular momentum will persist even after this post-COVID era? This is the first question. And the second question in this context is, when this, after say 2 to 5 years, how will you see that this present startup healthcare in India will evolve? These two are my questions. So I would like to say, float it for all the panelists, if you can. So if you can give, please share your thoughts on this.
You want me to start first, or I should hold on?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, so I think it's a very exciting time. And if you look at the number of investments in startup, and of course, the number of startups that have evolved in digital healthcare in the last 9 years, most of them have actually evolved in last 3 years. And of course, Corona also brought that opportunity forward. And the number of investments that have happened in digital healthcare have also been the phenomenal number, I would say, as opposed to hospitals, to medical devices, to biotech, to pharmaceutical. The number of transactions that have happened in the health tech space are phenomenally very high. And the reason is very obvious, because time to market a product, a digital healthcare product, is significantly low. And in terms of regulatory approvals which are required to market a product is also relatively low. But I think what is really challenge, what I see, and which Corona should ultimately witness to be able to give us that impetus for any digital healthcare player, is the opportunity of adoption. Like the way I was giving an example of adoption, doctors were not at all willing to go for sort of OPD consultations on tele mode, but now it has become a norm. So I personally feel that there are aspects which were not integrated before, but they are very well integrated in the healthcare system today. And because of which there will be a further upsurge of investments in digital healthcare. But I think what is really key is that, is your business model investable or not? And I think one needs to really reflect on the business model that we are in, particularly a company is into, to be able to make yourself investable. Because gone are those days where you just create an app and you do a book of appointment and you are able to raise $100 million. It's not going to happen, because now we have a history of about 10 years to see what will work and what will not work. And so I think it's very easy to start a digital healthcare business, but trust me, it's the most difficult business to scale up, even after having received funding from so many wonderful organizations which are called strategic organizations. There are still some companies which have not been able to scale up business. And I think scaling up requires a very different framework. But I think from a policy perspective, we are absolutely ready. But from an adoption perspective, I think the overall ecosystem needs to be much more robust and much more ready to be able to take care of issues like confidentiality, to be able to take care of the issues like what you spoke a couple of minutes back about intraoperability, because smart healthcare is not about just developing a device. It should be able to cross-talk with others and make intelligent decisions. So I feel we are at absolutely a great time. Only thing is that certain more recipe needs to be added to be able to make it like India becoming a hub of health tech. And I can guarantee you we are in much better place in health tech than even rest of the world, including developed world. And if India actually has a chance to become a Google, produce a Google-like company from India, which actually hasn't happened in life sciences so far, but at least there is a possibility of digital healthcare soon, unicorn like a Paytm in fintech, we can actually have it in India. And I think we are at a very advanced stage, and I'm sure in next 5 years we will see 2-3 unicorns coming out of it. Thank you.
Thank you. So now I would like to place the same questions to Mr. Praveen also. So you have been in this particular field for long. So what is your opinion, sir?
Thanks for asking me this question. So I strongly believe in the area of, right now I'm talking about the area of genomics, which is making a huge impact in terms of global healthcare. Now in India too, the adoption rates are pretty high, but I see that, some of the bottlenecks which we are facing at this juncture is the same which is written in the policy. The affordability part and the equitable distribution of technology accessibility to the entire population. Currently, these tools are pretty expensive and they all are getting imported from the global markets. Unless we see a massive adoption of development of these technologies in India and the price points actually coming to an affordable range, I don't think so the masses will participate in this uprising, And see, governments do not have that kind of funding all the time available to make high-end healthcare accessibility to everybody. So it is very, very important that the government should be spending a huge amount of money in terms of creating research projects to discover the genotypes which are associated to a certain phenotype. And once we have this data available, how industry can then take up this data and create locally relevant panels, create and marry them with AI and ML tools so that very easy adoption of these technologies can happen at the clinical level, at the clinic level. So that part I think is very promising, and I think India is sitting on I would say, a plethora of information and the diversity to take advantage of. I hope both industry and governments actually start putting in money in this area to see a surge.
So just Mr. Gupta, as you have mentioned this one regarding the participations, so one questions come into my mind. We often speak about this smart healthcare ecosystem. This is a very common jargons nowadays in the field. But when we're talking about the smart healthcare ecosystem, regarding the two startups or among the startups, what is the present nature of symbiosis? Do startups are really dependent? Do you believe that such dependence is required, or in future it will be relatively competitive in nature?
No, I don't think so. See, I think the basic research, the basic, say for example, tomorrow if you have to discover, say I'm talking about example of genomics. Suppose tomorrow you discover a new marker which is related to a disease. This will only happen. This will potentially happen in the global field. Also, this happens in the academic setups, because the accessibility to that many samples for a disease case, and the tools which are available can happen in the government sector, in the academic sector. And tomorrow, with that data which is available, so many startups can actually take advantage of the data which is available to develop products based on the need. So to me, there's a huge synergy. There's no competition here. It is just that the trust level and which I'm seeing, there's a positivity in last 3-4 years to say that the academia and the industry are actually, at least they're talking about it. But I still see, if you carefully look at the policies of collaboration, and I'm sure there are a lot of panelists like Dr. Mithali and all, are actually the systems at the government level still fine-tuned for making these collaborations easy, or they're still very bureaucratic? I've heard sometimes just to sign one NDA between an academic institute and a private industry, it takes 3 months. Unless we solve these basic things of basically building up trust and having a very smooth process of collaboration where there's no trust deficit, I would not see a major, I would say, spurt coming in, because this is, and there's no competition here, a startup and an academic lab.
Okay. So now I have another questions, not directly to this, it's a little bit a different context. So, and this questions is open for all the speakers, panelists. So if for a new startups, what model should be a B2B or a B2C model? What should be a startup adopt? Should it depends on that product kind of say service or devices is developing, or they should come up with some preoccupied strategy for this?
Hi, I'd like to speak on this question.
Yeah, please.
I am Satyendra Johari.
Yes, sir. Please.
Founder of Johari Digital Healthcare. The first thing they should start should be with B2B, because that's easier. To go from B2C, going to the consumer requires a huge amount of energy, time, and funds to build that brand. So best thing is that there are many companies looking for OEM work, private labeling work. So develop those products and supply to the business B2B model.
Okay, okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. So, any, I will request other panelists. So, any other thoughts?
I mean, I Praveen here. I mean, I echo completely Mr. Johari's thought, that I think if you're a startup, you're always having a paucity of funds. So unless you are actually flush with funds, the normal, I would say common wisdom says that you should go B2B, because here it's a multiplier effect. For B2C, you require a massive marketing and logistical support to reach to the masses. So unless you have that kind of funds to raise, and if you have that kind of, while of course social media and digital marketing has actually eased things, but still I think B2B is a much smarter way to go about, and depending upon the funding status you have.
Okay, okay, thank you. So, so we are almost end of our session, so we don't have much time today. So it was really a very nice discussions. I would love to continue because it is a very learning experience, I believe, for the audience and for us also. But some one or two quick questions I would like to ask in this regard. So, what would be your advices to any entrepreneur, any aspirants who want to venture in this entrepreneurship in the field of smart healthcare?
I'd like to say first thing they should do is find what is the requirement in the market. Doing, talking, discussing with the user I say, maybe doctors, maybe their patients for healthcare devices, understand what are their needs, what are the gaps, fill and try to fill those gaps with the innovation. That will, make them go in very fast in the business or in industry. This is very important to understand what is the need and what is already available and what are the gaps.
Okay, okay, sir. Thank you. So,
I
Mr.
completely
Gandhi?
agree with Mr. Johari and Praveen. So basically on the previous question, B2B, absolutely B2B is important. But when you're developing a B2B model, you have to also think about the customer, because at the end of the day, businesses have to be B2B to C. That's the dimension I wanted to add. And a subsequent question, I think you talked about startups. I think what they need to do is to actually start engaging with the user base, as Mr. Johari said, but at the same time, also sell their idea to investors, in no time. They should really be very clear that, what is it required to be to be qualified as a right pitch, because most of the investors don't have time more than 5 minutes. And if your elevator pitch is only talking about science and it doesn't have an impact, anything on the business from a finance perspective, I think they will lose their interest. So it's very important that you must have a solid deck, which is actually nothing but what is called information memorandum, which should talk about the 360-degree part of your business model for other person to really see that, yes, there is a value in investing in you. Because how much can you really scale up the game of your own? Your own equity is very little. So only way for you to be able to scale up a business and generate returns for yourself.
Mr. Gandhi, you are not audible.
Yeah.
Hello?
Am I audible now?
Hello?
Hi. Am I audible now?
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
But we are
okay, good. So what did you hear the last? I don't know. I have no idea. What did you...
I heard everything.
We could,
we
could
could
hear everything. I think boardroom is having some problem that I.
Right.
Yeah,
So I think should I repeat or I didn't
No.
Yeah.
You were audible throughout. That's
great. So I think what is really important is to really, do your research well, and of course also qualify your investors, because it's not like somebody who wants to put in money, you go ahead and just be married with them. I think it's very important that you should know who your investor should be. He should be a growth investor. He should be actually able to give you sort of solutions which you do not have in the company today, whether it's from a perspective of finance. And most of the time I have seen from my own experience that most of the guys who are very tech oriented guys, they have very little understanding of finance. And if you have somebody who can complement your skills, I think that's the good investor that you should really bank on. So those are 2 cents from my side, apart from Mr. Johari and Praveen, what they share. Thank you.
So thank you all. So today our time is up. So basically we can't extended this panel discussions of some speakers are already waiting. So on behalf of this IITJ Industry Day Organizing Committee, I would like to thank you all for joining here and sharing your very inspiring thoughts and intellectual inputs. So with this, I would like to thank you all, and we love to have you here and listen more from you in future. Okay, thanks. So now I'll hand over the session to
Great meeting.
Dr. Preeti.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this insightful session. Next.
I can't hear anything actually right
Yes.
now.
Sir, Professor Neeraj, can you hear me now?
Yeah, now it is better. Yeah.
Okay, so now we are going to have a next session, and Professor Neeraj Jain is going to join Professor Indranil Banerjee for the next set of session. And thank you, Professor Ravi Raj.
Well, I would like to outset thank all the panelists for that wonderful discussion. Very great thoughts that came, and I must also say that Indranil and Raviraj managed to bring this whole morning session closer to the schedule now. In this particular session, we have 3 exciting talks. They are by Mr. Satyendra Johri, Johri Digital, Dr. Priyadarshini Chatterjee, who is Senior Principal Scientist at Syngene, and Dr. Debayan Ghosh, Founder and President of Epigen, very eminent speakers. First talk is by Mr. Satyendra Johri, who in a sense is son of the soil. He works in Jodhpur, founded his company here. I had a chance to hear him a few days back in a different context, and I'm just amazed by his enthusiasm, which is highly infectious. He founded Johri Digital Healthcare in 1979, and he did his BTech from BITS Pilani. He went to the US for about 6 years, did his MS there and get experience in medical device manufacturing. Then he returned back to Jodhpur in 1977, way before anybody was talking of all kind of stuff that he is doing. Truly a pioneer, I would say. He has grown the company that designs and manufactures several electromedical devices, for example, for DNA extraction, electrotherapy-based muscle strengthening, mind relaxing, RF-based rehab, photodensity analysis-based, colorimetry-based devices. You talk of it, and they are into it, all stages of product research and development, manufacturing. They have received many accolades. For example, as a semi-top 100 Rajasthan Udyog Ratna Award, Best Entrepreneur of the Year, and many, many more. It's an ISO certified company, which is a certificate from FDA for good manufacturing practices, CE for Europe, and MD SAP, the quality system which is recognized by USA, Canada, Australia, and Brazil and Japan. We are really, really looking forward to hearing Mr. Johri and other panelists. His title of his talk is Key Features and Future Trend of Medical Technologies. Mr. Johri, thank you for coming today. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Jain, for introducing nicely. And I'm very happy that IIT and their team has organized this day of for the industry. What is the difference between an industry and business, doing business? There's a lot of difference. Business is just, doing more of the trading, and a lot of people think that they are, industry, but it is not so. In industry, there are a lot of things involved, such things like manufacturing. Now, in this manufacturing, there are many things involved, like developing, designing, keeping everything updated, keep knowing the market, knowing what is in the market, managing finance, and all this. So in normal electronic or any other device, there are segments like finance, manufacturing, marketing, HR, management, all these are there. But what is the key feature of medical devices? The key feature of the medical device is the performance, safety, and effectiveness. In any other device, they can go, having a lot of tolerances and still they can bypass. But in medical device, the performance is very important. I'll give you an example. Suppose a diagnosis is to be done for some blood count and the tolerance is very high, it is not acceptable. It has to perform precisely. Secondly, there are devices, medical devices, which are applied on the body. In that case, safety is very important. That is, suppose there is an AC input coming in and there is an output going to the body, connected to the body. It has to be ensured that there is enough insulation. So we test insulation between input and output to tune of 5,000 volts and ensure that there is no insulation breakage. So that is the kind of safety which is very much required in the medical devices. Thirdly, in medical devices, important is traceability. Suppose some problem came from the market in the field, the device is supplied and there is an issue, then we should be able to trace from where the problem came and what caused that problem. So root cause analysis has to be done. Then corrective action has to be taken. Preventive action has to be taken so that in the next supplies, next batch of production, everything goes smoothly. So some of the another most important to be in the global market is to meet these certifications. And these are very stringent. Auditing is done by these, all the agencies who are involved in this certifications. What kind of controls we have, quality control system, very, very important. This process, what processes are followed, what identifications are done during the manufacturing, what are the marketing control, distribution controls, supply chain controls, what are the controls at the vendors or manufacturers, a component supplier, are they authentic, are they, do they meet standards of what is required. So the quality is of the incoming components are very, very important. I remember 4 or 5 years back, we struggled a lot because we were getting, in order to sustain the prices, we bought some components from cheaper, unauthorized vendors, especially China. And 5 years back, when we found that the cause of this was the component being fake, not right, we immediately switched to the most authorized component suppliers. So this way, now our quality is very smooth, and throughput, that means going from one end of production to the other end of the production, everything goes very smoothly with minimum hindrance. So these are much more important. It may be important for the other industry also, but in medical device, it is much more important to have accuracy and performance and effectiveness. And effectiveness also comes with a lot of clinical studies, understanding the needs of the user. Another very important is, for example, C certification. Now, the radiation, EMI radiation, EMC, all these should be within the certain norms. I remember we used to have a short wave diathermy we used to manufacture earlier. So if we would plug in into the AC, anything going into the AC, any equipment nearby or any even nearby, they would be disturbed by this radiation of the short wave diathermy. So now then we designed in such a way that it does not disturb the AC lines and so on. These are just the example I'm giving. And now we have to understand, besides the certification, what we have to understand is what is going into the latest. In coming time, POC, point of care, is going to be a very big boom because everything is to be miniaturized and it should be easily be accessible by the patient and by the doctors and go into into the app, mobile apps, so that with the Bluetooth, all the data are controlled and then they are put in the clouds. So what we were talking earlier about AI and IoTs. So those are very important. In the coming time, besides these portable and POC, now there is a new trend going on, at least in West, in USA, which is going beyond body. All these medical devices are taking care of body. What about the mind? What about the stress that everybody is facing, which is very important for the health? The stress and anxiety causes a tremendous amount of energy loss, not only in the physical and mental energy loss, but also it has become the cause of the many diseases. So in the coming trend, there is a new world coming up, WellTech. WellTech will take care of body as well as mind. And I'm very happy to and very surprised to hear that even in US big companies, MNCs, they are adopting besides these devices, which one of the devices we are manufacturing is for stress relief and taking care of insomnia and anxiety. So these companies in US are also adopting methods of yoga and meditations beside these new devices. I think the time is short and I'll end so that you all can keep the schedule in time. I thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts with everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johari, for this brief, wonderful overview of your efforts and all the complications that we may not realize that are involved in production of any medical device. There is zero chance of failure. And once there is a rumor out there, as we are seeing in COVID vaccine case, it is just almost impossible to overcome. It's too close to our own person and near and dear. So thanks a lot. If there are any questions for Mr. Johari, this is an opportunity. If not, I will hand over to my co-chair, Professor Indranil, to introduce the next speaker.
Thank you, sir. So now
Thank
today,
you.
Thank you. Yeah.
So now I would like to
go ahead, Indranil.
Yep, sir. I would like to invite Dr. Priyadarshini Chatterjee, Senior Principal Scientist, Syngene. So she is the Senior Principal Scientist at Syngene, working on the generation of hybridoma for monoclonal antibody production and development of various immunological assays. Harvard Medical School. Previously, she worked as an assistant professor at the Department of Biotechnology, India, focusing on neonatal immunity and autoimmune disorder arising from complement deficiencies. So I would like to welcome Dr. Chatterjee. So please go ahead with the presentation.
Thanks, Indranil, and thanks everyone that you have invited me.
I'm sorry, Dr. Priyadarshini, just that your voice is breaking. Hello? Hello, Dr. Priyadarshini? Can you hear me? Hello, Dr. Priyadarshini, can you hear me? So your voice is breaking. So I believe there is an, some limitation in the bandwidth. So, the same thing happens. So I think if you may turn off the video, then that situation may improve a bit. Hello? Yeah. I hope it will improve. Please go ahead. But your voice is breaking a bit. Your slides are clear. Yes, your slides are clear, but we can't hear you properly. So could you please turn off the video? Then that, because of the video, sometimes the bandwidth won't support that video transmission. So yeah.
Dr. Priyadarshini?
Now it's fine. Now it's better. Please go ahead. Yep.
Yeah, this is better. I think if you turn off your own webcam and let the slides be on, I think that's what is required because of some bandwidth issues.
Is it Can you hear me? Yes, better? Is better?
Yeah,
Yes.
go ahead, please.
Okay.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? I've done better. Can you hear me better?
Yeah, go ahead. Let's see how it goes. Yeah.
Can you hear me, sir? Hello? Yeah, thank you. Yes, I was talking about immunology playing a role in the industry and what we learn from immunology. Yeah, so I was talking about immunology being an important part in the industry. And what our talk is going to focus today on is going to be about different methods of targeting autoimmune disorders and how the industry currently, the pharma industry currently, is focusing on getting to medicines which we call often as large molecule therapeutics, which are antibodies, which I'll come to in a second, or cell-based therapies in trying to cure autoimmune disorders or cancer. So that is what is going to be the focus of my talk today. So that's why the heading is Immunology in Healthcare Industry. So I've been at Syngene for the past 5 years, and what we are currently working on, the team that I am working with currently, we try to discover antibodies, monoclonal antibodies, which many of you would be knowing are the products of a particular immune cell called B cells. And antibodies are one of the most important mediators of providing immunity to the body, the immune system to the body. So the antibody discovery is also can be not just for biotherapeutics, but also for generating tool molecules. So if someone wants to discover if a disease is there or develop kits to kind of see if that particular disease marker is present in the blood, then what you would require are antibodies to detect those molecules. So we discover antibodies both against markers, which we call as tool antibodies, or antibodies which can be given to patients, which we call as biotherapeutic molecules. The other area that we focus on is to see that once you have certain biologics, which are these antibodies, will they be amongst a group of say 50, 100 antibodies, which are the one that can pass the preclinical studies. So these are in vitro preclinical studies so that you can reach to the lead clinical molecule that you can take forward into the clinical trials, or which you can take forward into first into animal models for efficacy assessments. The last part of my talk is going to be on a very hot topic in immunology these days, which is called the chimeric antigen receptor T cell generation, or CAR T cell generation. And this CAR T cell is going to be the current age therapeutic action against different kind of cancers. So these are going to be broadly, I'm going to very briefly go over these areas. So monoclonal antibodies we discovered by multiple different methods or methodologies. I've given a flavor of that in this slide. So you can see that you can use on your left-hand side many different kind of immunogens like DNA, protein, cells, peptides to kind of get to the antibody of choice. And these antibodies you can generate on your right-hand side in mice, rats, rabbits. Now the species that you raise it again in is not very important when you're making a tool antibody, but when you're making a biotherapeutic molecule, you would probably want something that is highly humanized, which is highly human friendly, so that when you give it into the body, you don't raise any kind of immune response against that particular molecule. Now we adopt various methodologies to get to these kind of monoclonal antibodies, and this is just a representation like hybridoma, or you have NGS, next generation sequencing based, fudge or yeast display based. So the aim of everything is just to have this multifaceted approach, so that against different targets, you probably try to think which is the best method of getting to the best antibody against the target. So when we talk of tool antibodies, like I said, in many cases, and probably in the most recent case, like we discovered antibodies to detect COVID-specific molecules. COVID-specific molecules means against the virus. We tried to develop a kit which will detect antibodies against this virus. So we actually have gotten approval now for ICMR. So this is just to kind of show you that these antibodies are very, very important to be able to tell you whether you're suffering from a disease or not. And how we do that is by regular ELISA methodology, which many of you would be aware of. The other area of interest is basically where you apply these antibodies as therapy. And that therapy, like I said, what we at Syngene majorly work on is oncology targets or immunological autoimmune dysfunction targets. So what I have put there is a small table or a small picture here is to kind of show to you that if you have basically a molecule which is say completely a mouse molecule, which is the A, we call it, that you give it to a human being, you're going to elicit kind of a response in the human because this is a foreign mouse molecule. But these are therefore the most primitive forms of therapies. And these antibodies are called MOMAP antibodies, that's the suffix that you add. Or if these days people are making chimeric, mouse and human chimeric antibodies, which are called ZMAP, like rituximab, which is a very famous antibody against B cell diseases or disorders. Then you have humanized antibody, where almost the entire antibody is kind of, It is human, the gene is almost entirely human. And so you don't have this chance of eliciting an anti-human response, or the response against your antibody or your drug. That we call as Zumab. And what is the most common thing these days? People are actually utilizing mouse model that can give you fully human antibody. And that's where we are currently at, which are called the MUMAB antibodies. And if we look at the graph here, this graph essentially shows you that how with the years, we have actually the red boxes, if you see, are the most common therapeutics, antibody-based therapeutics that are there in the market now. Like I mentioned, one of them is rituximab, which is also called Rituxan. It is against a B-cell molecule, and it's very, very useful against non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, and also used in certain autoimmune disorders. Then you have trastuzumab. Now, these were those humanized antibody, where you have like mostly human, but some mouse or some other species component, which is the C on your left-hand side, like you can see. But what we have currently, which is becoming very, very, and one of the best-selling therapeutics, is basically, if you can see in the bottom, it says adalimumab or Humira, which is against it's an anti-TNF alpha molecule. So this adalimumab is basically a completely human antibody, and this is being used extensively for many autoimmune disorders. And with the years, what we are seeing is there is a rise in the use of therapeutic antibodies in the treatment of these different disorders. So that's why antibodies are becoming more and more relevant. The important part is that the cost is currently high, and a lot of this is restricted to the Western countries now. But if you don't want to restrict it to the Western countries, and we really want to have a scenario where, you know, even in India, we have these therapeutics at hand, this kind of requires reputed institutions like you or and the others in that league to come up and involve in development of these therapeutic antibodies and strategies which will reduce the costing and make it really effective, that we can bring it to our own country. And this responsibility is to be shared by pharma and academia, in my opinion, parallelly, to kind of improve the current scenario in India for antibody-based therapeutics. The other important thing, like I was saying, is that once you have discovered an antibody, we try to look for, I will go to the next slide maybe, we try to look for whether these antibodies can actually kill the target cells. So if you want to look at whether it can kill the target cells, there are many different ways that we do it. There are three mechanisms that we basically test is that if you give these antibody, the first thing on the top, it's called antibody-dependent cellular phagocytosis, ADCP. So what we want to see is that where these antibodies can bind to the target cell in purple in the center, and whether they can engulf the target cells or phagocytose the target cells. The other mechanism, often called antibody-dependent cellular cytotoxicity or ADCC, which you can see in the right-hand side bottom, is where your antibody binds to the target cell and brings certain other effector immune cells to the picture, like NK cells, natural killer cells. They release a lot of lytic enzymes and lytic molecule that destroys the target cells. The other mechanism on your bottom left-hand side is called complement-dependent cytotoxicity, or CDC, where complement, which are one of the very, very efficient small molecule floating in our system, is basically very easily triggered by pathogens. And once they are triggered by pathogens, they can actually elicit a response that kills your target cells. So by using these different mechanisms, we try to assess whether the antibodies that we have made, they are actually able to kill the target or the tumor cell or not. In this case, the tumor cell is the target cell. So I'll just show you one example. So if you can see here that on the top, we have either an isotype control, or you have macrophages which are just unstained effector control, or you kind of try to use an antibody, like I said, rituximab, which is against CD20. And what this blue dots here, what the blue dots here or the blue parts here show is how much of it is being phagocytosed. The reason being the target cells are labeled with a pH sensitive dye. So the moment these pH sensitive dye enters into your endosomal compartment, they increase their intensity of fluorescence, and therefore the amount of blue increases. So as opposed to your isotype, your rituximab is definitely much more potent at inducing phagocytosis of the tumor cells. So the macrophages, different kind of macrophages exist in our body. We call it M1, M2 macrophages based on their functions. They can very nicely, actually, in the presence of rituximab, engulf the target cell or the tumor cells, and thereby result subsequently in removal of the tumor cells from the body. So this is what we assess there. Now I will come to the third thing that I was talking about, which are the chimeric antigen receptor, the CAR molecules. Now these CAR molecules actually bring into effect two different things. One part is we make the extracellular domain derived from an antibody. As you can see on your top left-hand side, you have the antibody. It has a variable fragment called FB and a constant fragment called FC. The variable fragment we actually take and make it into a single chain molecule, which is called SCFB. And this single chain molecule is then, as you can see on your right-hand side, coupled to a intracellular domain, which is the signaling domain. And so you couple part of the B cell function, that is the extracellular of recognizing the target, and your T cell function, which is essentially the intracellular part of transmitting the signal into the T cells, so that the T cells can get super activated and can try and kill your target cell of interest. So this is what we kind of now call the chimeric antigen receptor driven T cell generation, or people are now even trying to use pluripotent stem cells so that the stem cells can express these chimeric antigen receptor, and now you add different kind of cytokines to differentiate these pluripotent cells to make them into T cell, into NK cells, and then you have a very robust system by means of which you can actually destroy your tumor cell. Now, one problem here, what happens is that when you make the CAR cells, you essentially end up coming to a scenario where these CAR cells result in extensively high signaling into the T cells and a very high cytokine response, which we often call a cytokine storm. And that is very, very destructive to the body. So it's an uncontrolled process that gets initiated. In order to stop that, so you want tumor cells to be killed, but we don't want a cytotoxic, overall cytotoxic response in the body. To balance between the two, what people are now coming up with is in the picture that you can see in the bottom, which is called the CAR-T adapter molecule or CAM molecules. These CAMs play a very important role. On one hand, they can bind to your tumor cell. On the other hand, they can bind to the CAR-T cells. Now, because they can bind at both the sides, they can bring these CAR-T cells towards the tumor cell. That is one good part. The other good part is this is a small molecule, the CAM molecule. So if you just take off the CAM molecule or you bring in the CAM molecule, based on this particular modality, you can control the amount of CAR-T cell that will go to the tumor cell. So you can actually, by modulating the amount of CAM that you give or the frequency of the CAM that you can give, you can basically actually control the cytotoxic storm or the cytokine release storm in the body, whereas you can try to kill the tumor cells. So based on this modality is where many of the CAR-T cell therapies are currently coming into function or being made effective. So with this talk, I would kind of want to conclude saying that, I will just skip through a few slides here, but with acknowledgements to all the different institutions and organizations that I worked in. My training was in National Institute of Immunology, so my entire gratitude goes to my mentors there who have tutored me to become an immunologist. Then I went to Harvard Medical School for my postdoc, so my gratitude to Mike Carroll's lab there. I was a scientist for a brief period at Regional Center for Biotechnology in Faridabad. And then, like I said, for last 5 years, I've been at Syngene. So my gratitude to all the scientists and all my friends at every stage in my career because of which I could accomplish what I have today. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Priyadarshini.
Yeah, Indranil, please go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Priyadarshini, for this very informative and contemporary talk on this antibodies and its relevance in the present therapeutics. So the panel is now open for the question. Please.
So yes, Dr. Chatterjee.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's a wonderful talk. So I enjoyed actually that how you are using this variable shells for therapeutic engineering. So it's not question, but just to curious because Syngene grows now so much. So I was also a family of Syngene in one point of time.
Okay.
I don't know whether you know or not. It is early days. Starting from this your Tebaguri unit, and then it's moved to the Mohsandra, where actually EMS started the unit, and I think Syngene also relocated there. So great to see that. So my request is that please visit us, and then you can also give the opportunity to our students for some of the interns there, or some projects, small projects like 3 months. That would be great. So
Sure.
Like to
And
have you here as an
I think
association.
this,
I
this
talked to
what is
Partha,
lacking.
so you know Partha Hajra, I hope.
Yes, I know him. And what
Your
I think
voice.
is, what
Hello, Dr.
we're
Priyadarshini.
lacking in India is basically this crosstalk between industry and academia. So if we get an opportunity to do that, I think that is the best current scenario of helping our own country, I think. So I think this is, so if you think your interns would like to come and learn something at Syngene, or if you think I can go sometime and share whatever I know with your students there, both is very, I will be very encouraged. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what actually that's what I was. I think some point we missed due to the boardroom problem. So I have a touch with the Parthoda, so just to come here and then you tell us that what is the requirement of Syngene, so that we can also orient our students for this kind of research, industry-oriented research. So we'll be very happy.
Sure. I think that will be very, very nice. I will ask my HR also to discuss on this further, because company policies I'm not aware of, but I think they will be happy to have bright students like from your organizations, your institutes coming in.
At least if they get an opportunity to have this training, because I think Biocon already started some training program also.
Yes. True. Absolutely. You please reach out to me on mail, and I'll do whatever is in my small capacity to help out. Thank you.
Yeah,
sure.
Dr. Priyadarshini, I just have a small question
Yes.
related to this. So I'm a bit curious that right now these nanobodies or these camelid antibodies are coming into very much into the picture.
Yes.
So, and single domain antibodies.
Yes.
Yes. So how you envision that? Is there any chance that from the industrial perspective, these nanobodies or single domain antibodies are going to take over the conventional antibody in the therapeutics, or at least in the diagnostic?
So we are at a stage, Indranil, where I don't want to claim too much, but what I can say is this has a very strong potential. The only limitation being currently is that, we are also working, if you know that the field is working on bispecific, trispecific molecule, so that 3-4 different immune cell can be brought together. Now this nanobodies may not be able to do that, but what it can do is, like a small molecule, have benefits of the small molecule, like very easy penetrance into the tissues and other things. So now the field has to actually see the pros and cons of both bispecific versus nanobody to actually be able to see which is more efficacious. So currently we are standing at that point, where we are not enough data to show which is better than the other. But absolutely nanobody have a very high potential, very high promise.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks once again for joining us.
I had one little question
for
sir, Dr. Chatterjee. Yeah, she brought a very important point early in her talk about the cost of these antibody therapies in India and ways to bring it down. Why do you think it is so cost is so high, and what can we do in academia to help out? You did say we should do more research, but can you be more specific on that?
Absolutely, sir. This question is so close to my heart because this is where theory, we come down from theory to practical actually. So I think one thing that is not happening in India is most of these drug discoveries are happening outside India, sir. Most of these therapeutic antibody, like we are working as a CRO for foreign companies, but the antibody patents and everything lie with them. But if we can at India try making our own antibody, like we did for COVID, the COVID vaccine. So if we start at academia taking up topics very vigorously in trying to make anti-cancer or anti-autoimmune antibody, the first thing, it will be an India product, and the important thing would be the patenting cost and everything would be much lesser. And then we can work around the other legal obligations much easily as compared to bringing drugs that are being manufactured abroad and brought into India. So I think anything made in India would be definitely bringing down the cost a lot, which is not currently happening, sir, which is a very unfortunate scenario. We are just bringing drugs from abroad here. So that is the first thing. That's why I said academia plays a very important role to to help us to discover antibodies against a lot of these targets. And the second thing that I think we can do as currently in the industry or academia in India is to also try to find out, which something we're very good at India is something we call jugaad. Like, it's not always important that, we make a very fancy molecule. Things which are less fancy, but are also often, like quick and dirty method, but it may work. And we are very good at it, I personally think. So one is making a lot of antibody in India, not getting it from abroad. Secondly, trying out alternatives, which are possibly effective or not as much, but definitely efficacious against the diseases, sir. So I think that is where my request to all academia and my friends also, I keep saying that we can all work together for that, sir. That is my take on it, sir.
Thank you. A lot more innovation. That's what we need to do.
Absolutely,
Thank you very
sir.
much.
Absolutely, sir. Yes, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that wonderful talk. And we will now move on to the last speaker of this session, Dr. Devayan Ghosh, who is co-founder and president of Epigen. Title of his talk is Right Where We Are, How an IITian Should Prepare to Steer the Indian Biotech Industry to a 100 billion biopharma club. Dr. Devayan's vision for Epigen is to emerge as a leading biotech innovator enhancing human life. Having worked for leading biotech companies in the US and India for more than a decade prior to founding Epigen, he realized the potential for biotechnology to shape tomorrow's world. And somewhere on his website or somewhere it's written that building futures strand by strand. That's what Epigen's motto is. Epigen has manufacturing facilities in Dubai, India, and USA, and innovation for sustainable development is his key focus. He obtained his Master of Technology degree from Center for Biotechnology in Anna University, has done various international business courses from IIM. He cut his teeth at Biocon after obtaining his degree, where he worked for 5 years. He has authored several publications, he has patents to his credit, and now at a forefront of entrepreneurship. Dr. Devayan?
Hello, hi. Can everyone hear me clearly?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, please.
So also, am I visible? Should I keep the video on?
No, you're visible.
No, we can see you. We can hear you right now. Are you going to show us some slides?
Actually, I have a few slides, but we can always.
It's your prefer if you want to speak. Yeah, go ahead, please. Yeah.
Yeah. So in my topic today, let me try to share the slide here that is open. Actually, today I'm using my daughter's computer because I'm at home. So anyway, let
Hello. Hello, Dr. Ghosh, can you hear me? Hello. Dr. Ghosh, can you hear me?
I think we have lost him. If there's a way to reach out to him.
So I think he's come back. Just email. We're trying to communicate, sir, through email only because he's in abroad. So
yeah,
phone won't work for the time being. Ravi sending an email. Hello, Dr. Ghosh. Wasn't. But it was working well. Suddenly it happened. Because of the slides.
WhatsApp number is there?
Hello all. We are having some technical problem. Please be with us. We are going to solve this problem.
Dr. Ghosh, can you hear me? Yeah, he is back. Yes,
Yeah.
we can see you now and we can hear you. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, this is a different computer, though it says 67.
Yeah, so maybe you, as you were planning, you can just tell us what you have to say and not worry about the slides for now, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, let me thank you and the team at IIT Jodhpur for inviting me. So, Professor Minu had been in touch with me for quite some time, and I'm very happy to see the participation for your program. I would like to quickly go to because I guess there is a limited amount of time, and I would like to quickly go to the point that I was thinking to discuss, present to the students here. So what is I was hearing from the previous speaker that what does it take for India to go from where it is today in terms of biotechnology industry to the $100 billion club that we are all aspiring to be at. Okay, so being an entrepreneur in this field of biotechnology, I realized one thing very clearly, that you have to make a commercially viable proposition, and that's the bottom line. Okay, and that's the only thing that works. So how do you do that? I mean, as scientists, how can you contribute to make a commercially viable proposition? Okay, see, I come from a background where I was a scientist and working in Biocon, coming from biotechnology background, and then I, even in the US when we were working, what I realized there is the scientists who were working in the company where I was working south of Florida, all the time.
Hello, Dr. US.
What's the think it's early hours. Our network has an issue. 120. Yeah, it's quite hard. 120.
What you're saying, 1 to 2 was lunch. We have now, even if you start something, they will full time.
No, I think lunch is up to 2:30 next session.
2:30.
1:30 to 2:30 is lunch.
Hello, Dr. Ghosh. Hello. Hello, Dr.
Yeah,
Ghosh.
you're back again, Dr. Ghosh.
Yeah, I'm back again. I don't know what's going on, why this
We have
computer
this request, Dr. Ghosh, could you please turn off that your webcam? Then because it might be the problem with the bandwidth. So if you keep the video off, and then I think we can hear you better.
Yeah. So then can you give me just 1 minute? Let me shift
Sure, no problem. Please
where I
take your
will
time.
not the video, and then maybe that will be faster. Okay. Just give me 1 second.
Sure.
Hi, everyone. I would like to give it a shot one more time with this computer. And if it still doesn't work, I would like to shift the computer because I guess we are hard pressed for time here. Is that okay?
Yes, Dr. Ghosh. Yeah, please go ahead.
Ask him to make you a panel.
Yeah.
So that you can
So, hi. You can hear me clearly now, right?
Yes, yes.
Correct,
We hear you.
correct,
We can hear you.
What I was discussing talking about was how to make it a commercially viable proposition. Okay, now commercially viable proposition is something when you make a product in your industry which you can sell. Okay. Now, I was just hearing the previous speaker was talking about how the biologics are much, are hardly affordable by the patients in India so far, and mostly the biologics are utilized by the Western world, Japan, United States, where 90% of the markets are over there. One of the primary reasons I would say for that is because we are not being able to produce them effectively and efficiently in our country. Okay, and why is that? I mean, one of the primary reasons for not being able to produce them in a commercially viable way within our country is probably the bioprocess where you need to express these molecules efficiently enough, and A, and B, how you process these molecules in a way that your cost can be kept low. So I would like to go back to my experience where we had licensed in early stage technologies, and we started working on them on various. I'm talking about the Epigen Biotech Indian facility in Navi Mumbai, where we have scientists working on various early stage technologies. And when we try to see the commercial viability of these technologies, where what we face primarily is the obstacle in terms of first of all the expression levels, second of all the purification levels, and then the cost of running the facility, the utilities, and everything put together. What is the final cost and how we can make it affordable is the biggest question. Now, in terms of the expression, I would like to say we had been always in our part of the world. We had been always trying conventional expression systems where we had been trying to modify process, but then there had been limitation in terms of how much protein you can express at the end of the day. By the way, can you tell me till what time do I have to for this presentation so that I can summarize it accordingly?
About 15 minutes now, I would say probably. Is that okay? Indranil, go ahead. You.
No,
Yeah,
sir,
sure,
please,
sure.
sir.
Time.
Yeah. No. It's okay, sir.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, so about 15 minutes, I would say.
Yeah, okay. 15 minutes. Let me time it. Okay. So, expression of the proteins to make it affordable. That is a key. And like I was saying, conventional hosts have their limitations. The advantage of a conventional host is in terms of regulatory, because the regulatory system within our country had been used to conventional hosts. But then what you probably have observed in the West and in the countries where there is a lot of work that is going on how to cut cost and make those biologics more affordable to the people. So that is where one is looking at unconventional hosts. For example, we have a tie-up with a US company south of Florida where we use a host called C1. Now, when we use that C1 host, we observe that we can express, for example, monoclonal antibodies 10 to 15 times in larger quantities when you compare with conventional CHO cells. So, so what happens is, as a result, the expression itself is so much that when you purify those proteins, the possibility of cutting cost is much higher. Subsequently, the bioprocess that are utilized to express those proteins and purify these proteins is also very important to keep in mind, that you need to keep this process as simple as possible. So right from the time when you're designing a molecule, one needs to see how to make this process simple in terms of purification. For example, can you avoid using multiple chromatographic steps, because more often than not, when you go for a large scale chromatography, the resins are the limiting factors, because they are very expensive, as you must be all aware of. For example, a resin resin bed could cost anywhere near 1 crore, which can process around 100 cycles of the protein run. So as you can understand, these are the costs which are hidden, but one needs to see how you can design the process in such a way that the costs are affordable. Now, see, I mean, I don't want to really deviate from my primary topic that I wanted to discuss. Got a little bit, disturbed by this computer thing, but so it's very important for the students to understand that to be able to succeed in the biotech industry of today and tomorrow, they need to think of commercial success in terms of the proteins that they're working on. Okay. Now, the commercial success comes from making a project viable. That can be from the process point of view, how you express and purify the protein at an affordable cost. And also, how you handle and overcome the regulatory challenges, the regulatory challenges in terms of India, the regulatory challenges in terms of the markets that you're looking at for each individual part of the geography. And the last and not the least is how you make it accessible to the clients globally. So what we have observed is, in terms of this, in the biological molecules, For example, in India, when you're talking about a new expression host, which could actually cut the cost of the protein by several folds, there are a lot of regulatory hurdles because probably these are new hosts and the regulatory framework in our part of the world is still developing. And however, it is a key area the students will have to keep in mind in terms of making a viable proposition for the industry. Now, how do you prepare the students for that? So in my opinion, a student has to keep in mind that while we learn the processes which makes the protein more affordable, at the same time, we also need to keep a key eye on what are the regulatory practices, what is acceptable in which country. For example, if you want to make a molecule which is acceptable in LATAM, in all these Latin American countries, which are the countries where you need to do some limited clinical trials? Okay, and what is the cost for that? What is a hack? What is a route available to do a trial in a country, for example, Croatia, and then get a regulatory approval which could be suitable for European markets? So whether you like to do a clinical trial with UK MHRA, or would you like to do a clinical trial in Croatia? So are we preparing our biotechnologists of today to have this global purview of how they can be more competitive, how they can make a product in a more competitive way, how can they make it more accessible to the people of the world? Because as I told you, 90% of the biopharmaceutical are actually consumed by only 10% of the population. So that clearly indicates that if we can make these biopharmaceutical molecules more affordable for the rest of the world, then the sky is the limit. And where we are sitting today as Indians, we are we have a fantastic set of scientific brains and scientific capabilities in our country, like the scientists sitting in your meeting room today, and multiple other excellent institutions. We understand very well on how to make a brilliant intellectual proposition, but end of the day, we'll have to make it commercially viable. And this had been cliched pretty much in the industry, where we often come across people talking about that the academia will have to keep the commercial aspects in mind. But now, in terms of biotech and the biopharmaceutical perspective, even the commercial aspects are so much dependent on intellectual knowledge and intellectual property. So that is where it's a beautiful melting pot of intellect and commerce. So my suggestion to the academia is to prepare your students in such a way that they have the right dose of the science part in terms of how the basic the biomolecules can be designed and expressed, the right dose of the bioprocess part, which is a very key area, which is more often than not neglected, in view of the fundamental biology. Because once you get the right product, you need to express it, in a smart way, in large quantities, shorter time, cut down the process so that you can, cut cost. And last and not the least, to understand very well the commercial viabilities in terms of regulatory, what are the clinical trials that are to be done, in which are the geographies. For example, the clinical trial protocols for the biosimilars used to be very different for our part of the world, even I would say 5 years back. Okay, so it has changed drastically in the last 5 years. Where you could do 60 patient or 100 patient limited phase 3 clinical trial for a biosimilar molecule would require you to do a 300 patients or 600 patients phase 1, phase 3, phase 4 clinical trial. Now we are talking about a much higher cost in terms of clinical trial and how one can, one can handle that in terms of making the product more viable. Similarly, in the Western countries, many of these Latin American countries which didn't require a clinical trial in even 5 years back for biological molecules are now, requiring more and more regulatory approvals, entailing a lot more cost. So one needs to know what are the ways, you can negotiate those obstacles in terms of making the product more viable, because that is a very important area to, to make a biological molecule accessible to the rest of the world, which is 90% of the market size, and that is what is going to help for this, the biosimilars industry to an Indian industry to access the global pool of $100 billion biosimilar industry that we are looking just a few years down the line. So we all aspire to be there as soon as possible. The industry is getting geared up. There are millions of biotechnologists being produced globally, and a large chunk of that is being produced by institutes within our country. And there is a huge opportunity lying there, okay, in terms of biological molecules, because as I just mentioned to you, 90% of the world market is still pretty much untapped. And that is only because the affordability of those drugs doesn't justify them to be, accessed by the 90% of the market size yet. So it's a key role that the industry will have to play to make these biological molecules affordable for the large part of this market size. And that is where the institutions and academia of your kind would play a key role. And I would suggest an IITian to keep the entire perspective in his mind and prepare to meet this challenge. And I think my time is kind of, hello?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Dr.
so,
Ghosh, yeah.
Yeah, hi. I think I'm kind of run out of time here. So do you, anyone has any questions for me?
Yeah, we'll open this talk to any questions now. Is there anything? Let me look at the YouTube channel if there's anything there. I don't see anything there either. So, Professor Indraneel, would you like to close the session?
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ghosh, for sharing your experience and thoughts on this very, say, stimulating point, that how to be, it is not only about to reach a point, but what actually means something meaningful in life from that IIT students, how they can use their knowledge and breach the technological gap and simultaneously acquire an economic prosperity and contribute to that country's economy. So altogether, it's a nice talk. So I would like to thank all this and say speakers of this particular sessions. And now, sir, I would like to hand over these things to Dr. Neeraj Jain. So was the chair of this session.
Thank you, Professor Indraneel. Thank you to all the speakers and all the panelists and everybody who has contributed immensely with their thoughts, experience, and suggestions and advice, how to take whole biotechnology sector ahead in the country and making us aware of the potential of it. I think that's the most important thing. We should know that this is a great potential for growth, the next wave of innovation, the next wave of us becoming a leader in the world. And perhaps, as I don't recall who said, that we could be the next Google as far as biotechnology is concerned. So there is nothing more hopeful, particularly for young people who are watching this, who are participating in this. to think of, to aspire to look forward to. And all the speakers today, all the panelists today have started on a journey which was tough, I'm sure. And where they have reached today, it's just amazing progress. And we should all probably keep engaged with them to learn from their experience and look for their advice. I would like to, at some point in time, those who have not actually visited Jodhpur, IIT Jodhpur, to come, even though the advantage of online discussion is that we can have people from all over the world, but the disadvantage is that personal touch actually is not there, where we can have across the table interaction with all of you. So once this COVID situation improves, I think we should organize, we will organize more sessions like this where we can have personal interaction with our students. So it's a wide canvas that we have covered since morning, from tools, technologies that we need, the economics, the methods, the difficulties, the innovation that is required, the procedures, processes that have to be followed, to a variety of success stories, and we have learned from the basic research that's being done, to the technologies in terms of products that are being developed, and the whole process that has gone through. And it was a great learning experience for me. I'm sure it was a great learning experience for everybody, particularly for the young among us. And I would like to once again thank all the speakers and all the panelists. And Professor Indranil, if you want to add anything, after that we'll move on to lunch. I'm sure all of us are waiting for that.
Thank you, sir. I would like to thank you also for being here and sharing this session. So with this, I'm handing over this things to Dr. Preeti.
Thank you so much, Professor Banerjee. Now we are going to have a lunch break, and next session is going to start from 2:30 p.m. Please be there on time. Thank you so much. We are looking forward to have you all for the 2:30 session. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me clearly? Just wanted to test out the.
Yes, good afternoon. Yeah, Mr. Gulati. Yeah, this is
Hi,
Ranjit.
good afternoon. Hi, how are you? Is it, I'm audible? Is it okay?
Yes, yes, you are audible as well as you are visible too.
Okay, would it allow me to share my stuff?
We will start the session in a few minutes. I will give some introduction to the session,
Okay.
opening remarks for the session. After that, we can start.
Uh,
I will let you know,
I,
sir. Yeah.
sure, but I think you'll have to enable something because I don't see an option to share from my end. I think it is
Yeah,
not
we are
enabled.
doing it. We are doing it.
Okay, fair.
Mr. Gulati, can you see the shares option? Yes.
Yeah, can you see that?
Yes, 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 we can.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay,
So
I'll
we are
hold on
going
for a
to,
while.
yeah, we are going to start maybe in few minutes.
No problem, no problem. I just wanted to be ready. Yeah.
Thank you.
म्यूट हो गया म्यूट कर दूं नहीं आपका आवाज जाना चाहिए हाँ आपका आवाज जाएगा आपको कुछ और नहीं
Yes, Prasadata.
I've joined. Yeah, I'm joined.
Yes, we can see you.
Yeah.
So we will start the session in 2 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
If you want, you can sit.
Good afternoon to all of you and welcome back for the next session. For this session, we have with us Professor T.K. Datta from IIT Delhi and Professor Ranju Mohan. Professor Ranju Mohan is head of the Department of Civil and Infrastructure Engineering at IIT Jodhpur. She did her PhD in Civil Engineering with a specialization in Traffic Engineering from Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. Now would like to invite Professor Ranju to proceed with the session. Professor Ranju.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Preeti, and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon sessions as part of the Industry Day event at IIT Jodhpur. I am Dr. Ranju Mohan, co-chairing the session of Invited Talks. As part of this session, we have invited 4 experts from industries: Mr. Ravi Gulati, Head of Sales L&T Smartboard; Mr. Jagdish Salgankar, Senior Vice President Econ; Mr. Akhilesh Srivastav, Chief General Manager, IT and Highways Operation, NHAI; and Ms. Shreya Gadepalli, South Asia Director, Institute of Transportation and Development Policy. The experts will give talks for 20 minutes on selected topics, followed by a question and answer session for 10 minutes. Attendees are requested to type their questions in the chat box. These questions will be answered during the question and answer sessions. The session is chaired by Professor Tushar Kumar Datta. Professor T.K. Datta completed his PhD from IIT Bombay in 1973. He is an emeritus professor at IIT Delhi and is internationally well known for his work in the area of structural dynamics and earthquake engineering. He has been a dynamic core group member of the Engineering Mechanics Division of ACE since 2002. He is the city representative of Delhi for the World Megacities Project Radius for Seismic Hazard coordinated by Stanford University. Amongst different awards received by him, the most notable one is the 15th Khwarizmi International Award for his research work in earthquake engineering and structural control. IIT Jodhpur is fortunate to have him as an adjunct faculty in the Department of Civil and Infrastructure Engineering. Now I request Professor Datta to give opening remarks for this session on smart infrastructure. Over to you, sir.
Hello, the respected speakers, my young friends, and Anju. The job of a chairman is to give a opening remark and then doze off during during the talks of the experts. So let me finish the first part and quickly make the session start. We create a number of facilities, civil engineering facilities these days to run and sustain industries. These industries have now taken a different shape in the sense that they are highly interdisciplinary in nature. Therefore, the classical way of looking at the civil engineering, that basically one has to forget and see the civil engineering as a department or a discipline which provides these civil amenities to build up different kinds of big industries, like, say, the oil and gas industry, communication industry, nuclear industry, telecom industry, IT industry. And if you look at these industries, the kind of civil structures that one has to do is not only very challenging in terms of planning and design, but also they require a highly interdisciplinary knowledge of engineering. To cater to this need in various parts of the world, in all higher seats of learning, they have created departments like civil and infrastructure. The role of these departments are slightly different than the classical civil engineering departments. And to meet those challenges in India, we have set up or developed this department of civil and infrastructure at IIT Jodhpur. If you look at the course curriculum of the two branches that we have opened up over here, that is the power and environment, you will see that the kind of diverse nature of the courses and interdisciplinary nature of the courses. So you can imagine the requirement of the days now to run an industry and create infrastructure for them. And I'll end up by telling you a story, small story. Professor Harish Shah, who was the head of the department in Stanford University for 15 years, he came to IIT Delhi and he was talking about what should the engineering curriculum in 2021. So he said that the engineering curriculum should be completely different. And in order to make his point, he narrated a very small story. He said that he went to Japan and visited a steel construction company. And when he went there, he found that everything there is run either by a robot or a computer or something else. They are doing the welding, they are doing the design. Everything is done by the automation of the machines, and it's a almost computer-driven company. Then when he came out, he was asking, who is a civil engineer over here? So the message was that a steel company, which is known to be classically a civil engineering company, that basically there, once you go inside, that you find that perhaps In the classical sense, there is no civil engineer. So that's the kind of the industry need today. And we have, developed our department over here with that particular point of view. So I stop at this and look forward to listening and learning many things from the speakers over here, and would try to, incorporate their knowledge in developing our course curriculum. Thank you very much for giving an opportunity to talk and open the session.
Thank you, Professor Datta. We have our first speaker with us, Mr. Ravi Gulati. Mr. Gulati has overall 26 years of rich sales and business management experience in IT, communication services, and digital infrastructure industry. He is currently working with L&T Smart World and Communications as their head of sales. L&T Smart World and Communications is India's largest master system integrator, offering ICT-led smart infrastructure, integrated security and surveillance solutions, and large mission-critical telecom networks for central, state government, municipal corporations, police and law enforcement agencies, public sector units, telecom operators, defense, and enterprise customers. Mr. Gulati was also previously associated with organizations like Nokia, HP, British Telecom in a variety of sales and business development roles across India and global markets, driving key business and P&L engagements for IT and digital services across private and public sector markets. On behalf of our institute, I am honored to invite him for a talk in this session. He will give a talk on ICT-led solutions for smart, safe, and connected world. I request Mr. Gulati to give the talk. Over to you, sir.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Datta and Dr. Ranju Mohan and all the fellow panelists, all the people in the room and all the people who are listening and participating in Industry 2021 at IIT Jodhpur. It's my pleasure to be here, and connect back with the academia to share some of the practical experiences which we are trying to do at L&T Smart World. And I'm not going to talk too much about what we do, but what the industry is looking like, to give you some practical perspective that when we talk of smart cities or safe cities, when you hear of Honorable Prime Minister's 100 Smart City Mission, what is actually going on in the country? When you talk of Nirbhaya funded safe city projects, what are we trying to attempt out here? And why is it becoming important in the current scheme of things? I'll share with you some references, some case studies, which will just give you a perspective of the way industry is emerging from a solutions, which will give you idea from an academia point of view as to what are the areas where we are needing a lot of experts, both from the business point of view as well as from the technology standpoint, operations standpoint, and some of the emerging trend areas which will be very useful for academia to start looking at it, keeping a window of next 2 to 5 years in mind. So I'll try to limit in 15 to 20 minutes maximum and then keep some time for questions. Feel free to raise questions. I hope the slides are visible to all of you. I just wanted to use them as some pointers.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Yeah. Just give me a second, it is not moving, so I'll just try again. Yeah, I just wanted to give a start with, when we talk of smart cities and you hear about 100 smart city missions, out of which almost 50 to 55 smart cities have already implemented some of the solutions. What does a smart city framework looks like? So if you see from the down below, what you see is a physical infrastructure where you have the various devices which are basically taking the data from the various elements, the sensors, the access points, the devices, cameras, etc. As you go higher up, you will have the various data networks through which you get those data points into the central point for analysis. It could be a 4G, 5G network. It could be a narrowband IoT network. It could be a fiber-based network. It could be a low-power wide area network. Could be any access networks. Further, you have the various integration layers which have to work on open industry standards. So data from a southbound interfaces can come up at the integration layer. You will have the supporting physical infrastructure, which is the compute, storage, and cloud for hosting it. It could be on-premise or it could be over a cloud service provider. Then you have the various software platform and applications where, and I'll talk more about that. These are more from the use cases depending on what kind of an application smart city is implementing, whether it is a smart parking or a or a digital asset management or a location-based services or environmental sensors or any healthcare application, which is where all your platforms and applications are hosted. And when you talk of a city, there are what I'm focusing right now is more of the information layers, whether it is from a safety standpoint or transport or utilities like water and energy or a building management or various healthcare and hospital management applications, or it could be education, or it could be governance where the city administration wants to have a view of the various things which are happening in that city on an integrated operation center or the command center, and giving the same visibility on a mobile application or a portal by virtue of which various citizens are able to engage with the government and and use the e-citizen services. This is how, on a very simple layman terms, how a smart city framework looks like when we talk to the city administrators. Excuse me. I'll just spend a couple of seconds on in the next 3 or 4 slides under the various brackets of how a smart city solution looks like, how a safe city solution looks like, and so on and so forth. So if you see in a smart city solutions, it could start with a very simple thing like, imagine a municipal corporation who today has to manage the whole city of a 20 or a 30 or a 40 square kilometer. Various departments are working on their own. How do you enable the administrators in the city to be able to have a single view from a command and control center, and at the same time be able to take some actions directly or through the concerned department to address some of those issues in a real-time basis? Second, is there any process how you're able to correlate the use cases? So, for example, if there is a water pipe leakage which happens in the city, for sure, water department will be working on it. But do you have a system that you're able to parallelly inform the traffic department or the law enforcement department so they are able to manage the traffic and divert the traffic to avoid the area which is getting flooded? This is just a simple example of how use cases or a correlation can happen between the use cases when you talk of a typical smart city environment. So you can have a garbage, collections. You can have pothole detections. You can have solid waste management. In a city, you will have environmental sensors. You have the public announcement systems. You will have emergency call box. You will have various variable messaging displays, which you these days see in the city, on which other than the regular statistics of temperature or traffic snarls happening and all get displayed, or any announcement which the government wants to do it. It could be smart street light management. It could be citizen applications. It could be interactive kiosk, which you see in many places like Jaipur or another tourist spots. It could be smart parking and remote governance, wherein you are able to go and walk into the kiosk or through your mobile applications, do various, use various citizen services. These are some examples of what are the various smart city solutions, and all of them finally have to integrate at an operation center, which in a different parlance, some people call it integrated command and control center. Some of them call as operation centers. There are various, but those are basically the central hub where the administrators, or in the case of a safe city, law enforcement agencies, which is the police, is able to get a single integrated view of all the applications which they have ported onto the command and control center and are able to take the meaningful actions. And what you see on the right side is one view of that of a command and control center. I'll show some of them as we go along. I'll talk about some of the case studies later, but typical examples people who have implemented are the cities are like Nagpur, Prayagraj in Allahabad, where Kumbh happened, Vizag, Raipur, and there are 40-50 more cities who have implemented this. I'll talk about that as we go along. These are the typical safe city solutions. When I say safe city, this all came across more for to become the eyes and ears of the police in various metro cities, and now it has started getting into B class and C class cities. This got a lot of traction after the Nirbhaya event back in 2011, and government put up a Nirbhaya fund specifically to start putting various surveillance solutions in the cities, more from a women and child safety, but in a way it helps all the citizens, where you're basically talking of a unified view of the various key junctions or key locations in the city. In a way, it gives you some kind of a decision support system on which you are able to act on a real time and at many places avoid a potential issue which might be happening in the city. What are the various don't just take it like a typical dumb cameras and all, let's say 10,000 cameras which have been put in the city, but there are a lot of software which you're talking about, like facial recognition, crowd management, women getting surrounded by people, or various crime analytics based on AI and ML software. A lot of crime analytics happening, detecting any abnormal behavior, left out objects, or some kind of a strange movement happening in the ground. Now a lot of softwares have come up which are both from international as well as a lot of made in India setups who are able to provide a lot of video analytics and crime investigation softwares. Obviously, this acts as an emergency response and disaster management system, which in a way it becomes like a camp office for law enforcement agencies. So for example, in Mumbai, other than day-to-day law enforcement agencies, whenever you're having a procession or a political rally, or let's say Ganesh Visarjan kind of a large event happening, this is very prominently used to ensure crowd management. At the same time, make sure that there are no untoward incidents. And I'll talk about some of those case studies as we go along, but Hyderabad has implemented that very well. In fact, they also have integrated the traffic management along with the video surveillance solutions. They also many places integrated with Dial 112, which is basically the emergency response system of police, and where you and me call up and all. When you have an integrated system like that, that makes life very easier for the law administration to manage that. Many places have already implemented that. I'll talk about that. The crowd management picture which you see in the middle is actually of Prayagraj Kumbh, the Kumbh Mela which happened in 2019, where almost 25 crore people collected at one place over the period of those 3 months. And this was actually captured in the Guinness record that no untoward incident happened this time, wherein, by virtue of some of these safe city solutions, the complete crowd management was done. The traffic management was done using some of these safe city solutions. These are some of the smart mobile. I'll just go a little faster in the interest of time and maybe spend a couple of minutes on the use cases. These are some of the smart mobility solutions, which are basically for multimodal transport solutions in a city, wherein you integrate the intelligent public transport systems. You provide a kind of a single view for the people of all the mobility options available. It goes beyond also. From a law enforcement point of view, license plate recognition, or these days you see people using some of the very funny license plates, red light violation, or not wearing helmets. These days, not wearing belts or not wearing masks where more than 2 people are sitting in the car. A lot of those use cases are actually being implemented by law enforcement and police agencies using some of these surveillance or mobility solutions. And what all I'm showing out here are not theoretical things. These are all actually running live in at least 10 to 15 cities in the country. And as we go forward, more and more sophisticated softwares, video analytics options are coming into the play to help the administrators not only do the post forensics of any crime, but to be able to avoid any potential crime or any deviation which might be happening in the city. These are some of the smart energy solutions. You will be, some of you may be aware that government has started implementing smart meters in the urban household to start with, and there is a plan to have 250 million, almost 25 crore households covered in the next 3 years. We are fortunate that we are already involved in one of the first projects with Ministry of Power in UP and Haryana, wherein we are implementing 5 million smart meters. And it is not just a replacement of the traditional meters with smart meters. You're actually integrating the complete head-end system, the meter data management system with the existing legacy applications. The whole fetching of the data happens over a GPRS, over a mobile network. So anyone does not have to physically go to our households and collect the data. So what it helps is not only it helps avoid any any tampering with the meter. It helps remote connecting, disconnecting if the person has not paid his bill. It helps with the prepaid metering. It helps a consumer get an application through which he or she can see what is the usage they are having. It also gives the power discom companies, the distribution companies, some view of what is the power consumption at what point of the day, so they can do actually some kind of a differential pricing and manage their power load also. These are some of these solutions. Other than the smart city, you can call it smart city solutions, you can call it smart energy solutions, but which are being prevalently used when we talk of smart infrastructure. This is already happening in UP and Haryana, to some extent in Bihar, Rajasthan, and it's expanding like anything. It has to be covered across the country right now. These are some of the smart education solutions. This is something which we have done in Tamil Nadu for some 5,010 and 10+2 schools, where you're not only just talking of smart classrooms and all, but you're actually talking of virtual training centers. You're talking of high-tech labs which are available to people all across the state where physical infrastructure cannot reach. It is also talking of remote schooling. And it is going now into some interesting use cases like attendance management or student-teacher efficiency analytics. It is going into emotion analysis, and as more and more we're getting into work from home or study from home, I'm sure some of these emotional analysis will start becoming very interesting use cases to see that the right kind of education is getting imparted and people are also getting benefited out of here. And you can always add content and delivery learning apart from monitoring and all. If let's say some exams and all are going on, and more, a lot of remote exams will be getting administered. So these are some examples of smart education. While we're talking of all these connected solutions, let's admit, cyber security is becoming a very, very ingredient threat and something which all of us have to be worried about. And therefore, whether it is cyber risk consulting services, whether it is the industrial or smart infra security, both in the urban environment as well as in the industrial environment, whether it is cyber defense, whether it is for law enforcement, whether it is for critical power plants, or defense establishments, or digital forensics. These are something which are becoming very, very important areas. And as academia, I'm sure you will be spending, and you will also be updating your curriculums to see that some of these facets are captured in the undergraduates and the postgraduate curriculum. Then this is in huge demand. I mean, I must say, amongst all the things which I have talked about, cybersecurity is something which is all pervasive across all the areas which we're doing. There is a lot of work which is happening on the standardization, both on the devices side as well as on the on the application layer to make any of the applications which we are making cyber-proof. I mean, imagine the kind of vulnerability which we have, because any IoT device on the field can be a potential area or a threat or a vulnerable area for cyber intrusion. So this is something which is very, very critical for the industry. I just wanted to give you, not to go into details, but these are the various projects which are happening when you talk of smart ICT-led solutions. If you talk of smart cities, right from Delhi in NDMC to in Rajasthan, if I talk about in Jodhpur, in Bikaner, in Bharatpur, some of the surveillance solutions. Jaipur, we have a lot of implementations have happened on the smart city. Ahmedabad, Nagpur, Pune, Goa, Tamil Nadu, Vizag, Raipur, some of the connectivities in Bihar. These are the various representative projects which are happening right now. I just wanted to spend maybe another 5 minutes before I will stop on some of the key projects, just to give you an idea as to where was it. It's just a representative sample. The first one is the Prayagraj, which was inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister before the Kumbh Mela in 2019. Ahmedabad Smart City is something which got implemented almost 3 years back. I talked about Hyderabad, Nagpur, Pune, Mumbai, Vizag, Jaipur. These are some of the critical projects. If you take a typical example like in Mumbai, what is happening? We have almost 6,000 plus surveillance cameras. You got advanced analytics and facial recognition systems. You got mobile security command and control center. Distributed command and control centers, and each command and control center view is available with the respective police jurisdiction. So he can manage more closely his areas. You got disaster emergency management. So actually, this command and control center gets used as a as a camp office for not only improved situational awareness, faster incident response, but for any public information dissemination, and give a real-time insight to the field officer so that any emergency situation can be addressed in time. Something similar in Hyderabad. This is again one of a very, here you're talking of actually 104 mini command and control centers, and then managed by a integrated command and control center. A lot of software-based analytics, which I talked about, is actually coming from the Hyderabad project out here. Now, other places like Delhi and Bangalore and other states are also in the process of implementing some of these solutions. I talked about Prayagraj. This is actually a Guinness Book record holder where for the first time AI-based video analytics was used for crowd management, apart from traffic management, access control systems, video management displays to be able to direct the crowd. The phase 1 was implemented for the Kumbh Mela, and now phase 2 is being implemented in rest of the city. I talked about that, so it got a lot of press coverage out here, and for the first time, a large religious congregation like this went without any major stampede, all through those 3 months of Kumbh Mela. Pune is one of the first smart city which got implemented out here, where we have used various use cases which you see out here: Wi-Fi hotspots, variable messaging displays, emergency call box, which are on the electrical poles at the key junctions of the city, public address systems, environmental sensors, flood sensors, to anticipate suddenly rains coming in all and areas and pockets of the city getting flooded. Those are some of the interesting use cases which have got implemented. I'll not spend time on that, but this is just an extension of Pune, where there are a lot of existing applications, whether it is the e-challan system, or whether it is the traffic management, or whether it is the healthcare system, whether it is the vehicle, the bus tracking systems. A lot of those applications, or the 108 ambulance systems. Once the command and control center has come up, any of the existing applications of the city administration departments can be integrated on the command and control center. So that just starts giving us not only an integrated view, but some kind of a decision-making framework also for city to be able to act appropriately. This is just an interesting case I wanted to talk about. We are doing it for DRDO. Considering the whole security requirement for our critical sites, and today intrusion can happen by someone walking through the fence. It can come by a drone in the air. It can come by unidentified object through the water or under the ground. So when you're talking of a perimeter security, you're talking of a 4-layer or a 5-layer kind of a security. You're talking of radar-based security. You're talking of optical sensor-based security, unmanned vehicles, and this is something which we are doing a pilot in Chitradurga in Karnataka, and DRDO eventually wants to roll it out across all their sites and even at the border areas. So these are some of the very critical. So when we talk of smart inference solutions, it is not just limited to urban areas. It is equally important for mission critical sites like of oil plants or nuclear plants or defense establishments for the country. I wanted to just end up considering the current situation in which we are in. So when we talk of smart city solutions or command and control, by this unfortunate COVID-19 pandemic, it gives us an opportunity that why don't we use some of these command and control centers as a COVID war room. So a lot of innovation happened in the last 12 months where government used this command and control as a war room. They already had a view of the city to manage the crowd, or people are wearing the mask or not, or social distancing is following or not, or GIS based tracking. But they also got all the departmental representatives and actually opened up help desks. They integrated the command and control with the various hospital management systems to see whether the beds are available or not, and which patient has to be managed through which hospital. And now as the vaccinations are picking up and all, some of these command and control centers across 20 to 30 cities are being used as COVID war rooms. So there is a very, very practical relevance and importance which has come up over over the last few months and all, to increasingly use and the command and control center as an eyes and ears and a decision making framework for the city administrators. I mean, these are some of the statistics. I'm not going through that, but I just want to know that to let you people know that actually all these command and control centers have been used as for COVID-19 initiatives. So whether it is vehicle trackings or chat box based e-pass which were being issued for various people traveling from one place to another places, physical distancing monitoring, no mask detection, and now as part of this whole mobile based vaccinations, all of them are giving an opportunity for some of these command and control to be used as COVID-19 war rooms. So I wanted to stop out here and thank you to all of you. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to take it right now. I mean, my purpose was to just give you a very wide perspective of what is happening in the country today. And this is not just limited to India. A lot of these things are happening in a differential manner across the world. But I think we are lucky that we are able to use these command and control centers and smart infra solutions in such a practical manner across the country today.
So thank you, sir, for this wonderful presentation. Now it's time for question and answer session. Members, my colleagues, if any of you have any question, yeah, please go forward. Or otherwise, I saw one question in the chat box. Is there any city where surveillance is made completely automated?
All what I have talked about is actually all automated. So if you're talking of 6,000 cameras or 10,000 cameras, what are they doing? They're trying to get the feed on a real-time basis. Then each of those feeds are stored depending on the local guidelines. It could be for 90 days, it could be for 6 months, it could be for 1 year. They're all automated. And there are different kinds of cameras. You have point zoom cameras, you have night cameras, you have various 360-degree rotating cameras. So not only they are capturing the feed, but for example, if there are some wanted criminals and all, and you have you're going for a facial recognition, you can actually make a consolidated video, let's say, of where all that guy has traveled in the last 48 hours. So it will collect the snippet of that guy across each and every place he has traveled in that city through various cameras and all, and give an integrated view to the local administration, by virtue of which they are able to take it forward. So all this is happening by automation, by software. Because an operator cannot manage so many screens and all to see as to what all is getting captured. So technology has to play an important role to give a trigger when something abnormal or a deviation is happening, and then be able to take an action on that.
Thank you, sir. Any other question? Yeah, sir, I have one question. So my area of field is traffic and transportation. So from that point of view, I want to ask, while we are addressing this issue of transportation issue, in the light of smart transportation, which feature do you finding it as very critical to address?
I think the most critical is traffic violations and issuing of e-challans. I myself have been, should I be lucky or a victim and all, wherein I have got e-challan twice in Delhi on the system which I have myself have implemented for overspeeding at 4:48 a.m. in the morning on an empty road. So, I think that's probably the biggest use cases which are happening, wherein not only it is putting some sense of fear amongst the people who potentially may not feel that a guy is not standing on the road and therefore they can go, but also it is becoming a big revenue source for the police officially. So to me, putting that fear of unknown, that you don't have to have a police guy come and stop you, that you can get caught and each run is coming on your mobile or your SMS and it's a formal notice. It's, I think, one of the biggest use cases I am seeing when it comes to traffic management or traffic violation.
And I also find, sir, like whatever the penalty we are making for these violations, right? I think it's very, it's minimal, right? We need to actually increase that. Many of the cities in Bangalore, my experience, like for violating this riding on payment, right? Pedestrian pathway, we are charging only 100 rupees. So I think
you should come to Delhi and all, then you will not have this complaint, because for the speed violation we are paying 2,000 bucks fine, or maybe 5,000 or 10,000 and all, and that's the kind of extent of fine which has gone. And I think that it's important to put that fear of making this kind of mistake or whatever, violating the norms.
Yeah. Yeah, process.
So, Mr. Gulati, can you hear me?
Yeah, you can just speak a little louder. Yeah.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. So it's a wonderful talk. So I was just wondering, can you put in your this system, traffic system, like in Western countries, they always gives like a pre-message that if you have in the traffic system any kind of road blockage or agitations or maybe some road disruptions. So this somehow, I don't know, maybe I am not aware about all cities in India, but this I think missing in the system. We are also working with this local authority about this our new project what we got from PSA office. So is that already embedded in your system?
No, absolutely. If you see Pune, if you see Nagpur, Vizag, some of these video display systems, they're already, they're not just an announcement for, whatever, or one way and all. They're actually on a live basis, wherever we have integrated with the integrated traffic management, they're actually giving a real-time feed of what is the traffic situation, let's say over the next 2 or 3 or 4 red light junctions and potential route detours also to be taken. It's actually happening in 8 or 10 cities right now. It is limited to selected corridors, because the whole smart city, there are some solutions which have got implemented at on a pan city level. There are some solutions which have got implemented on a limited stretch, and then in phase 2 and phase 3 government is expanding. But as a use case, it has already been implemented in more than 10-15 places in the country.
Oh, thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Gulati, for your time, and we hope we will get another opportunity to interact with you very soon. Thank you so much for joining us.
I look forward. My pleasure, and all the best for rest of the session. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll switch out. Is that okay? Or yeah, can I?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can I disconnect? Yeah. Thank you so much.
You can be on.
You can be on, yeah, if you want.
I'll be on for 5-10 minutes. You can continue the session. I will then move out after some time.
Thank you.
Thank you. All the best.
Now we have our second speaker with us, Mr. Jagadish Salgaonkar. He is a Senior Vice President, AECOM. Mr. Salgaonkar has 40 years of diversified experience in all facets of infrastructure development, including planning, design, construction, financing, and operations management. He has led many iconic programs worldwide. Some of them are India's first greenfield smart industrial city, Dholera SIR in Gujarat, Mumbai International Airport Terminal 2 expansion, London Thames River Tunnels, new city of Matso in Abu Dhabi, and the Orange County, US. Several of his projects have won international acclaim. Dholera's planning and design has been recognized with awards for Best Integrated Planning, Best Green City, and Best Geospatial Technology in Urban Planning. Tholera is one of the first cities in the world to be awarded the Platinum rating by the Indian Green Building Council. Mr. Salgaonkar was recognized with the President's Award for his pioneering work in sustainable development by the American Academy of Environmental Engineers, US. Jagdish has a double master's degree in civil engineering and environmental engineering. He did his MBA from University of South Florida. Jagdish is a registered professional civil engineer in US, board certified specialist by the American Academy of Environmental Engineers, and certified project management professional by the Project Management Institute. He is a founding member of the steering committee set up to create a national project management policy framework for India under the auspices of Niti Aayog and a contributing author for the infrastructure body of knowledge for program management in India. As part of our event, Mr. Jagdish will speak on the making of greenfield smart industrial cities, a panacea to boost economic growth. With extreme pleasure, I invite Mr. Jagdish for the talk. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really excited to be here this afternoon and really thankful to be presenting my views to what I call the future of India. Because institutions like IIT Jodhpur and the students that come out and graduate from your institutes are really going to be building the next India. And I, at this point, echo the thoughts shared by Professor Datta, that the civil engineering profession has changed substantially from the time I entered several decades ago to today. I think that today's civil engineer not only needs to understand the basics of civil engineering, which is structural, geotechnical, drainage, roads, that sort of thing, but really also needs to have a good grasp of all the related fields. And I think Mr. earlier speaker, Ravi Gulati, he captured it well when he said, you know, the ICT is the future. I think a civil engineer, it's not taught in colleges, or wasn't, maybe it is now, but that's an area that a civil engineer also needs to be familiar, on top of having the communication skills to put this all together to be able to get it to your stakeholders, which includes everyone, including the public and the clients. So what I'm going to do today here is speak about the greenfield cities, and how they help India and what the plan is in India. And I'll have a case study called Dholera, which I'll be presenting. Okay, so I'm trying to go to the next slide. So what is a smart city? I think if you look at definitions in the dictionary or even Google, Wikipedia, there are many, many definitions as to what a smart city is. And there are probably as many definitions as there are people, frankly. But there is a simple definition that we've created that seems to convey the message. And that is the two operative words in there is smart infrastructure and having systems, tools, and processes. When you say smart infrastructure, we mean water, wastewater, power, transportation, which is mobility, SCADA, those kinds of things that are what we call hard trunk infrastructure. And then the systems, tools, and processes, which is essentially what the ICT component is, which Ravi spoke about, is to gather data and through analytics and software manipulation, convert that data into knowledge, by which then people make smart decisions. So I want to give you a quick overview. There is some misconceptions on what the smart city program in India is and how many are there really. There is the more publicized version of the smart city program is under the Ministry of Urban Development. The 100 cities smart cities program started in 2014, and by 2019 they had selected some 100 cities to run this. To make them smarter. So these are mostly what I would call existing cities. You know, they were being upgraded in their infrastructure and added technology to make them smarter. On the other hand, very few people know that there is actually a Ministry of Commerce through the Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion. There is a smart city program. It wasn't called that actually. It was called an industrial development program. And that's why We call it an industrialization program through which all of the industrial corridors that are designated in India, they were going to have industrial townships. Eventually, as it turned out, these townships were going to become smart. And so collectively now, the what I call the brownfield, which is converting the existing cities, and the brand new cities that I call greenfield, they are lumped together as smart cities. The main distinction between the two, obviously, is the greenfield is a brand new city. We start from scratch, whereas, and its capital cost is very high, usually in excess of several thousand crores, whereas the brownfield cities are existing cities, so their capital expenditures are generally lower in the order of magnitude of 1 to 2,000 rupees, 1 to 2,000 crores. The industrial corridor program, the government has designated the 5 or 6 industrial corridors that you see on your map, and these are managed by the NICDC, which is the National Industrial Corridor Development Corporation. They are based out of Delhi. They report to the Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion, which comes under the Department of Commerce. So that's where I mean by the panacea for economic boosting, because the whole purpose of these industrial corridors was to build smart cities along these corridors so that India's manufacturing component share of the GDP, which was back in 2016-17, was about 15-17%. The goal is to raise it up to 25%. So that was the whole genesis of why these industrial corridors started. And the first of these industrial corridors was the DMIC, which is the Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor, which started in 2009. And the project that I'm going to talk to you about is on this Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor, number 6 there, called Dholera, in the state of Gujarat, whereas this corridor has 7 other industrial nodes right from UP, Haryana, Rajasthan down to Maharashtra. The one that I'm going to focus on, which is the largest of all of these and farthest along, is the Dholera Special Investment Region, Dholera SIR as they call it. That's the case study I'm going to present to you. So Dholera SIR, the footprint that was planned is 920 square kilometers. Of that 920 square kilometers, about 340 or so square kilometers is non-developable. So that's actually in the coastal zone. It's a tidal zone. So what we have to develop is the balance of about 520 or so square kilometers. And when it's completed over the next 30 years, there will be approximately 2 million people living there, and they will create 827,000 jobs. That's based on our analysis. To put that in perspective, the size of Dholera, it's actually bigger than the footprint of the country of Singapore. Singapore's footprint is 719 square kilometers, and Dholera is 920 square kilometers. So that puts things in perspective. So when people talk about cities, a lot of the lay people don't understand. They think I'm building a small neighborhood somewhere. Maybe it's 20 houses, 100 homes. No, we are building another country that's bigger than the country of Singapore. So just get that complexity wrapped around you and the kind of interfaces and the kind of infrastructure. And I'll share that the various kinds of infrastructure that you have to plan. Another myth about city building, people think, oh, I can get a city built in 2 or 3 years. No, not quite. So that's why I made this slide to show you from concept to commissioning, it takes anywhere from 7 to 14 years, depending on the size, the complexity, and how many different infrastructure components you have to build. And here's a typical stepwise as to what you have to do. You have to do a master plan, then you have to get the master plan sanctioned, and that's a very long process. Then you have to create town planning schemes, and town planning schemes is unique to only some states like Maharashtra, Gujarat, and maybe even in Rajasthan. I think they're trying that, where the only 2 ways in India to get land is through acquisition or through town planning schemes. And acquisition, although quite prevalent, a lot of people are now going through town planning schemes because that's a more preferred approach, because it's a more democratic approach and there are less opposition in the long run. But by the time you go through all of this, then you do the clearances, you do the design, the construction, the commissioning. I mean, you're looking at a time period from 7 to 14 years. So it's not something that you snap a finger and build a city. And this is where I think sometimes politically we get the message incorrectly, because politicians' terms are shorter than the building life of a city. So they want to promise something in their term, but it usually doesn't happen. So it feels like they're failed expectations. But really, they need to manage the expectations correctly. And this is why I have this slide to educate your team that it is a long process depending on the size and complexity of the city. In Dholera, for example, I'll give you a snapshot of all the major projects that are ongoing. You can see that on the screen. I'm not going to read them all out to you, but we have 40,000 crores of various infrastructure projects that is being conducted right now. So you can imagine that's a lot of money to be spent over a period of 10 years. There is a lot of interfaces between projects, whether it's transportation, power, water, city building, roads, curbs, gutters. So you can imagine that airports. So all of this takes time, and all of this is very complex. And that's where the role of the civil engineer, who is at the heart of creating all of this, but yet needs to understand all other disciplines so that he can bring it all together and be able to communicate this to his stakeholders in an effective manner. The first step, as I mentioned earlier, is the step of planning. There are various different kinds of planning. In the traditional sense, historically, people just did physical planning, which is land use planning. But really, nowadays, what we do is we also do utilities planning, which is of all the water, wastewater, drainage, how it's going to go. We do environmental planning because there is EIAs that needs to be done. Social planning, if there is any displacement of any people in the local area, and then operational planning as to who is really going to run the city. And all this is superimposed on top because we are in the ICT age. It's superimposed on the top with what we call digital planning. And in digital planning, essentially, we look out into the future. It's sort of like daydreaming. You know, what kind of connectivity will people need 5 years, 10 years, 15 years from now? And you allow that connectivity through the bandwidth to be able to accommodate that into your infrastructure, which is essentially the backbone of any smart city. In terms of delivering these major projects, basically there is a roadmap that you have to first create. And the roadmap starts with doing the project inception report, the feasibility studies, then you do the preliminary engineering design, then you do the detailed design, then you do the construction, various forms of construction, but for more than likely nowadays, we go for the EPC mode of construction. And then there is operations and commissioning. But all of this each process has to be followed simultaneously for the 20 trunk infrastructure projects that I've listed in the bottom part of this slide. So you can imagine the complexity that goes, how people need to talk to each other and communicate. And the heart of all this is proper communication and an understanding and empathy about how different disciplines operate and what are the restrictions and how do we work together. That's how a city is built. The other slide, I think this is important for your student body, because as they graduate and go into real world, and what I can tell you now is that Niti Aayog, for whom I am also on the advisory board, is contemplating that any project, a smart city project or otherwise, a government project, infrastructure project, exceeding 500 crores, they're going to require a program management certification. And this approach we had instituted in Dholera since 2011. So we were way ahead of the curve. Basically, the difference between project management and program management is that in project management, just as I mentioned, the various infrastructures components, water, wastewater, rail, these could be individual independent projects that are done by different departments. The difference is in program management, you bring all of these projects together under one umbrella, and you manage them and execute them as one unit. The benefit obviously is the overlaps, the economies of scale, and the interface management. Overall, it saves you time, money, and you minimize the schedule and manage your budget. That's the key difference. In program management itself could be another hour-long lecture, and I'm sure it's probably a subject matter in your institute. But this is something that's really important, and India is going to be emphasizing this. If you already don't have this in your curriculum, I would urge the professors to please include this as part of your curriculum. So I'll now go on to some of the attributes for Smart City. Now, in specific to Dholera, we called it world-class infrastructure. So for us to be able to call something world-class, obviously we need to benchmark it. So we benchmarked the different utilities across the globe, and we picked the top in that respective field. So for example, in water, I'll just give you that as an example. We picked Singapore as the top because Singapore right now is an acknowledged expert in water management. The way they recycle water, the way they use water, the way their non-revenue water is reported. So we took all of those KPIs, metrics, and then we made sure that Dholera is designed to meet or beat Singapore. So that's why we can call our infrastructure world-class infrastructure. This is one clear aspect that when you build trunk infrastructure, you need to know what you're benchmarking against. If you want to be the best in class, then you got to benchmark yourself against the world standards and then design it. Sometimes it may cost more upfront in CapEx to design something correctly, but really you have to look at the life cycle cost. Because when you look at the life cycle costs, the life cycle cost of a well-managed, well-designed system is usually less than the life cycle cost of a poorly managed and poorly designed system because the operations costs are very high. The other components of a trunk infrastructure, and this is actually a picture I'm showing you of the cross section of a typical road in Dholera. And then later on, I'll show you some pictures that are under construction right now. But we have pre-planned, pre-designed, and put everything underground for the next 30 years. So you can see, I won't read through everything, but your storm drain gutters are there, the recycled water pipelines are there, the wastewater pipelines are there, gas, ICT, the power cables. So everything is planned, designed, everything is underground. So we call this concept a no-dig concept. So in the future, you wouldn't have to come out and start digging again. The second aspect or the key aspect about this is that all our services are terminated at the plot level. So any industry that comes in, they will have all of these services at their plot level. Now let me quickly go through the various components of the trunk infrastructure I've been talking about. In water, obviously it starts with the source of water. So we have to figure out where the water is going to come from. It's raw water. It needs to be treated in a treatment plant. Then it has to be distributed through the system. And once it goes to the end user, it has to be collected. And then it becomes brown water or sewage or wastewater. Then it has to be treated in a sewage treatment plant or an effluent treatment plant. And then in case of Dholera, we are a 100% recycle, zero waste city, which means that we are recycling everything. 100% of the wastewater and 100% of the industrial effluent is being recycled. And so that this diagram shows you how it's getting back into the water cycle. Now, your point to make is the ICT speaker earlier mentioned about sensors, SCADA, ICT. This is where we install all of our instrumentation in order to manage the water system. So we know we can do leak detection in a proactive manner. We can do measurements in a proactive manner. We can tell our consumers how much water they are using at what time of the day. And so all of this data converted to knowledge is what makes our consumer smart in making the right decision. Similarly, on power, we basically have to figure out the generation. Where is the power going to come from? Then it has to be transmitted, it has to be distributed, and it has to go to the consumption, to the different businesses and the homes. And clearly along all of this entire supply chain. You have the smart metering and the smart measuring and the whole smart issues that I discussed about in water. Likewise, in transport, and I'll quickly glance through some of these slides. In roads, you have to think about the connectivity projects, the main expressways, the national highways, the city roads, the local roads, the walkways. So all of these things have to be planned, and that's what we have done in Dholera. If your city is also going to be an industrial township, which it is in our case, then you have to also think about the transfer of goods and services, people by freight and rail. So you have to think about connectivity with the Western Railways or any other railways, the metro bullet trains. All of those things come into play. When it comes to air, you have to think about passenger and goods transport, cargo planes, defense airstrips, helipads. So all of these items, they may not all be applicable to all the cities, but at least in Dholera, 90% of these are applicable because Dholera is remotely located, 100 kilometers from Ahmedabad. So connectivity, we need an expressway. Air traffic, we need a support airport to Ahmedabad. Railway, we need to connect to the dedicated freight corridor because our goods produced there will eventually get to the Jawaharlal Nehru Port Trust, or it will go up north. So we need to figure out all these connectivity projects. And likewise on the sea, where the nearest ports are, and provide the connectivity for the port. Okay, so far we have talked about the trunk infrastructure and how a trunk infrastructure helps the city to become smart and allows the industry to flourish. But really, industries will not just come there and start business. You need to make that city livable. And what really makes it a home? I mean, why would the employees, their families, and then other support people, why would they want to come and live in this city? So that's where we coined this phrase of work, live, and play. We've designed the work component with all the smart infrastructure. Then for the live and play side, we have created smart communities. We have created planned communities. The urban design is such that people can, there is lots of open green spaces. There are pedestrian walkways. We have created the urban planning so that within a 5 or 10 minute walk, every resident of the city can get to a neighborhood or a local park, so that family life is important. And once you create a safe, secure environment for families to live in, obviously it's not only going to be a good industrial city, but it's also going to be a good place where people will want to come and live. And this diagram in a schematic form shows you the green coverage that we have in Dholera. Almost 13% of Dholera, which is another benchmark. I think Copenhagen has the highest percentage in the world at 11.5%. Denmark, Dholera is planned between 12 and 13% as open spaces. And there is lots of greenery around. So our thought is not only to create the best industrial smart city, but our really thought is to create something that people will love and be a place where they can feel secure, safe, and be happy. Now, in terms of, I've touched upon many aspects, but I also wanted to leave you with a thought that Dholera was India's first platinum rated city. I think this was declared back in 2017 or 18. I think today there are 2 or 3 cities more that are already on the list. But we went through an extensive exercise with the Green Building Council, and all of these components that you see in that circle is what we addressed. And we got more than 90 points on their score of about 100 is what they rate us on. So everything that we do, like I said earlier, we have 100% recycling, zero waste, pedestrian, the mobility, the open green spaces. So all of this, when you incorporate that into a living environment, and how the Green Building Council rates it, we were ranked a platinum rated city, which we are obviously extremely proud of. The heart of any city in the new world is the command control center, and through which you have heard the term ease of doing business and city management. I think the earlier talk Mr. Gulati gave was clearly focused on exactly this one slide, where the entire city is managed through a central command control center. We can manage the transportation issues. We can manage water, wastewater through the SCADA, the sensors. We can manage all the utilities. You as the residents or people staying there, you can get your driver's license, your permits, your applications. Businesses can apply for permits, licenses, application. So everything is online. This is the new way of doing business, and that's why we call it ease of doing business. And this is the typical command control center, which is what it's going to look like, a central operating room where everything from the city comes into a command control center. So I'll share with you some pictures, and this is what it looks like now. This is what it was in 2014 when we started. As you can see, as far as your eyes can go, it's open barren land. And today, here are some snapshots. The roads are built. You would think that, oh, gee, that's nothing, just a road. But really, remember that cross section I showed you? There are 7 different utilities that are already embedded below the road. So that's why it took us this long, 5 years, to get to this point, that every single utility first had to be dug down. We had to go down almost 5 to 6 meters below grade in some cases. And the roads are now up. You can see in the bottom left-hand corner, the typical cross-section of the road. Today, we are about 90% complete with construction. And the plots that you see on either side, open land, are the plots that are for sale for manufacturers, industries worldwide to come and purchase them. And we've already received, we have already sold several plots to Indian and international companies. Here are some building structures. This is our city office. We call it the Dholera Administration and Business Center. That is already up and functioning. It's got an experience zone that people can go and see what Dholera will be on the left-hand side bottom. And then it's also got an auditorium to host events and shows. Typical bus stop, I just wanted to show you that we have planned to the level of a bus stop. The bus stops will have charging points for electric vehicles and cars. And we've also embedded a theme throughout Dholera. If you look at the design of the bus stop, we have captured the design of the Lothal, which is an age-old city near Dholera, which was probably 3,500 years ago. It was surviving and thriving. So we have captured a lot of that vision into Dholera, and you can see those emblems on our bus stops, on our sidewalks. You can see them on the manhole rims. Everywhere we have tried to bring in some subtlety and remind us of our heritage. These are some nice landscape features along the canal that we are building. And then when completed, this is what Dholera, some of the pictures, artist rendering is going to look like. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jagdish, for this inspiring talk. And now we can enter to the question and answer session. Members who join with us can ask questions now. I have already a few questions in the chat box, but if any of the member who want to talk directly, please go forward. I can pick one question from the chat box. Okay. What kind of leak detection system is in place at Dholera?
So for leak detection, what we have done is we have incorporated a very sophisticated SCADA system. SCADA means supervisory control, analytics, data management. What we have done is we have located sensors at strategic locations along the entire transmission and distribution mains. And then we monitor the pressure and the flow at each point and node so that we know what's being produced, what's being consumed, and if the mass balance does not occur at each node, we know we can isolate between nodes where the problems are in terms of leakage or theft or whatever it might be.
Okay, thank you, sir. And one more question. In developed cities like Hyderabad, they have areas which have been occupied and saturated already. In such areas, how are this implementation of the concept smart city is done differently?
So I think I understood the question. Hyderabad has some areas that have been designated smart, and how are they implementing these things? Is that what it is?
Yes.
Okay. So if you remember the first slide I showed you, Hyderabad is a brownfield smart city, which acts slightly different than a greenfield smart city. We had a raw land so we could start everything from scratch. Whereas in a city like Hyderabad or Visakhapatnam or Tirupati, the pipelines, everything, the sidewalks, everything is already constructed. So they have gone through their process, master planning process, and they have identified their highest priority items. And if they have a highly leaky water system, they might have dug up portions of their water system and installed a SCADA system, or they might have created a better traffic management system. I'm not familiar with the specifics of what Smart City Solutions Hyderabad has actually installed, but it usually falls in traffic management, water management, wastewater management, and e-governance.
We have another question. Management and daily use of sensors, big data analytics, and ML and AI integration would require an absolutely different set of municipality workers than that we have now. So do you think government should train or recruit people in those areas, or should they outsource these to competent companies?
The answer is yes to both. Yes, because as the future is changing, the nature and the skills required of our workforce is also changing. So the old way of managing cities, popping up manholes and entering the manholes, is slowly being replaced with data management from above the road surface. So people obviously are using devices, sensors, and they will have to be trained. And it's a transition period. So in the future, eventually there will need to be a city management force that understands technology. And yes, you can always operate through third-party contract operators who are specialized in these kinds of things. Then they can come and also manage the cities.
Now another question, how do you plan to provide safety to the critical systems, assuming many municipalities might not have enough regular fund to upgrade their smart systems to counter the ever-growing cyber theft?
Well, I think safety from the standpoint of utilities or safety from the standpoint of residents?
You can answer both, sir.
Okay. Well, safety from the standpoint of residents, clearly, I think the cameras are very high tech nowadays. Cyber security, safety features, security fences, security systems are protecting people very well nowadays, better than what they used to. So resident safety is a role that the enforcement divisions, typically the police, are carrying it out. That is their primary job. In terms of utility safety, again, I think you have to design the system so they are well protected underground and access to them is prohibited. And then I think having proper monitoring through the SCADA system, which is what we do. Anytime somebody tries to puncture, interrupt something, those signals are very smart nowadays. They will immediately report to you that something is amiss in a pipeline, and you will get a warning light. So that needs to be investigated and nipped in the bud immediately.
Okay. And another question, how have the academic or research organizations helped in the implementation or development of technologies in any of the projects? Whatever you have mentioned. Yeah.
That is a very good question. I wish there was more interaction with some of the research and educational institutions to come in and participate. We have done our part. Dholera has teamed up with IIT Delhi in looking at some advanced technologies in developing concrete-based structures. If we could create some lighter concrete-based structures, more stronger concrete, that sort of thing. We are also teaming up with some institutions in Gujarat who are looking at groundwater, geothermal energy. So these are mostly research-based organizations, and we are seeking their support and help to say, and I would invite, in fact, we are invited IIT Delhi to come up and set up an institution, research institution in Dholera, because we are also branding Dholera as a research R&D city, because there is so much newness and new stuff in there that even if your IIT wants to consider that, please contact us and we can lead you through the right channels.
Sure, sir. And one more question. Is the plan of a possible electric vehicle network already embedded in Tholera design?
Yes. So we have designed the city on a 1 square kilometer grid so that every square kilometer there is going to be charging locations and charging points for EV. Plus, there are dedicated parking spaces where charging can take place. The whole business model of how electric vehicle charging is going to happen is evolving every day. What exists today didn't exist just 3 years ago. So we have kept our plans flexible to accommodate any new technology that comes up.
Yeah, we have one more question, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Jagadish. Thanks for the informative as well as inspirative lecture. And I have a particular question regarding early warning systems to natural and man-made calamities. So, has this been considered like any early warning systems for be it floods or earthquake systems, earthquake calamities? Has this been considered while planning for the Dholera city? If so, what kind of sensors or what kind of systems been in place?
Okay, so Dholera is on the Gulf of Khambat and somewhat protected from some of the natural calamities. However, it is subject to probably sea rise level. That was part of the environmental study that was done. Not knowing exactly what the rise would be, we have taken some data from literature and we have considered I don't remember the number offhand and don't quote me on this, but some 2 or 3 centimeters of water rise or 2 or 3, something like that, whether it's centimeters or meters, I'm not sure. It cannot be meters, it's too high, but certain amount of rise in the sea level we have considered because all our discharges go to the ocean. So we have taken that higher water elevation to back calculate all of our hydraulics so that in case of a 50-year or over 100 years, if there is a sea rise, then at least that much will be taken care of.
Yeah, of course, in addition to the sea rise, the tsunami wave should also be considered. I believe that must have been done.
It must have been done, and I think it was, some of those reports were done in a manner that were not conclusive, but certainly I know that the sea rise element we had factored in, and we have allowed for that extra margin and a cushion in our hydraulics.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jagdish. And we have one question from students as well. Can they get more internship opportunity? You mentioned about so many projects, right? So they are actually inspired with that. So this will able to enhance their learning and become ready for more competitive projects in future. That is what he's written. So,
Right. So frankly, the last 7 years, we have taken several interns every year from IIT Gandhinagar, from the local colleges, from Adani Institute of Infrastructure. I think there was one student from probably Delhi as well. I think there must have been over the last 6 years, there must have been at least 40 interns that have gone through our program, working on several aspects. Unfortunately, we have just completed our program management. In fact, next week is the last week that myself and my company, AECOM, is operating this program. So I will not be able to give you any opportunity for internship, but certainly I can show you the way to meet the people in the Dholera SIR who can make decisions and probably help you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jagdish, for your inspiring words. And thank you so much for your time as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My pleasure. All the best to your young students and faculty.
Yes, we hope we will soon interact with you again.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You can be online, sir, if you want to listen. If you wish to listen to other talks, you can be online, sir. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Hello everyone, this session will resume in 2 minutes. We are waiting for the next speaker. Right? Okay, yeah. So we have our next speaker with us, Mr. Akhilesh Srivastav. Akhilesh Srivastav is one of the most tech-savvy bureaucrats who is globally known for his passion for innovative skills and digital solutions. He is currently working as Chief General Manager, IT and Commercial Operation, NHAI. His contribution towards India's most successful digital program, FASTag, the electronic toll collection system on national highways, has been phenomenal. Taking it further ahead, now he is working for free flow tolling. He has modernized the Indian highway sector in the last 5 years, where he introduced IoT devices and latest digital technologies in the project lifecycle of highways. He also completed geofencing of the national highways and established the state-of-the-art command control center. His recent development of AI-based big data platform, NHAI Data Lake, has transformed NHAI into the first fully digital construction sector organization. He is a pioneer of ITS, that is Intelligent Transportation System in India, drafted ITS policy. Member of Bureau of Indian Standards, ITS Committee and International Committee, WG5 on ITS. Apart from this, some key achievements in the last few years include development of e-tendering portal of India with an IC, development of first EMD portal now being used by many PSUs, development of India's first online dispute portal with CIDC launched by the Vice President of India in 2017. He authored one of the best-selling books of 2019, Digital Construction Management, which talks about mass-scale adoption of Industry Revolution 4 technologies in the construction sector. An IIT and ISB alumni, Mr. Akhilesh has done many courses from world's top institutions and is still pursuing his quest of learning, doing a course on AI from Stanford University. He is a member of many committees of Niti Aayog, BIS, IITs, WEF, World Bank, and CIDC. Very humble and down-to-earth person, Akhilesh is active on social media and TV channels. His articles can be seen regularly in national and international media and seminars. On behalf of our institute, I am extremely honored to invite him for a talk in this session where he will speak on digital construction management. I request Mr. Vasava for the talk. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for the nice introduction. And very good afternoon to all my colleagues and the fellow panelists, the listeners. It's indeed a privilege, and I'm honored to be talking to the experts, the academia experts sitting in this August gathering. Digitization, as you know, is the next key thing. Now pure vanilla engineering or pure subjects not going to work anymore further, and this COVID has given it has made it even clear that the things has to be digitized. IT technology has to be embedded into almost every discipline to keep it sustained, keep it worthwhile, keep it relevant to the current scenario. So in this aspect, if we discuss how construction can be left alone, how we can digitize the constructions, that's the theme generally I talk and I try to pursue. That pure civil engineering is may not find much relevance as of now. When we don't require to design a structure, when you have plenty of softwares now with AI softwares, it will self take the loads and automatically calculate or carry out the improvements which a human may not think maybe in a couple of years. So if we teach our students or if we carry on with the simple vanilla civil engineering curriculum, that may not be an interesting thing. And I'm happy that I think IIT Jodhpur has already introduced, it's not purely civil engineering, but it is civil engineering and automation or some infrastructure plus civil engineering. And I was talking to some, I think IIT Hyderabad, they have also started similar questions, the combination of engineering plus digital skills. So that's the core area I have been discussing, and I try to pursue and try to explain the people. And that is what I did in the NHAI also. 4 years back, when we started this journey of automation of the highway sector under the leadership of Honorable Nitin Gadkari ji, he is a very tech-savvy person and has a lot of interest in the technology. Probably you keep on listening him at various forums and the talks. He will always talk of innovative technology. So that gave me at least short in arm to do something for the technology. So we started. I will be just talking plain things. Suppose I'm okay. Is that okay? I'll be experienced and be sharing. Yeah, fine. So, when we started the automation journey of highway sector, we we first tried to divide the highway project cycle into different three zones, like what will be in the planning and during execution and operation and maintenance. And now we started finding out what are the technology which we can imbibe into the various phases of project life cycle of a highway. For example, say in the planning phase, when we prepare DPR, the major thing for a highway construction is you have to have a very good map, a base map, over which after survey you plot the highways accurately, and that leads to the land acquisition for the construction of highway. So and thereafter proper software to select the most optimal route of the highway, and thereafter estimation and the best engineering practice designing of the bridges and all. So in this scenario, towards this, what we did, we took a latest satellite map from the GIS Survey of India. On this, and that's the base. This is the latest survey map. On this survey map, we use for surveying the total station and other things were being used earlier. We changed it to the LiDAR survey. Now, with this LiDAR survey and using the GPR, ground penetrating radars, to identify the utility services or the pipelines beneath the highways, we started plotting it on the map, and thereafter you superimpose the cadastral map of the various states. It automatically gives you how your highway is passing through. Is it passing through a densely populated area, or we can tweak it towards a less populated area, or vis-a-vis what is the cost of land acquisition? Because if it is near a center, which is it's near a township, probably the land cost will be exorbitant, outwitting the cost of construction at many times. So that gave us a shot in arm, and then we started using the different kind of facility, like there are many softwares available. We use the 3D Max, some people use the Revit, AutoCAD, and different softwares. Those are mandated by NHAI, that the design has to be done on these, and then we take the soft copy. Now I'll be coming to the data lake, which is the ultimate and AI based system we has come. So I wanted to share the journey how we started, and now in just couple of years this became mandatory for all the DPR consultant to imbibe the technology, carry out the technology in their planning and the estimation, and thereafter go ahead with that. That has led to you keep on listening the newspapers that NHAI as on date is constructing 33 kilometer of highways. That's the major credit goes to the adoption of technology and automation into that. Similarly, after DPI consultant, when we go for the execution, we started using a variety of IoT devices, which we are using different kind of cameras, which are and then we are using drones. We are using the satellite imagery and superimposing to actually see how is the site, what are the is there any raw material or no. If raw material and the aggregates are deposited, you can do always stack measurement using a satellite imagery and find out whether this in the aggregate and the bitumen stored at site are really enough to to complete the projects well in time or as per the planned milestones. So, and then there are project monitoring information system which captures real-time information from the project sites to give us the real what is happening on the ground. And then finally, this is all integrated into a data lake. Same way when we went to the operation and maintenance phase of the highway, here our aim was to firstly provide a seamless operational things on a national highway. That's the FASTag comes here. When we started doing this, the FASTag we introduced in 2016 December, and it picked up momentum after the demonetization, especially. Initially, we started with a single lane, but it was so popular among the people by end of 2017 that we have to convert all the lanes in the FASTag lane in just couple of years. And now, as you are aware, from 15th of February, all our toll plaza are called FASTag toll plaza. All the lanes are FASTag lanes, and if somebody goes without FASTag, he has to pay penalty, double the fee in cash. So, and the good thing I want to share with the people sitting here is the FASTag penetration in just 2 years is 25%, and the toll collection through FASTag has gone up to 108 crore per day, which was the total toll collection cash plus ETC used to be something around 82 crore a month back. Now it's over 100 crore just through FASTag, and you've add another 5% which is remaining, so it's around 110 to 112 crore. That's a phenomenal growth. That shows the adaptability of people, how they are keen to imbibe the technology, be it the engineers or be it the common people. And then finally, what we and then we similarly we integrated the different ambulances, the different service vehicles through GPS. And now what we recently did is a very unique concept, first time in any government organization in the country, and maybe even in the corporate also, as I come to know. We have created a unique data lake. In this data lake, this is the platform, big data platform, AI enabled, where the complete information are stored in a digital formation. The workflow modules are there. The project from the initial conceptual stage till the completion, the entire workflow is in a digital format, and the data is passed from one phase to another phase to the final phase. For example, how useful is this? You can say in spite of this COVID, when most of the organizations were finding it difficult to restart the work or retain the progress, and those who did, they could hardly achieve 20-30% of their targets. On the contrary, NHAI is the only organization which continued working in full flow during the COVID period. Not only COVID, we broken our last 4-year record in the construction. We broken our 3-year record in award of the projects. So that's the power of digitization. Digital. See that we are constructing at much faster pace. We are awarding the projects at much faster rate, accurate planning, saving a lot of money in the execution, saving a lot of money which were unnecessarily wasted into the arbitration and disputes. Probably you may be aware that at a time NHAI has around 20,000 crore rupees stuck in the litigation to various matters. We have drastically reduced this. Credit goes to data NHAI data lake, where contractors are also given a unique login ID and password. They log into it. Everybody is given a role-based login ID and credential. They can see their dashboard. If they request for some payment, they request for some approvals, they have to simply put it on the data lake portal, and it travels to the respective decision-making authority transparently and visual to everyone. So that has put a pressure on the NHAI as well as the contractor and the concessionaire engineers on the ground. Recently, to make it further effective, we have introduced an AI-based attendance module system, which is a part of data lake. Now our engineers, whenever they visit to the site, they have to take a selfie. At the beginning, they have put their they have taken the face as a base, and now when they take selfie, their attendance is marked along with the lat long of the location where they are. So these things has in fact transformed the working in a highway sector. Today we are constructing something around 33 kilometers of highway, national highways, almost every day. With the great speed, the FASTag has increased the revenue of authority by at least 10,000 crore, apart from reducing the waiting time at toll plaza, which used to be roughly 7 to 8 minutes on an average for every vehicle at more than 600 toll plaza. This has drastically come down to less than a minute or minute and a half at all these toll plazas. So you can see the how much money we are saving by idling of the vehicles. A lot of money used to be wasted. A rough estimate we recently did. This works out to around 21,000 crore per year. The money saved due to reduction in the waiting time. So if we put together this 21,000 crore in the saving due to idling of the vehicle, 10 to 12,000 crore excess, the money which has come because of introduction of FASTag and arresting various leakages and the faster payment system, and then the carbon rating, 5 lakh ton carbon emission has been controlled because of less idling or less stop waiting time at the toll plaza. So to put together, it's an enormous help to the country. So my theme of talking to these things is these are the apparent, these are the tangible, visible result which we could achieve by putting a technology in a construction field, and that too only in a highway sector. And that's also in a strategic way, but a lot had to be done. Some 35,000 crore rupees saving, high speed of construction, good quality of construction. These are the tangible results which we can see just in a couple of years. That's the power of technology, which is visible. So a lot of when people ask me, what is the use case of technology in any field? This is the biggest use case, and that's the ROI you can see. Probably in making data lake and putting these IoT devices or the cloud-based systems, we might not have spent even 0.1% of the money which we are saving as of now. So the ROI is more than 400%. That's the digitization power, and it's a absolutely ready case and it's a platform it is providing. And now how it is infusing other things. We recently did a MOU with IIT Delhi. They are setting a center of excellence on our data lake, and 5 parallel research are going on how to use our data from data lake and revise the codes. The civil engineering codes which we have, they are though designed, drafted here, but we all know these are just the spirit of this lies somewhere else. We have taken from the Western countries based on their experiments. We had converted into our Indian codes, but these codes, the parameters which we have put, they often we find do not match. There is a need of validation. So this data lake is going to provide that real input to test these efficacy, or if why not we develop our own totally make in India BIS codes or national building code, which is giving the timeline as per our tropical climate. This is giving the timeline as per our requirement of material, the strength and other things. Why to use the reinforcement which can be substituted with some other alternate source, which is very much available in India. So it may be that iron ore was useful in some countries because they had abundance of it and used it. But here we got something else, and in our tropical climate, probably bamboo may not, maybe a better reinforcement because it's not decaying, it's not getting corroded. So these are the things which IIT Delhi 5 streams are working on it, doing research on it. Similarly, we are doing a study with IIT Hyderabad, where we are doing mobility sector. They are where they are going to actually test the any change in the size of tire, how it's going to affect, what are the things which can be done in improving the mobility sector, make it more proficient and the better managed, how the so these things are being done, and this is now it's a breeding field for checking up the various technology parameters, engraving it with the existing engineering discipline to make it better. That's a few things I just wanted to share with the audience over here, and I'm open to questions. If I'll be happy to further make more interactive and interesting session.
Thank you, Mr. Akhilesh, for this wonderful talk. I think we felt it as informal talk. You are speaking, talking to us informally. Thank you so much. And students want to know whether there is any startup opportunities in highway construction sector.
Yeah, absolutely. There are plenty of startup opportunities available in highway sector. Like we are making a logistic database. The government is what we are trying to do in highway sector with based on the technology we have already put. The IoT devices are the ground layers. They are giving the information, and we are creating a middle layer, which you can say a data lake, where all these informations are coming as per the protocols and stored, which is controlled by the authority of the government. And over the above, the top of the pyramid, we are thinking is the startups. So they can use this bank of data, the ocean of data, try to develop the things which pick up the data as per the requirement, convert into a tangible, useful result for the citizens, for the welfare of the citizens or interest of the academia or the industry. So they are being encouraged. So a startup can come, they can, with the bona fide reason, they can always come to us, and we'll be providing whatever data they require to develop a top layer ecosystem, which is the customer facing or industry facing. Yes, there's plenty.
Okay, sir, I have one question.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, during any project of NHAI, starting from the construction stage, then going through this, starting from the pre-planning stage, then construction stage, and then operation and maintenance stage.
Yeah.
We'll be conducting safety audits, right?
Absolutely.
So, how effective these safety audits are, auditing? Because after this auditing itself, when we start, when the road becomes operational, right, we are seeing many times like the demand is not meeting effectively. So how effective is safety auditing?
It will be a very nice question, and that's the point I was trying to say. When we come with a data lake kind of platform, in making the things digital, how it's going to be helpful. For example, I will give an analogy to this. How we recently in data lake we mandated network survey vehicle report to be uploaded at every 6-month interval. In our contracts, just to clarify, in our contract, the road which is under operation and maintenance, which is in use, its surface characteristics and the strength has to be checked at every 6-month interval using a network survey vehicle, which has a laser profilometer, and the report has to be uploaded into our data lake at every 6 months. Initially, it was there. This policy is in force since 2016, but the quality was not improving because in spite of doing the network survey vehicle, the report was not centrally available for monitoring. It was in some PD's office or somewhere here and there. So whenever some complaint comes or somebody says that this road is bad, then we used to call it. It's a postmortem kind of thing was happening. But now they are mandatorily uploading it in our data lake, and there is a consultant whose job is to check every report, mark it on a GIS map against the highway. If this NSV report is within the parameter, that highway is marked green. If some part or some portion is not as per the IRC specs, it is red. So now we can see on a map which is the red spots in the entire 23,000 kilometer of highways on which NSV is being done as of now. And that has really changed the total thinking on the ground. Same way, ma'am, this road safety. The road safety audit is being done because it's in our contract. But again, it must be in some file somewhere in some PD office. Nobody is actually knowing whether it's being safety audit report is actually implemented or people using it, what benefits it's going to give to the organization. Now we are going to mandate this road safety audit also linked to the project in a GIS map, and we will be monitoring it. The same team will be an expert team. When IIT Jodhpur wants to take this call, we will be more than happy to take this lead from data lake and monitor safety and see whether the safety compliance has been done or no. If it has been done, perfectly all right. If it is not, here is a time to take a timely action and correct the system at that stage itself. I hope I clarified.
Yes. And one more question, sir.
Yeah.
Many toll gates in India use handheld scanners, which takes as much time as a conventional method of toll collecting. How can this issue be addressed so that the motive of FASTag remains conserved?
Absolutely. That's a very brilliant question. Let me first clarify this. The handheld things has been prohibited now. From 15th of February, use of handheld on a toll plaza is prohibited. I'm saying the word prohibited. They cannot use it. If they are using, we are imposing a huge penalty on them. It is allowed only on some temporary toll plaza where permanent toll plaza will under construction or will come up in due course of time. So it's a prohibited, so nobody can use it. It's only gantry-based readers has to be there, and that has taken shape perfectly. At around 95-96% of our toll plaza, there is no handheld as of now in any lane. And that is the reason the penetration has gone up to 95-94%, and the toll revenue has gone so high. So it might have been there, but now it's not there. And if somebody reports us, we are taking a stern action because it's not permitted.
And is there any other question? Sir, one more last question. It's a personal question. So, when we are going to acquire land, right, for any construction, so definitely we'll be having different alternatives for any project. And from
Correct.
that, we'll be selecting one best alternative.
Absolutely.
Then according to the benefit cost ratio.
Correct.
Right. After that, we'll be going for this land acquisition. Right?
Correct.
Is it or is that the way we are proceeding or?
No, exactly the same way we proceed, but the cost benefit ratio, and there are a few more aspects to that. One is it has to be the least cost. That's fine. That's the basic principle. But at times you find least time is a more dominant factor over the cost. So similarly, if a strategic location is there, so neither cost, neither time. It matters that strategically something should be made. So those factors also matters. So this is a combination. So we take a call as per the requirement of the government on that. If it is nothing is written, so we go with the pure cost. If it's importance like we are making a highway from Delhi to Mumbai, new greenfield highway. You probably people may be aware. Here the time was the essence. We were given that time between Delhi to Mumbai should be less than 12 hours, least time. So we went with this. We found the area which was directly straight. Even if we have to make few bridges, don't mind, we have to reach from Mumbai to Delhi in 12 hours. Similarly, there is a highway which is being made from Amritsar to Gujarat port, Kandla, to carry the fruits from the Himachal and other places to there. That's again the least time, because the fruit should reach to the port and to be shipped to the different countries. So that can be another guiding factor. If these are not given and no strategy, then of course we go with the least cost. Yes.
So one more thing related to that. So many of the landowners will not be happy even if the government is paying them 3 times or 4 times, whatever it is. Many of the landowners may not be happy because they will be losing their land, which was with them for 40 or 50 years, right? So how we are handling the situation, like opposition from the landowners, when we are putting this notice to them, your land will be acquired, like that.
No, the moment decision is taken, the alignment of highway is finalized, this is notified to them, due notice is given to them as per the land acquisition policy of the government of India. They are notified in public, their mails are sent, people go to them in the villages where it is given to the Pradhan, and also enough notices are given to them. Second thing which you asked, that many people are not happy. That may not be the correct, because on the contrary, we find majority of people come forward to give their land because they are getting 3 to 4 times value of their land, and which they can invest. They are investing and for a better purpose, for maximizing their revenue further in a long run. There are certain pockets which are left by the time the others things has developed. So there are some issues general crops up, or and now as a policy, now we have started avoiding the fertile lands and all, because that's the land is close to their heart. It's a fertile land. So we are trying to, like for example, Delhi, Mumbai, we took it through the tribal areas. The land which were mostly barren was not used for fertilizer, for the agriculture or the crops. So that's the care we are taking care.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir, for your time. We hope we will soon interact with you again.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to talk to you all. Thank you.
Yeah. So you can be online, sir, if you wish to see the other talks, right? You can be online. Okay.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now we have our final speaker in this session, Ms. Shreya Gadepalli. Ms. Shreya leads the South Asia program of the Institute for Transportation and Development Policy, a global non-profit that works worldwide to implement high-quality transport systems and policy solutions that make cities sustainable and equitable. Over the last 2 decades, she has guided cities across the region to implement high-quality public transport systems, create streets that make walking and cycling safe and attractive, and regulate the use of personal motor vehicles to reduce congestion and pollution. Ensuring that women have access to safe and convenient transportation, mobility options is a key area of her focus. Her engagement with various national and international agencies has led to the creation of guidelines and programs that scale up impact across the region. In this session, Ms. Shreya will give a talk with an interesting title, Uncommon Sense, Common Nonsense. With extreme pleasure, I invite Ms. Shreya for the talk. Over to you, Shreya.
Thank you very much. Can you see me?
Ms. Shreya?
And can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great. So thanks a lot for inviting me. Let me see if I can get my slides to be shared. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm going to request is my presentation also has a few questions in between. And for that, you need to log into this website called JoinPD. You can see it on your screen. It's called joinpd.com. And once you go to that website, you can put in this code that you see there, which is YQNQLC. So can I request people to use their mobile phones, computers, whatever they have, to go to this website and log in?
Yeah, we are doing it.
Sure, sure. Do you know how many students are there today in this session?
26
and
plus.
others?
Yeah.
Okay, so I have about
We have
6,
around
7,
80,
6,
80. Yeah, we have around 80.
80. So only 6 people have logged in so far. So can I request others to also log in? Because it will be an interesting session, I promise you that. And you would get to answer some very interesting questions.
Shreya, can we, who are logged in, right? Can we continue with the questions? Can we answer
Pardon
all
me?
this? Who are logged in,
Yeah.
they can continue answering this question, right? One by one?
Not right now, not right now. So
Oh.
I'll ask the questions as and when they come up during the presentation.
Okay, okay.
So just log in so that I can start the class.
Okay.
Okay? Because my very first slide has a question, so I want you to log in. So far, about 20 people have logged in, 60 left. Either you're not listening.
Okay.
Oh.
If actually you want a auditorium type, right, for this talk?
Yes, yes. But anyway, let's get this going. If anybody has any trouble, just post on the question on the chat box. And Dr. Ranju, were you able to log in?
Yes, yes, I'm in.
Okay, great.
Yes, my name is Mohan. Yeah.
Excellent. Maybe you can also put the link joinpt.com and the code in the chat box as well as in YouTube comments.
Few faculties also joined now.
That's great. That's great. Okay, it's going slowly. 26 students out of 80. You said 80?
Yeah, 80, right, Preeti?
Are you sure all of them are there, or are they sleeping, or are they away from their computers?
Actually, we are not sure, but we can see numbers only.
She will tell that. So we are on the first screen now.
Yes, please.
All are ready with the screen? Yeah.
Excellent. So what I'll do is, I have about 30 people logged in, but I'll request everybody else to also log in so that you can interact during the session. But let me start. Okay. So anybody who comes late, you have the code up above, which is YQNQLC. You can log in anytime. And the website to go to is joinpt.com. Okay. So let me start. So there's the session today is called Uncommon Sense, Common Nonsense. And there's a lot of nonsense also going on in transport planning. And the goal is to demystify urban transport in India, but also have the way forward for cities. So my very first question to you is, where does the sun rise from? And you would already see the questions on your screen. Right? On the right side of your screen, you will see the options to choose. You can choose either east, Or those of you who are contrarians, you can choose west. Okay, of the 30 people who are logged in, I've gotten 19 responses. I'm going to wait for a little bit to see if I get some more responses. 20, 21. 23. And I'll ask others also, please join this, as in only 30 of you are there, and you get to answer some very interesting questions during the course of this presentation. Okay, 26. You can keep answering, and let me, in the meantime, do one thing, which is let me show you what the responses are so far. And this is what the responses are. So of the people who are there today, except for 2 contrarians, 26 of you have said east. And that seems very logical, right? As in, you can see every day the sun rises from the east. And of those 2 people, contrarians, one of them has changed to east, has got back to west. Let me end the responses now and go to the answer. And the answer is the sun doesn't rise. How many of you have studied geography in school where you know that it's not the sun that rises, it's the earth that goes around, and it looks like it's the sun that rises? So the point I wanted to make here is this, that what appears to be true, 1, may not be true, and 2, when you ask wrong questions, it leads to wrong answers. And a typical example of this is in traffic engineering and transport planning. A lot of people ask the question, how can I put these cars out of a traffic jam? That's the question that's asked. And the immediate answer that comes out for that is, oh, let's build a flyover. Let's build an expressway. But the reality is that you will see during the course of this presentation, that's the wrong question to ask. The problem is not how to put cars out of traffic congestion. The question to ask is, how can I reduce traffic congestion? And then the answers become very different. So let's go now to the story of 3 women. And you can see that there are 3 women here, Tara, Lali, and Lakshmi. Now let's start with Tara. Now, Tara is an up-and-coming consultant. You might be one of those consultants in maybe 5-7 years from now. She's a transport planner. She's been getting very good work because there's a lot of work. There are 100 smart cities. All of them want consultants, and they're getting a lot of work. She even recently moved jobs. She gets a pretty hefty pay package of 2.5 lakh rupees per month. That's 30 lakhs per year. That's great for her. And gone are the days of her using public transport. She doesn't want to use public transport. She wants to go around in her car. And that's great for her. She's gotten a car and she wants to go around in a car. Now, the issue here is that she doesn't want anything from government because she has the money to have whatever she wants. But except for the fact that she's stuck in traffic jam every day when she goes to office. And she keeps cursing the city for not building a flyover there because she's stuck in traffic jam. She keeps saying, why isn't there a flyover? The other thing that she's complaining about all the time is whenever she goes to the mall, she's very unhappy that she has to pay for parking in the mall. And she keeps saying, why should I pay for parking? I get to park for free wherever I want on the streets. Why should I pay for parking, right? So she's very unhappy about these 2 things, traffic congestion and parking whenever she has to pay for it in a mall. That's her transport story, but that's also her life. Now, Lali is a nanny, a maid at Tara's place. Now, Lali is 62 years old. She used to live in the city center in a slum, but the city as part of the city beautification plan, the slum was removed from the city center and was put about 20 kilometers outside the city in a redevelopment colony. There is very poor connectivity from there. So every morning, whenever she has to come, first of all, she has to walk for 2 kilometers. Then she gets a share auto rickshaw. Then she has to transfer to a bus to finally reach Tara's place. She works between 12 to 14 hours every day, but every day she also has to travel for 1.5 hours to 2 hours one way to come to her workplace and to go back to her home, which is late at night. That's her story. And she gets 10,000 rupees per month for this job, out of which she pays nearly about 2,000 rupees every month for transportation to the share auto rickshaws and to the buses. Now, the third story is that of Lakshmi. Now, Lakshmi happens to be the granddaughter of Lali. And Lali is clear that she doesn't want Lakshmi to become like her, like a maid. And she wants to make sure that Lakshmi goes to school every day. Lakshmi is 11 years. She's in the 6th standard. She goes to school every day. But Lali doesn't have enough money to give to Lakshmi for transportation. So Lakshmi walks for 5 kilometers every day to reach her school. But on her way to school, which is on the other side of the highway where they live, she has to cross this highway where there is no crossing. There is no place for her to cross. So what does she do? Every day, she braces herself and runs across the highway to get to the other side, because that's the only way to cross. There is no crossing. But every single day, she's very afraid that she might die because she knows her own father died like that. Her own father, who was a plumber, died on that very road, hit by a speeding vehicle. Nobody knew. It was a hit and run case where her father went. Now, this is the story of these 3 women, Lali, Tara, and Lakshmi. Now, if I have a question for you, for every Tara, how many Lalis and Lakshmis are there in our country? And this is not a trick question. It's a straightforward question. About half of you have responded. I'm waiting for the other half to respond. Let's see. Okay, nearly all of you have responded. I'm going to show you the responses. And the responses are sort of evenly split, with a little more saying it's more than 10. So 8 of you have said less than 5. 7 of you have said, okay, the numbers are changing. Okay, I'm going to stick with these numbers. Now, 17 out of the majority of you say it's more than 10, and that's the right answer. Indeed is the right answer. And this is what the numbers actually look like if you were to look at the Census of India. So Census of India in 2011 did a travel mode share, and amongst women, only 5% of trips by women for work trips are on car. The vast majority of women depend on walking and public transport for their travel needs. They're not also on cycles or motorcycles, which typically tend to be more male than female. So if you look at nearly half the trips of women are by walking, and close to about 30% of trips, or over 30% of the trips actually are, nearly 1/3 are on public transport. They are on buses, on trains, and share auto rickshaws, tempos, etc. Now, the number changes a little bit when it comes to men, but it's not dramatically different. The only difference is that there are more men who are cycling, and there are more men who are more using motorcycles. But the number of people on cars still remains the same, which is 5%. And even if you look at all of them put together, men and women put together, the number is still 5%. The majority are using walking, cycling, or public transport for their travel. And yet, public transport in our country sucks. It's bad. Now, let me tell you the idea of a donut economics. Now, this is something that was created by an Oxford economist called Kate Raworth. And this is what she says, that listen, there's a donut. You know, it's like a vada with a hole in the center. The majority of people in this country are actually in the hole of the vada or the donut, where their basic human needs are unmet. They don't get anything. They get very little from the city. That I call is a circle of equity, which means that if you want to be fair, you need to be giving them more so that they come into outside the inner circle, right? Then a small minority of people like Tara actually are outside the outer circle. They are in the space of excessive consumption, which is killing our planet. They're spending like so much of resources and they're spending so much of fuel, the emissions that are caused by it, the climate change that's happening because of it is killing our planet. That is the circle of sustainability. And the only safe and just place for humanity is the space between the two circles, which is that the basic human needs of the poor are met so that they get a little more, and the rich don't consume so much that our planet itself is a threat. This is the idea of donut economics. Now, if I were to show you the street, what do you see here? What you see here is there's roads for motor vehicles. Yes, there's space for parking. A lot of vehicles which are parked both inside and out on the street as well as in the compound, in the setback. What you do not have here is that there's no space for walking. There's no space for cycling. There's no space for meeting or sitting. There's no space for vending. There's only space for motor vehicles and for their parking. And then you see streets like this, where there's so many people who are actually walking. But the question is, where's my footpath? Where is the footpath? And many of these kids are at risk because they might be hit by a speeding vehicle and they might die. Like that's the fear that Lakshmi has. And I'd say if that's what's happening, what we need to be doing is this. We need to be drawing a line and creating a footpath where they're already walking, because they're already walking there. That space is theirs. There's no reason why we should not be creating a footpath there, right? But we need to make it safe, which means that it needs to be raised. It needs to be protected from fast-moving motor vehicles so that they don't hit them. Or sometimes we create a footpath like this. Do you know why we create a footpath like this? The reason why we create a footpath like this is because we've never won an Olympics hurdles race. So this is for practice. This is for practice so that people can jump over them and learn how to run fast in a hurdles race. Now that sounds fantastical, it's crazy, but that's exactly how we create our footpaths, as if it's like an Olympics hurdles race. So back to that picture, where you saw there was space for motor vehicles to drive, there was space for motor vehicles to park, but no space for others. What if this space was redesigned and made into something like this, where there's actually space for walking, there's space for cycling, there's space for vending and sitting, there's a little bit of space for parking, all right. There's also some space for motor vehicles, but this is a fairer way of how street design would be, where everybody gets space, not just motor vehicles and their parking. But we are in a state of addiction. And you'd say, what kind of addiction? And I say that addiction looks something like this. That addiction is to the idea of a car, that the world, everybody would eventually drive a car. And do you know what happens when people start driving cars? This is what happens. That's the capital of our country, which is stuck in traffic jams, despite the fact that cars are a minority of the trips in the city. That cars are a minority of the trips in the city. Cars and motorcycles put together do not add up to 30% of the trips. 70% of people are still walking, using public transport, buses, a lot of them. But a lot of them do cycle still, but they don't have any space. Instead, this is where pedestrians are. They're stuck. Like we create flyovers and there's no space for people to walk. Or sometimes we create flyovers and the space underneath is also like this, where you create a footpath, which is a foot wide and a foot high, as if something got lost in translation. A footpath doesn't mean that it's supposed to be foot high and foot wide. A footpath is meant for somebody to walk safely. So get rid of this notion that this, what you see on the left, is a footpath. It's not a footpath. And we believe that somehow we will solve all of this by creating flyover after flyover after flyover, one over the other, elevated roads. And no city in the world actually has solved its traffic problems or its transport problems by creating more flyovers and expressways. You know, US cities are an excellent example. You can go to Atlanta, or you can go to Los Angeles or Detroit, and you would see all these flyovers, but everybody's stuck in traffic jam. So the idea of free flow ever, somehow we will have free flow of traffic all the time. That's what a lot of traffic engineering and transport planning teaches. Unfortunately, is an illusion. It's an illusion and an elixir. So let's stop being in this illusion and start thinking about people. Please understand that the basic principle is this: you cannot cure obesity with bigger pants, and you cannot cure traffic problems with bigger roads. The only way you can solve this is by making sure that you are healthier and fitter, which means that we need better walking spaces, better cycling spaces, better public transport, which are more efficient users of road space, the limited road space that we have. Like a bus passenger consumes 1/10 the space of a car passenger, 1/10 the space of a car passenger. And so the question to ask is, why aren't we putting more buses on the road? And why are we letting there to be more private motor vehicles, more cars on the road? Let's change that. The other thing that I want to talk to you about is safety. There's clear data which shows that when somebody is hit by a speeding vehicle at a speed of over 60 kilometers per hour, there is a near certainty of death. While if the same person was hit but at less than 30 kilometers per hour, there is a near certainty that this person will not die, that this person will actually live. They might be injured, but they'll not die. Now, the question I have for you is this, and you'll see this on your screens now. What is the right speed? What speed is the right speed for our cities? About half the responses are 20 out of 36. Quick. Ranju, could you tell me, is this the last presentation of the day, or how much time do I have?
Yes, we have time up to 4:55, Shreya.
Okay.
But everyone is enjoying your presentation. But okay. You can keep the content small, but talk in your way itself. Okay, it's very good to hear
Sure.
from you.
Yeah, we are in.
I might take another 10-15 minutes more.
Yes,
Is that okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, Shreya, up to 5 you can.
Okay. So I've gotten the responses. I'm going to show the responses as to what you answered. And so the majority of you said, okay, 21 out of the 28 who responded said 30 kilometers per hour is the right speed. And some of you said, it's okay to kill a few people. You know, it's fine. It's part of what we call development, right? At 50 kilometers per hour, about half of them might die. So be it. So keep that in mind, that it's okay to kill some people. Speed is more important than life. It's speed that is enshrined in our constitution, not life. I have another question for you. Many of you might have seen foot-over bridges and underpasses like subways. Who are these for? Pedestrians or cars? Okay, I have 25, 26 responses out of 36. Buck up quick. 27, 27, going. Okay, I'll let you keep answering, but I'll show you the responses. Now, 23 of you said, 24 of you said it's for pedestrians, 3 of you said it's cars. Numbers are changing, 25 for, but the majority of you say that footover bridges and underpasses are for pedestrians, right? Now tell me, are footover bridges for pedestrians or are they for cars? Keep in mind that the reason why footover bridges are created is not for pedestrians. It is to keep cars moving uninterrupted so that they can keep moving fast and those pesky pedestrians don't interrupt them. That's the reason why we create footover bridges. If it was for pedestrians, you would allow them to cross safely on the street. You would actually make sure that the crossing on the street is safe. If required, you'll put a signal there. Otherwise, you'll slow down the traffic through traffic calming, but make sure that pedestrians have the first right on the road rather than cars. So keep in mind that even though sometimes it might seem like footover bridges and underpasses are for pedestrians, in reality, they are not. They are for cars. They're for motor vehicles. What we live in presently is an unfair world where the car is the king and everybody else is like ants below, a little bit of space, maybe, oftentimes even not that much. A fairer world would look like this, where car is one amongst equals, where pedestrians get as much space, where cyclists get as much space, where public transport users get as much space as do those on cars or those on motorcycles for that matter, right? Let's make sure that we create a fairer world, not an unfair world where cars are the kings. That is what the prime story, the prime thing that I want you to take away today. And I'm going to show this through the issue of parking, the way we deal with parking in our cities. Now, oftentimes you'll see things like this, like a street is full of parking. Those vehicles are even parked on a footpath which is created. Pedestrians don't know where to walk. And you have all these attendants who are telling pedestrians, get out of the space. And there is no space for even motor vehicles to go through because the parking seems to be the majority use of the road space. And there are many times when 50% or more of the space of the road is actually used for parking. And everybody else is left with very little. Now, ask yourself, is parking a birthright? And the answer is, of course not. It's a myth. You know, suggesting that parking is a birthright is something like this. Like imagine if you were to buy an air conditioner from a shop and then come back and say, government, I bought an air conditioner. Government, I bought an air conditioner. Now you give me a free house to fix the air conditioner in. Absurd, right? It sounds funny. But that's exactly what we often do when it comes to parking, where we go buy a car or a motorcycle and they say, government, I bought a car, now you give me free parking. I want parking outside my house. I want free parking outside my office. I want free parking outside the shopping center. I want free parking outside the park. I want even free parking inside the mall. Why should I pay for parking? Because I've already bought the car. It's as absurd when you say that as it is when you say an air conditioner, I have bought the air conditioner, you give me free house. The second point to remember is this. Multi-level car parking can solve the problem. And many cities, many cities think that they can solve the parking problem by creating multi-level car parking structures. But this is a myth. The truth of the matter is this, that as long as people can park for free on the street without anybody putting any constraints on them, nobody is going to go park in a multi-storied parking structure for a fee. As in, which idiot would go and park there when they have to pay while you can actually get away with parking for free on the road? So unless you start enforcing parking on the street and pricing parking on the street, like putting a money, like charging people money for parking and more money than what it costs in a multi-level car parking, nobody's going to shift to multi-level car parking. So MLCPs are not the answer. Managing on-street parking is the answer. Also keep this in mind that one car parking space in an MLCP takes the same amount of space and costs the same amount of money as it costs to create one EWS house. That's economically weaker section housing, like housing for poor, affordable housing for poor. That's what it costs. And that's the amount of space that it takes, which is about 28 to 30 square meters. Or that same space can be used for an office space for 4 people, or dining space for 15 people. The question to you now is this: what should the government spend money on? Affordable housing for the poor or subsidized parking for the rich? Go ahead and answer. About 20 of you have answered. I'll wait for a few seconds more to get more of you to respond to this question. "25, 26, 27, 28. I'll show you the responses now. You can keep answering, but I'll show you the responses. And this is what you say. 22 of you, the majority of you, say that government should rather spend money on housing for the poor. But 6 of you say that the government should be subsidizing parking for the rich. That the rich, even though they have the money, the government is obliged to give them money, or effectively money for free, for parking for free. And so that is your position, and good for you if that's what you want, because that's what a lot of people seem to say. But keep in mind that parking is for a dead object called car, and living people do not have housing. Living people do not have housing in our country, or they live in substandard, suboptimal housing. Like about 60% of people in cities like Bombay and Delhi live in slums or are homeless. The third point is that we think that more parking will solve the problem. That there is a lot of demand for parking. So if you create more parking, it will solve the problem. This is also a myth, because keep in mind what parking is. At the end of the day, parking is like a magnet. So the more parking that you create, the more traffic is attracted to that location, because people know that if they go, they can park their vehicle there. So more parking actually creates more traffic jams. And similarly, keep in mind that density doesn't create congestion. It's parking that's create congestion. So more parking supply means actually bigger traffic jams. So the more parking there is, the more traffic that will be attracted to that location. So if you want more traffic jams, you want to be stuck, and you want to breathe polluted air, that's what you enjoy, by all means do it. And oftentimes cities also have these parking requirements which are bizarre, right? You see that picture on the left, Chicago, where you see all the floors at the bottom, they're all parking. Like the building doesn't actually quite start till the 15th floor. And in Bangkok, parking regulations are such that more than half the building is actually parking, right? So we give more space for our car than for ourselves in buildings. Bizarre as it might sound, that's what it is like. So you'll get maybe 100 square feet for your own desk and space, but you'll give 300 square feet for your car. Now a question for you. These are 2 buildings in London, one of them called the Gherkin on the right and the other one called the Shard on the left. And you have options for choosing how many floors of this building actually is parking. Go ahead and answer. but half of you have answered. The other half are waiting, thinking. 20 of you have answered. I'm waiting for some more responses. Okay, I'm going to show the responses anyway. So you can keep answering. And so 9 of you said 10 stories, 6 of you said 20 stories, 9 of you said they only have parking, that it's a multi-storied car parking structure. But most of you think that maybe there are 10 stories of this building has parking. Do you want to know the answer? Do you want to know the answer?
Yes, yes.
The answer is 0. These buildings don't have parking. And that was a trick question. I did not give you that option. But the truth is that London now has parking regulations which say that if you have good connection to public transport, you should not build parking. Not that they should build parking, it actually stops you from building parking because they think that they're clear about the fact that more parking creates more traffic congestion, and therefore buildings with good access to public transport, they're not allowed to build parking. And that's the smart parking direction that most European cities are going with, where rather than building parking, they keep building better public transport. If you want to learn more, there's a very good publication that we've done, my organization has done, called the European Parking U-Turn. You can have a look at it and you'll learn more about it. Now, so the point is that density doesn't cause congestion. There being more people by itself doesn't cause congestion. This is downtown Hong Kong, where FSI or FAR, floor space index, is over 20, which means that if you have 1,000 square meters of a plot, you can actually create 20,000 square meters of space. But they don't require parking because they actually have great public transport. You have great buses, you have great trams, you have great metro, all of it put together creates a great ecosystem where people, and there's great space for walking so that people do not actually have to depend on cars. And that's why they don't actually have traffic congestion, because 90% of people in that city actually are on public transport. So what should be done? Understand that parking is a super local problem. Oftentimes, there's a lot of concentrated parking that you see on the left. There's unorganized parking, haphazard parking. There are many spaces which are nearly empty, which you can see on the right side. And there is underutilized off-street parking for reasons I told you earlier, because if parking on the street is free, why would somebody go and park in an off-street parking structure, right? So now what we need to do is first of all start demarcating parking slots clearly. So wherever it is, both on the location on the left where there is high demand as well as the other location where there is less demand, be clear, mark out parking, but do that only after you've given space for walking and for public transport and for cycling, right?
Shreya?
Yes.
Shreya? Yeah. Shreya, we have, I think, 9 more minutes with us due to time constraint. I'm sorry, we are enjoying a lot.
I'm going to end soon, as in it's almost over now. This is the end of the presentation, okay?
Thank you so much, yeah.
Okay, so imagine that your destination is where you see that red square. Can you see the red square on the left on your screen?
Yes.
Yes, that's where the prime parking is, because that's where a lot of demand is. That's where you want to go. There's also some additional parking on the right side that you can see at the bottom, and there's off-street parking that's available. Now, in the absence of any enforcement or any pricing, what would happen is that the majority of people will go and park. If your destination is where that red building is, you'll go and park exactly where the red building is, right outside, because nobody's going to ask you questions. But let's say if you had a price that at prime parking location, the price is 40 rupees per hour. At the additional parking location, the price is 20 rupees per hour, and at off-street parking, the price is 10 rupees per hour. And for all day long, you need to park. Like you have to go there and you're spending at your office 10 hours in a day and you have to park. Or you're a shopkeeper, you have to go park there for 14 hours in a day. Where would you park? You have the options with you. And as you answer, I'll show you the answers, right? So keep answering. So presently, most of you will say that you'll rather park in the 10 rupees off-street parking. A few of you might park in the 20 rupees location. Keep answering, keep answering. So the point that I want to say here is that you already understand this. When you put a parking price and you have to park for the entire day, you might actually go park in the cheapest parking that's available, which is the off-street parking in this case. Because otherwise, if you were to park at 40 rupees per hour, you might spend 400 rupees or 500 rupees or 600 rupees in a day. But at 10 rupees per hour, you'll probably spend more like 100 rupees a day. It's still money, but it's cheaper. Now, I'll end this question and I'll go to the next question, which is, imagine that you have to park for a very short trip. You have come here, but you have to stay there for about 25 minutes only. And even at the 40 rupees per hour, if you stay for 30 minutes, you'll pay 20 rupees, right? Now, but you have to come for, you're there only for 25 minutes. Choose where you will park. And keep in mind that your destination is at the red building, right? You saw that building at the So your destination is the red building. You have to be there for only 25 minutes. It's a short trip. You have to drop off something and you have to go away. Or you have to buy something there, but it'll take only about 20 minutes of your time. So now suddenly you see the difference that when you want to park for a shorter duration, you don't mind paying a little more because all that you're paying is 20 rupees because it's for 30 minutes, you'll be charged only half the price of the 40 rupees per hour, right? So which means that when you park, when you price it right, the prime locations are always available for short-term parking, while the off-street parking, the lower price, slightly away parking becomes more used by long-term parking. And remember that whenever the demand goes up, increase the price rather than increasing the supply, right? There's no reason why you need to increase the supply. Instead, increase the price and price it right. And that pricing oftentimes can be 20 to 40 rupees per 20 to 60 rupees per hour. That's the price of what it would cost to create a multi-level car parking. And there's no reason why the government needs to create it. If priced it right, private sector can build that multi-level car parking, which has now a business. So keep in mind, parking basics, first cycle parking, then informal public transport stands, then private motor vehicle, charge for duration, discourage long-term parking. The longer you park, the more you price, charge more when and where demand is high. And the goal is to at least keep a few slots available for those short duration trips whoever is coming and keep cycle parking free. And the goal is to shift parking from streets to off-street spaces, but off-street spaces which are market created, like which is a private sector business rather than government spending money on it. And what should we do? We should be creating parks, not parking, rather than asking for all that amount of parking. Instead, demand for parks instead. Remember that urban transport is, at the end of the day, not an engineering problem. You might be studying engineering, but it's not an engineering problem. It's a question of what kind of a city do you want? Do you want a dead city which is flooded with cars? And that's what many American cities look like. Or do you want a vibrant city for all where people can enjoy life in a city? So choose which one you want. And that's exactly what cities like Chennai are doing. So this was the city center of Chennai, but not now, 10 years back. But the city said, let's start reimagining what this can be like. So they created first, every weekend, they started occupying a certain amount of space, like, setting aside that space for making it for walking, like a pedestrian paradise. And when people got used to this idea, they eventually created this, where the most amount of space is now available for pedestrians so that they can enjoy the space, they can walk there more easily. People can come by public transport. And the amount of space that's available for cars is fairer. It's not that they've removed car spaces. It's not that parking has been removed, but there is limited amount of space for motor vehicles. Parking is priced, like I said earlier. And that's what even cities like Pune have started doing. Like this street where you do not see any space for parking, and right in the middle of the footpath there are trees, because then you cannot walk. And this person that you see there who's with crutches has to walk on the street, putting himself in danger. The cyclist is unsafe. Instead, the city created this. Same location. And both these cities are creating hundreds of kilometers of great walking. They've started managing parking. They have a parking policy which sets the price right. And so these are some stalwart cities. And now there is a national revolution that's happening with walking and cycling. My organization has started with Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs 2 national challenges, one called India Cycles for Change and the other one called Streets for People, where over 100 Indian cities are participating in these challenges. We are helping them through guidance, online guidance, in-depth training, so that, and they're also learning between cities. For example, what Aurangabad does, Kohima learns. What Delhi does, Bangalore learns. Or what Bangalore does, Pune learns, and so on and so forth. Like that's what's happening, the peer-to-peer learning that's happening between cities. There's lots of guidance if you want that we create. You can go to our website. There are also links, and I'll send this presentation later on to you. But the link is fairly straightforward. Go to ITDP India resources and you'll get it. ITDP India resources, that's what you'll get it. So I'll end my presentation here. Let's turn the pyramid around, where the majority, which is pedestrians and cyclists and public transport, come on top, and private motor vehicles go on the bottom because they're the minority. Let's make sure that we create streets for people. Let's make sure that we're creating cities for people. Let's make sure that we're creating better streets, better cities, and better lives. With that, I'll end my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Shreya, for such a wonderful presentation. You actually forced all of us to interact with you through, even though it's virtually, but it was very nice. But we had limited time. That is what I needed to tell you. Okay.
I understand, no problem.
Time constraint and all. Thank you so much. And I think Dr. Tiwari has one question. Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so Shreya, thank you for such an interesting talk. See, what I would like to ask, see, there are 2 cases. One is, say, obviously USA, where everything is based on your car-related things. Everybody has a car and they travel to their offices by car. On the other hand, you see Singapore, where it's completely discouraged.
That's right.
So maybe speak. If countries like India, you see more of the people who come from villages.
Yeah.
And for them, teaching all these things is very difficult. So they have ambitions like they will get a job, they will buy a house, they will have a couple of cars and so on.
Yeah.
So all these things that, see, they have to be considered at policy level probably.
Yeah.
And many times these kind of discussions, sometimes a lot of guilt floats around when, like, I was feeling guilty after your talk actually. But then what can we do? Many times the places where kind of we stay don't have those facilities, don't have public transport, and you are left with no other choice than having a car or sometimes couple of cars, where you fear that one might break down at some point and then you need one more.
Yeah.
So any inputs on that?
So sure. So Professor Tiwari, first of all, do realize that people in Singapore are no different from India. The reason why people in Singapore use less cars is because their country, their city discourages the use of cars. where you know very well that
Yes.
to purchase a car, you have to spend 2 to 3 times the cost of the car to get a permission, like a certificate of entitlement, the COE. Second, parking pricing is very high, especially in the downtown. And 3, that there is even congestion pricing in the city, electronic road pricing. So there are all the ways in which the city says cars are not welcome, public transport usage is welcome. And so they invest in public transport. Now, I fully well understand that in Indian cities, we do not have good public transport. But the question to ask is, should cities be putting that limited amount of money on creating flyovers, or should they be using that money to create public transport? Now, keep in mind that for 1,000 crores, if a city has 1,000 crores, you can either create 2 flyovers, or you can get 1,000 buses. 1,000 buses can easily solve the mobility needs of a city of 1 million people. Like Jodhpur is much smaller. You don't need even 1,000 buses. But I'm sure Jodhpur has a flyover. And so the question to ask is, should we not, as also citizens, be demanding there to be better public transport from our cities, from our state governments, and from our national government? That's the first question that I have to ask. Because otherwise, we would always be stuck in a rut. There will be never enough space or enough money to create for everybody to use a car. And do remember that right now, less than 10% of people are actually using cars in our cities. Less than 10% of people are using cars. So you, Professor Tiwari, and don't want to make you guilty, but do keep in mind that you are in the privileged class. The majority of this country doesn't have the money to use a car and will not have the money to use a car. They need public transport. But we need to make sure that we create public transport that's not for the poor, but for the rich also, where a great country, a great city is not one where the poor use cars. A great city is one where rich use public transport. That it's created, it's great in quality, that everybody can use public transport.
Thank you so much. Excellently explained by you. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you so much for having me today on the session, and I hope it was useful. Happy to answer any questions later also offline. But I would suggest that do go to our website. It's ittdp.in. It's just very simple. It's ittdp.in, and you can explore the location. We also have a training program called Urban Log, where you can access many webinars on various topics, and we do conduct from time to time, so you can have all your students register on our website for getting updates about our programs.
Thank you, Shreya, for your valuable time, and we hope we will get an opportunity again to hear from you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Now it's the closing time for this invited talk session. I would like to thank all wonderful speakers who spent the valuable time interacting with us as part of the event. The talks cover different domains of activities in the smart infrastructure system, for example, safe and connected world, smart industrial cities, digital construction, and sustainable transportation, with a major focus on parking. I'm sure all attendees must have got inspired from this talk, and all of you might have enjoyed these talks. I would also like to thank Professor Datta for chairing these sessions. And thank you once again for your time. Yeah, Dr. Preeti, now you can.
Thank you, Professor Ranjan, Ranju. And the last discussion is of a panel. And Dr. Pradeep Kumar. Just give you a brief introduction about Dr. Pradeep Kumar. He is currently working as an assistant professor at the area of Civil and Infrastructure Engineering Department at IIT Jodhpur. Dr. Pradeep holds a PhD degree from IIT Guwahati in the discipline of Civil Engineering with a major in Geotechnical Earthquake Engineering. His expertise include understanding the microstructural behavior of soil subjected to dynamic loads and corresponding effect on the stability of foundations with respect to structure, including bridges, nuclear power plants, etc. Dr. Pradeep, virtual floors is all yours. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Dr. Preeti. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the final and exciting session of Industry Day 2021, being virtually held at IIT Jodhpur. And as quoted by Dr. Preeti, I'm Dr. Pradeep, Assistant Professor at the Civil and Infrastructure Department at IIT Jodhpur. So this session is going to be a panel discussion, which will be moderated by Professor B. Bhattacharya, who is currently the Adjunct Professor at Civil Department, IIT Jodhpur. The main theme of this particular panel discussion is going to be smart infrastructure. It's going to be an extension of what's been discussed till now for the entire second half. The theme is going to be smart infrastructure for sustainable development. And first, before going forward, let me just thank all the panelists who have agreed courteously to participate in the panel discussion and share their valuable opinions on the same. So just to give you a brief bio of all the panelist members, we have here Professor P.K. Sikdar, who's currently the President, Intercontinental Consultants and Technocrats Private Limited. He is also the advisor for the International Road Federation of India chapter, and he has been the Dean and Professor of Civil Engineering at IIT Bombay. Dr. Sikdar is also former director at CRRI, which is a Central Road Research Institute, a wing of CSIR, New Delhi. Professor Sikdar has been involved in teaching and R&D management of road and transport sector, including highway planning and management more than 4 decades in the country. He's also a fellow of Institution of Engineers, India section, Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, UK section, and is a member of Indian National Academy of Engineering. So followed by Professor Sikdar, we have Professor Bandhana Jha. She is currently the Professor of Amity School of Architecture and Planning, Noida. And she is also an artist, architect, project manager, and green building consultant. She holds Masters and PhD from IIT Delhi with a gold medal in Bachelor's from Gujarat. Dr. Bandhana has more than 25 years of multinational professional experience in design and management of more than 70 hospitality and different projects pertaining to management, construction, and execution activities. Also, she has worked at Mauritius. She was advisor to the Ministry of Finance and AVP to Premier Design and Build Company, where she worked on Apollo Hospital, Mauritius, and several other projects. So, just to give a glimpse of her research work, while she has been doing at IIT Delhi, she has developed a software tool for energy retrofit of existing buildings in order to facilitate selection of right materials for energy efficient retrofit of existing building envelopes. So Dr. Bandhana Jha's areas of interest are practice and research and teaching in building energy performance simulation, steps towards net zero energy buildings, which the first building is in India, which was in 2014. Apart from that, she also teaches and practices and exhibits Mithila art, architecture, research, project management, and building energy retrofits leading to net zero energy buildings. And in addition to that, Dr. Bandhana Jha is passionate about sustainable practices in architecture. She follows a simple lifestyle by using public transport, as has been the major centric for the entire second half of the day. And she's also composting and recycling. She's also interested in composting, recycling plastic wastewater at home. She's based in New Delhi, India. And we have 2 more young panelist members. Ms. Ashwati Dilip. She's currently the Senior Program Manager at Institute for Transportation and Development Policy. And she also works on the area of complete streets as well as inclusive city strategy, policy and projects work. She, with support from her SMART team, she works with the national, state and city governments, providing them technical assistance on sustainable, equitable and inclusive urban mobility and development. Her current most exciting work includes championing a cycling revolution in the country through the India Cycles for Change Challenge in partnership with the Smart Cities mission of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. So her work on streets in Chennai, the Chennai Streets for People program, won the Ashton Award 2020 under the Sustainable Mobility category. She is actively involved in training and capacity development of city officials, be it engineers, be it entrepreneurs or the town planners. Earlier this year, she moderated panel discussions on urban law with international and national experts. So she is an urban designer from Cardiff University, UK, with a bachelor's program in architecture. Ashwati believes in the simple joys of life, ordinary yet uncommon sights such as children playing carelessly, elderly chit-chatting joyfully, all these additional proactive habitats. That's what she has been up to. Finally, we have another young entrepreneur come industrialist, Mr. Anand Kumar Singh. He's currently the lead structural design engineer, offshore structure design, Oceaneering International Services Limited. Mr. Anand has got his master's from IIT Chennai in ocean engineering, and he has got over 7 years of experience in the design of offshore marine, onshore, and wind turbine generators. Basically, he works in the area of sustainable and green technology, and also he designs subsea structures. His expertise include in-service and pre-service analysis of jacket-type fixed offshore structures, design and structural integrity assessment of marine jetties, bathing dolphins, and mooring dolphins. He also expertised in the finite element analysis of wind turbine generators, towers, and geotechnical design of pile foundations. He expertised in the design of subsea structures such as mooring systems. And Mr. Anand had involved in team building and management processes at the firm, which includes recruitment of experienced and fresh candidates, training and development of team members, and resource allocation and manpower estimation. So apart from this, Mr. Anand also stays quite active through long distance running over the weekends. He's quite an athlete, I could say, passionate about reading and collecting books. Anand has deep interest in Indian policies, histories, and economics. So with this brief introduction, on behalf of IIT Jodhpur and Department of Civil and Infrastructure Engineering, I express my sincere thanks for all of you to have agreed to participate in this panel discussion. Before going forward, I just would like to give a template of how our panel discussion is going to go forward.
Pradeep, would you like to introduce B. Bhattacharya ji?
Oh, please.
So we have one more moderator, Professor B. Bhattacharya ji. He is an eminent professor in at the Department of Civil Engineering at IIT Delhi. He obtained his PhD degree from IIT Delhi in the year 1990. His area of active research interest include corrosion of rubber in concrete, high-performance concrete, microstructure modeling of concrete, chlorides, etc. He is nominated member of various academic and research council and an editorial member of several reputed journals. He is a life member of various associations like Indian Concrete Institute, Indian Society for Construction Material and Structure, Indian Society for Technical Education, American Society for Civil Engineers, India section, etc. He is also an adjunct faculty at IIT Jodhpur. We welcome you, sir, and thank you so much for accepting our invitation for this panel discussion. And we are pleasure to have you for this panel discussion along with Professor Pradeep. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Preeti. So thank you for moderating the session, which you're going to do. And before going forward, I just would like to give you a demo or the template of how our panel discussion is going to be. So the first session, because we have categorized this into 3 subsessions, the first session will be each panelist is going to be discussing about their particular relevance to smart infrastructure theme for 5 minutes. That will take close to 20 minutes, and then it will be followed by theme-wise panel discussion. We have identified 3 major themes which are aligned towards smart infrastructure for sustainable development. And finally, the third subsession will consist of a Q&A session in which participants will ask the questions through chat box, which will be answered and discussed during the session by panelist members. So with this, I would like to hand over to Professor Bhattacharya ji, who is the moderator of the session. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for calling me for this activity. It's my great pleasure to actually invite Professor Sikdar to start with. And
thank you, sir.
Professor Sikdar is, I don't see, of course. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm there.
Nice. Now, virtually, we are seeing after a long time. He's my senior colleague in IIT Bombay, and we have been associated. Now it's not only pleasure, I'll say it's a great honor even to introduce him. So I think you can start with your 5 minutes discussion.
Thank you, sir.
And then we'll call Dr. Bandana Jha and others. And so on. Thank you.
Okay, Professor Bhattacharya and Dr. Pradeep and all other colleagues from IIT Jodhpur, as well as all the attendees of this panel discussion. This topic is very interesting, that smart infrastructure for sustainable development. Now, we all are very comfortable these days with our smartphones. Also, we are aware of that smart home, smart wallet, smart kitchen, smart TV, whatnot. I mean, everything we want to be smart. And we keep saying that live smart, fly smart, shop smart, buy smart. Everything we want to hear smart and take it smart. Making things smart makes it more user-friendly, more efficient in its working and meeting its purpose. That's what is actually the smartness built into a system or a thing. On the whole, purpose is to serve more effectively. That's the way this smartness is supposed to be included. Therefore, why not smart infrastructure? Even in the city of Port Blair, a couple of years back, I found a cluster of smart toilets. A banner was there, smart toilets. I just walked to that. I wanted to see what's there in that smart toilet, but it was locked. So unfortunately, I couldn't see in what way actually these smart toilets are different from unsmart toilets. That's what I wanted to compare. But anyway, that leaving that apart, that's okay for our understanding about smart things, no doubt. But I have no expertise to understand and comment on all kinds of smart things. Therefore, I shall be limiting myself to smart road infrastructure and smart road transport, maybe. I want to step back for a moment to remind you all about the global economic recession during the last decade, when many of the countries were in the verge of collapse or bankruptcy, and India was saved from that in significant way from this deep recession only for its ongoing infrastructure program. Infrastructure program has been nowadays seen as the savior in such economic downturn or slowdown, or even in the economic growth related problems. People try to infuse kind of funds and kind of resources to take up infrastructure projects or programs so that we remain economically sustaining. No doubt there is severe or kind of peculiar kind of flaws in the system, with a lot of waste in the infrastructure delivery system, and prudent management of infrastructure planning and implementation would surely provide much more benefit to the economy from those infrastructure if we do it in something better. Because of unsmart delivery of our infrastructure program, many a times, it provides much lower quality and lower quantity of outputs. Remember, the low quality is a cost to the nation, and it can be turned around by uniform adoption of smart delivery of infrastructures or smart delivery methods for infrastructure. In response to COVID-19 pandemic crisis, the government has launched Atmanirbhar Bharat. That was a program. Based on this, the infrastructure people have coined their own term, Infranirbhar Bharat. They want to make India flying with building up of better and better infrastructure. Now, we all know about smart cities. I have been attending the whole afternoon sessions for the presentations from Mr. Ravi Gulati to Salgaonkar to Akhilesh Srivastava to last Shreya. So I was listening to all of them, and I found that many of them have touched on many things interesting. As I said, we all know about smart cities program of the government, and 100 smart cities have been planned, announced in the country, which are actually existing cities to be made smart. These are called brownfield cities. That means existing cities, we want to make them smart. What is smart city? It is all about smart infrastructures, basically, to make it smart, which will make smart living for the citizens in the city. And that's what ultimate goal is. Smartness in the city's activities and functioning is strictly the function of, or dependent on, as I feel, is function of smart infrastructure firstly, secondly, smart governance, and thirdly, smart management of the services. These three things makes the city smart. And even the smart governance and smart management of services will be possible only if we have logical infrastructure for that as well. So that's why everything boils down to infrastructure itself. And that's how the smart cities will be. Thought that the smart city will be the domain of IT people only. Actually, it is not, as it has been shown very clearly by all these presenters, that it's all infrastructure. So you need civil engineers, but with all additional knowledge around him so that he is confident to drive through the whole process of building infrastructure to making it smart. Smartness will be there in the cities if it can dynamically respond in real time for the needs of the citizen. And that will be possible through infrastructures. The concept evolved from the idea and notion to revive the cities for sustainability and competitiveness by adopting the state-of-the-art technologies. And that's how we want to infuse smartness in our brownfield cities, making them smarter. Main problem initially was that the capacity in the city managers about the smart infrastructures was not there, and they started building the average infrastructure, building the road, making a junction signalized, and they called it smart. Because they didn't have those, anything new added to the city, they feel it is making the city smarter. Therefore, it was necessary that first thing should have been to build capacity for making smart cities, which didn't happen. They all implemented all conventional infrastructure out of the mission. Only 10% of these smart cities now, after almost 5 years of kind of launching this program, they have understood what is the true spirit of smart cities. Not all, only 10%, and have delivered infrastructure in smart city format, the true smart city format. And that's what Mr. Ravi Gulati explained very nicely. In few cities, they have all these command and control centers. But again, some of these cities have tried to develop this smart infrastructure only for a pocket of the city, not for pan city. The result is you can't feel, even in Delhi, I mean, they have implemented certain things, no doubt. But when you travel around the city, you can't feel anything smart. It looks like age old. And the same way, few people, no doubt, get the challan at home, no doubt. That's not the indicator of a smart city. So that's what is my point. On the whole, the future of transport system will require a lot of smart infrastructures if we think of electronic mobility, better traffic management or enforcement, public transport system, as Shreya was telling, then even connected mobility, the mobility as a service. All these needs a lot of infrastructure, which will basically give us eventual smartness that we are looking for in the infrastructure, where we can live very peacefully and enjoy the life. That's what I would like to stop here, and I'll again come in if required. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. So it's my pleasure now to invite Dr. Vandana Jha to speak, on the topic. She would like to speak for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Bhattacharya. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, please.
All right.
Ma'am, can you speak a little louder?
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Pradeep, for inviting me. Am I audible now?
It's fine,
yes,
ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So, since I'm an architect, so I would like to start about smart buildings. I would like to speak about smart buildings, and more so because, as you may be aware, that buildings consume 40% of energy in the world, and buildings are also responsible for more than 1/3 of greenhouse gas emissions, which is causing this climate change world over. So it's very important to make sustainable and smart buildings. As we know, in terms of a smart building, it is the general perception is that if we're talking about smart buildings, it means use of a lot of sensors and use of a lot of automation and use of building management systems, which is required. But effectively, a building is smarter if it starts with the best practices in passive design. What we mean by passive design, since a lot of students are here, I would like to explain that if you can use the natural resources, that is the sun, wind, and the right nighttime air cooling for your lighting needs, for air cooling and heating needs, and you can design your building like what our traditional people used to design by creating a lot of courtyards, wind tunnels, and jalis. So those were the smart aspects or smart ways of designing. So we need to, if we need to make a smart building, first we need to start with smart passive design technology itself, and that does not need any Internet of Things, that does not need any you don't need high-tech software for it. So if we can just understand the climate and be climate responsive in terms of our design practices, in terms of our envelope design, and that way that is the best way to make a smart buildings. And of course we can support it by using some sensors for daylighting needs, some sensors for little bit of automation, for controlling of our HVAC, because sometimes we do need HVAC in some of our climates which are very rough. And so that way, if we can do an effective use of designing with the best practices in passive design, use of little bit of active design, use of some sensor technology, and then after that, whatever energy we use, we harness it from renewable sources like solar and geothermal. And if we are on a coastal side, we can also harness wind energy and tidal energy. Then we can really make very smart buildings. And so it has to be a combination of both the traditional knowledge and also the technological advances we have in terms of building technology. Then we can really create very smart buildings. I would like to give here an example of one of the most smartest building in the world, which is the building called Edge in Amsterdam. And that building, is an amazing building because it starts with smartness of space efficiency itself. So the building is very nicely designed with the, it has been designed for only 1/3 of occupants for which the building is, is going to have. And the allocation of space or the, working desk is as per an app-based technology. They are harnessing energy 10% more than what they can use. They are actively using all the renewable energy forms that can be possibly used there, solar, geothermal. They are harnessing rainwater. They are also recycling their wastewater. They are creating the building living walls, like all green living walls where they have created nests for birds and honeybees. So it's a completely sustainable environment along with, use of the natural resources in the best possible way. And then also using technology. They have also used Ethernet technology to get sensors which are there present in each of the lights there. So as you're moving and if you're an occupant of the building, it senses your climatic needs and creates the HVAC conditions as per your needs. So that kind of a technology which is using the passive ways of design also, and with the primary focus of human comfort and human productivity. That is the smartest building, and that kind of a approach should be used for smart building. So I would like to end by saying that sustainable is smart. Being smart means also using the traditional methods of design which have evolved over generations of human builders, and we should not just adopt any technology. The technology should be completely climate responsive, and also it should be user centric, based on what are the traditional needs of the people, what are the actual needs of the people. So that way, if we can go, and of course we have to always think that human beings are not the only kinds on this world. There are birds, there are bees, there are animals, everybody. The buildings have to be actually inclusive in the real sense. There has to be space for the bees, there has to be the space for bats, and there has to be the space for birds also in the building. And then if we can make a really inclusive and sustainable building, then only we can call it a smart building. So with that, I would like other speakers to speak. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for crisp and short, pointed discussion on building. So my next speaker would be Mr. Anand. I think I'm right. It's Mr. Anand who would be talking on. He's expert on offshore structural engineering, so wind energy harnessing and things like that. I'd request him to now come forward and speak.
Sure. Thank you, Professor Bhattacharya, and thank you, Dr. Pradeep, for inviting me. So, as like it was mentioned earlier, we are talking about smart infrastructure, and energy is it is one of the most important constituent of it. So, I deal with the design and analysis part of offshore wind turbines and offshore structures. So, as far as India is concerned, we are lagging. We have a 7,500 long coastline, and offshore wind turbines, if installed offshore, they'll be able to kind of harness the energy, and we'll be able to harness the energy to cater the needs of household in the coastal states as well as industrial needs. But say countries like Denmark, Britain, and UK, they have been utilizing the offshore wind turbines and offshore facilities to a great extent. But current need of the hour in India is to have some sort of government policy or understanding, to make people understand and to make people understand the importance of wind turbines and offshore facilities. So I'd like to add one more thing to that. So we have a fleet of offshore platforms, oil and gas platforms, which are aging. They're crossing their design life of 20 years or 25 years. So once they are kind of not in use, another major aspect is how to decommission them. Otherwise, if they are left alone in the offshore facilities, there'll be huge risk in terms of loss of life and of flora and fauna around. So that's another aspect. So two major things which I wanted to highlight: the energy needs, smart infrastructure, energy needs. So need to develop a proper policy of offshore winds in our country, which is not there as of now. We have one offshore wind farm in conceptual stage, but considering the large scope in the form of our huge coastline, we have not done much in terms of offshore wind turbine, unlike other countries. So that's one area which we should be working on. I'm talking to a esteemed group of people who are involved in the research in this concerned field. So I would, and second thing is on the decommissioning of the existing fossil fuel structures situated in offshore facilities. So these are the two areas which I thought I'll be highlighting on that. Yeah, that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anand, for talking on non-conventional energy, wind, and things like that. And our last speaker is Ms. Ashwati. She's again, we had initially starting with overall infrastructure, went to the building, and then to the wind, and now back to the transportation, which was there in the earlier session also. Okay, so it is to you now.
Thank you so much, Professor Bhattacharya and Professor Pradeep, as well as the whole team from IIT Jodhpur for inviting me, first of all. And I think it was quite a fantastic start to this panel discussion where Professor Sidkar spoke about smart infrastructure. The purpose of smart infrastructure is to serve more effectively and to prudently plan resources. And I think Dr. Bandana also touched a very, very important point where she said it's not just about, you know, the IT related infrastructure, but smart passive infrastructure, which is critical, and that we need to be inclusive. And I feel like these 2 points really resounded with me, because what smart infrastructure for our cities, it's something that we should really question, especially like you heard in the previous presentations, that when we know that 1/3 of all our trips in the city are by foot, yet only a handful of streets in our city have safe footpaths. And when we know that, for example, in a metropolitan city like Chennai, 2 pedestrians die every day, then buildings wide and 5 vibrant footpaths would be smart infrastructure. So similarly, when you know that 1/3 of all our trips in our cities are by public transportation, but the whole of India has only as many formal buses as the number of buses in one city in China. Can I go in? Like, I just hear a bit of disturbance.
Ashwati, you can please carry on.
Sure. Yeah, so I was just saying that, you know, when you know that 1/3 of all the trips in our cities are by public transportation, and all of India has only as many formal buses as a single city in China, which is Beijing, then smart infrastructure would be to have fast and reliable public transportation. So similarly, when you know by data that cities across the world, from Hong Kong to London to Mexico City, that public transport or buses carry 60 to 80% of the mass transit users, which is both buses and metro put together. And in cities like London, there are thousands of kilometers of metro rail. Then, you know, would it be smart to spend thousands of crores on metro but completely ignore the bus? So these are the kind of questions that, you know, we do need to answer when we have to talk about what is smart infrastructure for our cities. And similarly, like we say that we always think that multi-level car parks are the solution to our problems, but cities like Bangalore, if you do just Google up, you will know that multi-level car parks are called as ghost story car parks. And this is because people do not use this infrastructure and choose to just park for free on the street. So smart infrastructure in our cities, according to me, are streets where our children can play, where our elderly can sit and speak, carelessly, where women can cycle with a lot of independence, where there is just one second, baby. Where there is public transportation, which is reliable and fast, where parking is managed well. And all of this, I'm not saying that IT does not play a role. Of course, IT does play a role. So it can, for example, a smart parking management system can be very, very useful. We could have a congestion pricing system. Cities like London does have IT-based congestion pricing system. And there is that layer of IT that comes in. But like Ms. Bandana said, first we need to start with passive infrastructure solutions and then move ahead to this layer of IT. And I think the India Smart Cities mission is doing a great job. And right now, as you heard previously, there are 2 challenges that have been launched. I'm just a minute. Maybe I'm on Can I come back later? No. So yeah, and with smartness, there's also sometimes, the issues of your children jumping in, and unfortunately that's a problem as well, but I'm sorry about that. So so like I was just saying that in the Smart Cities mission, there are 2 challenges, the Streets for People challenge, as well as the Cycles for Change challenge that has been launched, which looks at promoting great public spaces, walking and cycling facilities. There is also an upcoming Transport for All challenge, which is looking at having digital solutions for public transport and informal public transport. So I think all the students who are listening in, have a great opportunity ahead. And here I would say that, in every crisis, there is an opportunity. The oil crisis in Netherlands created a cycling revolution in the city. They created a cycling culture in just 3 decades, where today pregnant women cycle. There are young girls who are cycling, old men who are cycling, all comfortably as much as a well-abled male. So I think the pandemic right now has given us a great opportunity to reimagine our cities. And I really hope all the students who are tuning in would support our cities to transform itself into sustainable futures. Thank you. Over to you back, Sir Bhattacharya.
Thank you very much. Thanks. I think, thank you very much to all, so we have now, I think, 20 minutes discussion on 3 themes that's given as role of sensors in infrastructure systems, and then intelligent transportation systems, green and sustainable infrastructure. So to go about it, actually, what you can do is basically this is a kind of a panel discussion before the people start putting the questions, right? So first one is role of sensors. Now let me just give you the lead, and then everybody can speak and give you a lead by starting. Now when smart buildings, the smart buildings or intelligent buildings, they are there for last about 4 decades. In fact, if you see the intelligent system before the electronics revolution, so much of electronics revolution came into the building. Automatic sprinklers in fire, right? So essentially you have sensing devices there. If you look at it, to start with that sensor thing, role of sensors in smart. And whenever we talk of smart system, the best is the human analogy. Intelligent system, basically, that's the other terminology used earlier. The Americans changed it to smart. The British or the Japanese actually, British or Europe, they used to call intelligent building, and then that became smart building. So similarly, smart infrastructure came. So basically, human being, if you see an analogy of human being, we have the best sensors. The best camera is your eye. It can change its focal length, and it can focus on nearby object or far objects. And it can change its aperture. It can distinguish colors, and these signals, which goes to your retina, forms an image. It's an inverted form, and nerves, optic nerves, scotopic and photopic, they take them to your brain, and you have an image processing software there. So that's, as you see, so you can see it's the best sensing device is the eye. And then followed by that is the best sensing device, is audio sensing device is the ear, the microphone. So the diaphragm picks up the signal, audio signal, mechanical waves. And again, there are bones. And from the bones, the nerves take them to the brain and image processing, and I can recognize X, Y, or Z voices or a car's noise to be put in perspective, a noise from a car, right? Or cacophony or whatever it is, or symphony. And skin is a sensing device for temperature, right? And then you have some other sensory device, for example, smell, odor, particulate matter, which is used in fire sensing again. Mechanical. So basically, we are trying to mimic the human system. When we are talking of a smart system, mimic the system. And if I go by the, original intelligent building and smart building things, you have sensors, and these sensors are then, sensors senses and provides through a feedback loop, send signal to a controller, which is the brain actually of such devices. Could be a main computer controlled control room, basically, as was possibly talked about sometime earlier. And then all kind of direct digital control and all that kind of thing. And that again corrects. So if it is corrects, gives signals to the actual actuation occurs and so on. So that's actually a role of sensors. So I'd like you to, give your views on role of sensors. Again, I think we have about totally 5-6 minutes. I might have consumed about 1 or 2 minutes. So you can quickly give your view. Please, everyone in their domain, it will be nice. Thank you. So give your views. Maybe we can start from Professor Sikdar again. Same sequence.
Thank you, sir. You have given a very nice depiction of the sensing devices that we have humanly, and that is being mimicked by all these electronic systems. The topic 1 and 2 are actually connected, the sensing and ITS. ITS is the integration of information and communication technologies. As we all know, all information gathering in ITS is done by the sensors, cameras, and of course, everything is done digitally in real time. And I would say that the future of transport will be driven by, no doubt, smart infrastructures, but the smart infrastructures will be driven by smart technologies adapted to it, that is sensing device, cameras, connectivity, all of that. Of course, electrification has to come. Without that, we are running out of fossil fuel. Autonomy and shared mobility, we are already enjoying some of it, no doubt. There are many ITS opportunities, but our governments and city authorities have always shied off from adopting them in a large scale. I mean, there are pockets of excellences, no doubt, but question is they are not adopted uniformly across the city or, many cities. I believe it is because of the capacity issues in the manpower and human resource in these organizations. The first thing which comes to my mind is the electronic payment. That is, we all have enjoyed using travel card, smart card. Now electronic tolling is taking place by FASTag in NHAI. Mr. Srivastav mentioned 90% of their tolling is happening using FASTag. The second possible use is the kind of enforcement, which demands a kind of 24/7 enforcement. Then only human behavior can change. If you do sporadic enforcement, 10 to 5, nothing happens. Beyond that, everybody will jump left red light. So what is the fun of this enforcement, partial enforcement? Police couldn't do that because it's humanly not possible. And it is possible to use technology to do the enforcement bit of it in the form of an ITS, speed enforcement, red light violence, contraflow movement, which are reasons for many of the safety issues in our country. And all of that, and many others, of course, can be arrested by doing a real technology-based enforcement. Public transport information system is something is required. Public transport is going down only because that people don't feel confident in using it. That's what is the why people use metro, because everything is dot on time. All information, whether he is in station, in platform, or inside the train, he gets every information, where he has to get down, where he has to get in, etc., etc. Exactly the same thing is very easily possible for bus transport as well, without any problem. These are prevailing in small towns in the Western world. You go to Europe, in a small city, you'll find all these things are available in buses. So how beautiful it is, it will be. Traffic management information, the kind of variable message sign or dynamic message sign. Now, we seem to give not the traffic information, rather we say, don't drink and drive, use mask. These are the messages given in our variable message signs, which I find it is totally, misuse of this technology, and rather correct technology should be used for those. There are many other ITS opportunities. So therefore, I will stop here. I mean, if there are questions, I will go. But anyway, I give the opportunity to others also to speak, please. Yeah, you are muted, sir.
We'll follow the same sequence as before. And maybe next one we might reverse it, right? Because starting senior one would be the last one. So this time, same sequence as we followed. So Dr. Jha can come in now and speak.
Thank you, sir. Sensors have a lot of applications in buildings, and they have the ability to save energy up to 40%. That is what studies say. And sensors are useful in many aspects of building systems, starting from HVAC, lighting, fire, security, communication systems. Now, if we, for example, and sensors can be a very good bridge to switch from passive to active systems. So that is what one should go in a higher use of sensors. I mean, we have been using thermostats, we have been using temperature and humidity sensors for HVAC for a long time. But what I would suggest is that we should also use a sensor for switching over from the natural ventilation to active ventilation or active HVAC system. So those kind of sensors are already prevalent in many countries, and they are actually helping you save a lot of energy and also reduce the greenhouse gases emission which happens due to use of energy. Now, another very important use of sensors is the carbon dioxide sensors, which need to be used nowadays, especially in large scale buildings, for indoor air quality, because that is something which in India we are very worried about, because many of our cities are quite polluted. So many a times, our indoor air is not effective. And many a times, the HVAC that is designed in our buildings, they are not because to save energy, they are many a times, they're not using fresh air so often as recommended by the National Building Code. So that time, if we have sensors, which are carbon dioxide sensors, which are air quality sensors indoor, they are also very helpful in getting more of fresh air exchange. So apart from this, security systems, the sensors are very much useful these days in buildings. I mean, I'm talking about these things because there are students watching. Many of the faculty would be already knowing many of these things. But motion sensors, then the access control sensors, all of these are very important for buildings, especially large scale buildings. And in terms of small, if I talk about residential units and all that, if you have room occupancy sensors and daylighting sensors, or those are very helpful in saving your energy. If your AC switches off itself, if it senses that there's nobody in the room, or the light switches off itself if the daylight is enough, So these kind of daylighting sensors or lighting sensors, they're also very important and useful if we can use it in our building, especially in large scale buildings. Now, I would like to mention here something that the Energy Conservation Building Code, which has been here since 2007 and recently has been updated, is mostly recommending these fixtures only for new buildings, right? But I want to bring across that 80% of the buildings that we would have in 2050 are already existing. So there are regulatory norms required for use of such energy efficient systems, including use of renewable energy and sensors in at least commercial buildings, even the existing ones. So the energy retrofit of existing buildings by using sensors, by using right kind of envelope, by using renewable energy should also be mandated, especially for very large scale buildings, so that our country can really save energy, and we can also reduce our greenhouse gas emission due to use of energy from thermal sources. I mean, when we have in our country, we have 5 kilowatt per hour of energy per day coming, that kind of a sunlight we receive per square meter. Why can't we harness it? Why we are still, generating energy from coal. So that is something which has to be thought of. And definitely sensors have a big role, especially in very large scale buildings where there are many people working together. In operational systems also, it helps a lot, like switching off lights on time, switching off lights when there are no people there. So therefore, I would say, yes, sensors are quite useful and they do make the building smart, and they are energy efficient, and they help you save energy up to 40%. So that is something I would like to add here. Thank you.
So now I request Mr. Anand Singh to go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So I'll give you an example as Professor Bandana was talking about energy saving aspects of sensors. So in our industry, in offshore oil and gas and wind industry, we frequently use sensors for structural health and monitoring aspect of the buildings. For example, most of our facilities they are mostly few hundred kilometers away from coast. So it is not practically feasible to go for someone to go and check them manually. And on top of that, most of the facilities and equipments, they're lying on seabed, which is actually at times like say 200 to 300 meters below mean sea level. So for those conditions, what we do, we put sensors in almost all the equipments, and on the main structural part also, we keep sensor at major locations. So that helps us so what we do actually, we get the data on a cyclic basis, say every 6 months, 3 months, or on yearly basis. And that gives us the idea like what is the status of that particular structures in terms of its overall functioning, operability. And this helps us to decide what is the extent of maintenance required and what is the extent of inspection required, and what are the main areas where we should target for retrofitting. The same concept can be applied for onshore buildings as well and other major onshore infrastructures. This will couple two things, like it will be a data driven approach, so there'll be a optimization in terms of cost as well. And second thing is it will help us to pinpoint the exact locations where you need a kind of structural health monitoring thing. And one more important aspect where this can be useful. So for example, I'll give you a case study. We had one major accident on one of the oil rigs in North Sea. And it was not practically feasible to go there and check what was the extent of damage. But we had the sensors placed there. And what we did, we collected the data over a period of months. And that gave us a kind of, from structural monitoring point of view, that this could be the possible location where through which we can access this facility. So same thing can be kind of extrapolated to onshore facilities as well, like smart monitoring, structural health monitoring of the facilities, as well as how to approach the facility in case of any major mishap. So yeah, that's it. That's what I wanted to add from myself. Thank you.
So now it is turn of
Yes.
Ashwati to speak about the role of sensors.
Sure. Yes. So I think, an important quote that I would like to say is that Donald Shoup, he's pretty well known in parking, and in his well-known book, The High Cost of Free Parking, he had mentioned that on average, 30% of the cars in congested downtown areas are just looking for parking. So, in such a case, sensors and other sort of sensing equipment like cameras, etc., can play a very important role for managing parking, managing both on street and also if we have off street. But so particularly in on-street parking itself, having a smart parking management system will give you the opportunity to know that if you are traveling to the city center, which parking slots are available for you, so that when you go there, you can, park your car there. You can make payments on a smart parking management system itself. And such systems are being tested in Chennai as we speak. And as Professor Sidkar said, these sort of systems are well used in cities across the world. And it's only a matter of time that cities in India start embracing them and start expanding on them as well. And smart systems can also be used for enforcement of these systems as well. So this is a very critical piece in parking management, where sensors and other equipment like cameras can really help in sort of transforming the way the problems that are caused by parking in terms of cruising are handled. Over to you back, Professor Bhattacharya.
Thank you very much. So we go to the next one, that is intelligent transport systems. Again, I'll give some starting point. I might start with something. You see, traditionally, it so happened that I have been teaching a course on functional planning of building, and I have been covering some aspects called urban planning. And I used to talk about, and still talk about sometime, because some of you are architects, it's called neighborhood concepts by Perry in 1925, where a neighborhood is the smallest unit in an urban area, sustaining about 5,000 population, US population of those days. But in India, when they planned in 60s, say 12,000 or so. But I don't see anybody talking of that kind of thing. And that actually looks into, that's very interesting, because primary school was put at the center of the neighborhood. So, and no traffic would go through the neighborhood at all. No thorough traffic. Highways, or what they call is major roads, would be the surroundings. And actually within it is all walking. Now again, in 1950s, so therefore that I don't see here happening today. I mean, I'm not talking of today's discussion. I'm talking in general in the country. Everywhere you find cars pounding on you, and maybe a family having 3-4 cars if they're affluent. So that culture actually we have imbibed from the United States in 1950s. When they have done away, Detroit driven, I'll say. It was referred to the motor car industry, and they drove the whole policies perhaps, and the highway system was developed fully. They have done away with their trains, and then of course the same fuel driven again, the aircrafts. So we somehow or other in 1990s, we started getting licenses for so many cars and so on, and that culture has come in. So intelligent transportation system actually, intelligent transportation system, I don't know where we are leading to actually if we are having all kind of cars. And that was been talked about a couple of, about an hour back in the previous session as well. By public transports actually has very little, somehow or other we promoted the motor cars culture. And not only that, when you increase the floor area ratio, FAR, like Delhi has done it several times, and the people here being affluent by and large, a family had one car earlier, possibly the houses were meant for scooters, but then they had one car and now they have 5 cars and they don't know where to park. So these are the issues. So when you try to make intelligent system, I don't know how you retrofit this intelligent system to, like our intelligent transportation system to this kind of integrate them to that kind of social engineering that we have done artificially over the last 30 years or so. So anyway, you can start again and transportation, and then we'll go back to Professor Sikdar, and then again Professor Sikdar to battery. Okay, so that's the sequence we follow.
All right, sir. So then I think that's me first. So, sir, I think you made some really impressive starting points. And I would say that right now, from the 1950s and in 2020s, all of what you said is coming back. So the super blocks in Barcelona are now being created where the central traffic is actually being removed and there's only arterial, and it's well talked of across. And even the 15-minute neighborhoods, which Anne Hidalgo, the mayor of Paris, has really been promoting, where she's saying that Paris now will start having 15-minute neighborhoods across. So I do think, we focus a lot on smartness and ITS systems, etc. But but the real heart is like the way Dr. Bandana said that, it's all about the passive structure first. You can't create a building that's entirely wrong. That's probably like looking at where all the sunshine is then coming in and is heating up your building entirely, and then look at, what sort of IT measures where the sensors can be so that the temperatures can be increased. So in any case, like the way Sir said, I think there's a lot of role for ITS in public transport systems. Cities like Singapore, London, all of them use from the smart cards that you can use to their information systems, which Professor Sidkar also touched upon when he spoke initially, where all of this is making sure that your journey is very, very pleasurable and is also very reliable. And I do think that ITS would play a much larger role in public transportation rather than in sort of helping cars move faster, especially because even if we do today, even if some of us, a few of us have a couple of cars or 3 cars, the reality is that there is no city in India where more than 10% of our trips are by cars. So all of the other trips, the 90% of the trips are by other modes of transportation. So I would say ITS in public transport is the way to go, which would really have impact on like immense millions of people in our cities. And that's my thought. Over to you, Anand.
Yes, sir. Anand, you are muted. Yeah, now it's okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Ashwati. Thank you, Professor. So I like, this is not, even though this is not my core area, so I'd like to add some small insights from the way we shift things on site in an offshore facility. So we look for a concept of weather window wherein like you have to install a turbine or a offshore facility on offshore. So it's not possible to kind of shift that facility over the year. So we look for a weather window where the route we select has optimum conditions in terms of transportation to kind of shift the facilities. And on top of that, so I spent considerable part of my career in Copenhagen, and there I observed a sense of kind of social understanding of these things, smart transportation and smart infrastructure, which I don't see. At least I live in Pune as of now, so I don't see the same aspect of that. So maybe it's a question to all the esteemed panel members, like how to develop kind of a sense of social responsibility when it comes to this smart transportation system or ITS system. So yeah, that's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we go to the next, Dr. Jha.
Yes, so I'm not an expert into transportation, but with respect to buildings, I have some ideas which I would like to share, especially in order to, have a better kind of, I think what I see a major problem in our cities right now is the last mile connectivity. And the fact that still, in spite of the fact we have some very good buses, very good metro stations, but because of the last mile connectivity problem, many people are still not coming forward to use them. So because of that, I think it is important that if we have large scale buildings, especially large scale commercial buildings, we should have some kind of arrangement for golf cart facilities which are battery operated golf carts, and they drop and pick up people from the nearest bus stop and metro stations. If these kind of facilities are made mandatory along with the building bylaws, that if you're creating a commercial building with 2,000 people working in it or 1,000 people working in it, then you need to have some kind of battery operated golf cart facilities to pick and drop people from metro stations, or to drop them to the markets, or drop them to these kind of arrangements. And bylaws can help in mitigating some of these, in encouraging the use of public transport. Apart from that, there can be mandatory bylaws for parking of only green cars inside the complexes, so that will also encourage people to move from from the petrol cars to the greener cars. Then also we should also create some mandatory norms for battery charging stations in all new buildings that come up, and also we should have some mandatory bylaws for retrofit of buildings, existing buildings for these kind of facilities. So I think if these kind of facilities are there, the last mile connectivity problem is solved of people who are coming to one place to work. Then I think many people will use the public transport more, and there will be less requirement for car parkings to be provided inside the buildings and less of cars on the road. So this is what my submission is on that, and I would ask Professor Sikdar now to carry on.
Thank you. Thank you. I would say ITS has got something like unlimited possibilities for transportation. And one example has been given by Professor Jha, this last mile connectivity. I mean, actually, the MRC tried to formalize the e-rickshaw group in Dwarka somewhere to do this job. But question is, there are opposing people. They want free market.
So I would just like to interfere here. I meant that the building should have because creating a lot of e-rickshaws at the metro station is very problematic. But if we have, let's say, an organized society, a group housing also, and it owns a couple of golf carts with which it is dropping and picking up people, and the parking of that is within a society, it is more doable. Similarly, can have for commercial buildings as well. They can dedicate certain area for parking of golf carts, for transporting people of their own buildings. So I think we should not leave everything to the government. We should also take up some of the responsibilities of the last.
It was not government. It was to be organized. I mean, only thing is that it was to be made organized rather than leaving it loose. Because it is not safe for women and a whole lot of other things if it is left open. So it was to be organized with all biometrics, record, etc., of the drivers. Anyway, my point is that ITS can provide a lot of opportunities to the transportation in seamless transportation from end to end. And particularly this kind of situation, the example that you have raised. Now, there are advanced level ITS, a whole lot of them, and I don't know when those will come to our Indian situation, like vehicle to infrastructure, vehicle to vehicle communication, where a crash avoidance system, you don't crash into another vehicle or to an infrastructure. It automatically, brakes will be applied. So in vehicle safety devices are there by which lot of improvements or rather kind of safety can be built into even the passenger transportation, similarly to the public transport or any other such thing. And as Ashwati has mentioned, public transport, I consider that's where ITS has got maximum use, because maximum people will be benefited. And we have to win the confidence of the people to use public transport. And for that, ITS is must. And that only, I mean, public transport will win people's confidence only through that, so that they feel very confident that they can use it in time or wherever they want. So that's how we have to uplift our kind of social equity of each of these modes, rather than leaving the car owners are at the top. That doesn't work. That doesn't work anymore. Well, that's it for me. From me at the moment.
Sir, it will be again you only. Let me just give you again a starting point.
Okay.
Starting point now, it is now the last one that we has been flagged has been green and sustainable infrastructure.
Sir, Professor Bhattacharya ji.
Yeah.
Sorry to pitch in. I understand this is an interview session, but the thing is, since we are running out of time, it's already close to 6:30. So we have few questions from the participants, which can be discussed here. So if we can close the theme-wise panel session here, we'll just move on for 5 more minutes, because we are almost all at 6:30.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll have 1 minute, the last theme talk. 1 minute, everybody. 5 minutes will say, so 1 minute.
Sure,
right?
sir.
So is the last one is of course related to sustainability and green, and that's what is one of the important things. That's what I've taken that 5 minutes out of you. Now, basically, the sustainability, if you look at it, and green, they're linked. And it is essentially the sustainability is related to what we call ecological footprint divided by biocapacity. And I think Professor Sikdar can take up from there, and everyone can pitch in for a minute before we take the questions.
I would say simply one sentence. I want the future transport systems in city and intercity systems to be made safe, accessible, and environmentally sustainable. And that's what is my statement. Thank you.
Yes.
So for me, what I would like, if it's 1 minute only, and we need to create a green and sustainable city, then I would suggest that we should have some mandatory norms for retrofit of our existing buildings to make them more sustainable, and communities should be involved, that together they can develop urban farming, they can develop renewable energy, and some of them can be made as mandatory norms by the government, that instead of just creating, decorative parks, we also make spaces for birds and animals, and then only we can create our city as a more sustainable city. So I would feel that the existing city, existing building, existing society should also have some mandatory norms enforced to make them green and sustainable. It should not be only the prerogative of new buildings. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay.
Ashwati, please
Anand,
make your
for a
point.
minute. Anand, for a minute.
Yeah, sir. Thank you, sir. So I'll just quickly add 2-3 things. So I'll talk about energy basket. So what are the loopholes and how we can handle them? So first thing is R&D in terms of proper industry academia collaboration. I mean, this is a forum I can mention this thing. So when it comes to things like offshore wind turbines, floating solar and all, so we need a proper collaboration between industry and academia to take that forward. Second important thing is government guidelines. So we do have a offshore wind turbine wind energy policy, but we do not have anything as of now in terms of floating solar and anything. And second thing is financial viability. So we need a proper government support because most of these projects are not financially viable for, say, young entrepreneurs or smaller companies to start up with. So yeah, I wanted to add these 3 things to that. Thank you.
And last is
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
And so what I would do is to make our city sustainable and green, I would add to Professor Sidkar's high quality future public transportation, where we would have vibrant spaces for walking and cycling, which is what we do see in cities like London and Singapore, where with that last mile connectivity, where we can walk and cycle, we also get our daily dose of exercise as well, such that all of us remain more healthy as well. So that is what I would add as a layer to Professor Sidkar's fantastic public transportation, making sure that the future of our cities are healthy. And so also, and a very small thing is that I have a family thing that I do need to step out right now. So it was fantastic being a part of this particular panel with all of you, and with deep regrets, I'll have to step out right now. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. So I think with that, we go to the question and answer session.
So
Dr. Pradeep.
Thank you, sir. There is particularly one question. It is mostly relevant to UG students at IIT Jodhpur, UG civil engineering students at IIT Jodhpur. So what is expected from a graduated student of a civil engineering branch in order to cater the needs of current smart infrastructure growth, be it AI, ML, CPS, digitization, everything, because you are all from different areas of different domains of civil engineering related to smart infrastructure. We would like to hear from you so that students would be benefited ultimately in what areas they need to be, to be the end product, basically, once they are out from the engineering, what they had to have.
Yeah, Professor Sikdar can start.
Yeah, I feel the basic civil engineering knowledge is required. Without understanding the infrastructure itself, you cannot make it smart. Now, once you understand the infrastructure correctly, its design, its all other parameters, then with your additional knowledge about the data acquisition, sensor, and all other things, you know how to make it smart. For example, a bridge, if it is instrumented, it will be telling you its stress level, health, health monitoring continuously. You can take it to your computer in your office. It will be feeding data there. So what you are already knowing in civil engineering subjects, the additional thing is that these communication and data acquisition, all these things you should be taking up so that you know the totality of the thing, the way the modern things will be done. That's how it should be.
Yes, I'll come in last. It's Dr. Jha, and then Anand Singh can talk about
Yes.
this. I'll just continue.
Thank you, sir. For students, I would like to say that a couple of things you must learn before you come into the profession. One is building energy simulation, because that would give you a lot of insight into how energy is used in a building and how you can reduce it by changing orientation, by changing envelope materials, and you can get a better insight and you can guide the people who are working around you to design better buildings. You should look at the carbon footprint of the material that you're using and also the embodied energies involved in the building, so that you can create a sustainable future for all of us, as you are all going to be budding engineers. So that is my request, that three things you must learn: how to do building simulation, how to compute carbon footprint, and how to compute embodied energy for any infrastructure or building that you create. So that's it. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Singh.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So I'll not talk about the technical aspect. I'll talk about one very important thing which we lag, and that is common across the Indian industries. Like the way we deal our undergraduate thesis or final year project. So there, what I have seen with my counterparts in other countries, like there is a proper integration of their thesis in terms of what is going on in industry, and that also helps them to kind of get a flair of like what is it's like to be the industry and what are the latest development. So as a final year student, I suggest them to kind of integrate their thesis work and take that seriously and try to have a industrial linkage for that. I mean, related to whatever field they want to work, part of this infrastructure or energy or whatever it is. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so let me just give my view too. Basically, first of all, an undergraduate program in engineering is not meant for you to learn everything. We train you so that you can learn on your own in future. That is a fundamental. And remember, you see, with the curriculum generally we do it. We have something called engineering sciences. Basic science, mathematics, engineering sciences, engineering arts, and then after that you'll have, now you cannot miss out on anything when you are looking at things like smart infra or green, because these domains were not there earlier. So if I look at myself, I thought my electrical technology knowledge of RLC circuit has helped me most in solving building heat transfer problem, because there's an analogy. So you have to be ready with everything that you are there if you are serious about it, because you don't know where you'll be working. Now, if you are working in an organization which does structural health monitoring, then possibly you have a course on instrumentation having fiber optic sensing, piezoelectric sensing, and all that. Yeah. That would be useful. The thing is that you do the right thing at the right moment, take it seriously, and remember when you join the job, you'll just you read back and you'll understand it. Not that you'll remember everything every time, but you have to come back. You can get back into the subject the moment you look at it. I mean, I since I'm in academics, so I was I'm still in academics, so it was possibly more for me. But when I started teaching, say, building integrated photovoltaic, I simply remembered my Millman and Helkias electronics book, which I studied in third year. So I'm just giving this example because even if you are not in academics, you may have to look back to your courses, old courses. So do it seriously. We train you to be able to learn yourself if required in any field. And you have to learn, by the way. You go to field, you have to learn. Whether it's anything you have to go, your structural design, you have to learn. So that's from my side. Any other question? We'll have some more questions.
So no more questions, sir. That's it.
Oh, that was the biggest question, is it?
That's right.
Yeah, but then you should enjoy your. Take seriously the studies. But first, also you have to think about what is your career. If you're looking for a management career, maybe many of these studies may not be useful. But if you're serious about doing something in the engineering or technology side, then please do all the courses properly. And you never know when what comes into, you start using them. Right. Okay, over to you, Pradeep.
Sir, you can conclude the session.
Okay, so just to conclude the session, a little bit of summarization. That's what I was supposed to do. I was told to do that. So we started with Professor Sigdat telling us about infrastructure, smart infrastructure, and the role of the civil engineers, more than anybody else, perhaps. And in fact, you should be able to learn. It's not very difficult, even for civil engineers. For example, fiber optic sensing, if you learn your physics properly, you will find that, Bragg's grating, for example. X-ray diffraction, you would study somewhere in physics or in instrumentation, and then it's not very difficult to understand what is Bragg's grating. Or for that matter, or fiber optic sensing, Michelson's interferometer, how does it work? So it is all possible. So even otherwise, role for civil engineer is very much there, because if you do not make the infra proper right in the beginning, as it's like a man, even human being, a person having a crutch, right? And possibly the person is blind. So if the basic material has to be good, the person is blind, then you put some sensor on the eye. That doesn't work. Like that's what has been highlighted also. First, your passive system should be good. The body itself should be good. Then you do additional sensing if you require. So that's what Professor Sigdat talked about, role of civil engineering, and civil engineers gives the basic body. Without crutch, good eyes, then you can add something, like things like that. So the role of IT is there, but it enables the civil. Then I think Dr. Jha talked about climate sensitive architecture and traditional methods.
Professor Bhattacharya ji, actually we are running out of time.
I'll just take half a minute because you asked me to summarize. So Anand talked about some non-conventional energy, and I think Ashwati talked about Viplan. So that's the summarize, and I think just to summarize it very short, where it was an excellent presentation talk about various people and brought in different aspects of the thing, people having from different fields. And I think I'm sure the students would definitely benefit from that. Thank you very much. Sorry for overrunning, but we started a bit late. We started half an hour late.
Sir, our apologies for that.
So we actually started late. So anyway, it doesn't matter. So it's okay. Fine. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Anyone would like to add anything from the boardroom?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. And our apologies for starting late. But we certainly like to have you in our campus where there is no limitation of time. So we would like to invite all of you to our campus. We have a beautiful campus. And this brings to the end of our session. I would like to thank Professor Bhattacharya ji and Professor Pradeep for successfully conducting this panel discussion. And there is one announcement regarding the pitch contest which we had. The panel is evaluating all the entries which is there, and we are going to announce the result somewhere in the next week. And now I would like to invite Professor S.P. Tiwari for closing remarks and vote of thanks.
Thanks, Preeti. So finally, we have come to the conclusion of this 2 days event. To kind of write things so that I don't miss anything. So on behalf of IIT Jodhpur fraternity, I would like to thank each and every person who was involved in making this second industry day of IIT Jodhpur successful and fruitful. Obviously, it was a very multidisciplinary kind of platform. It was indeed very stimulating and thought-provoking for the budding entrepreneurs and others, including students and faculty members. I specifically thank Professor Shantanu Chaudhary, our director, IIT Jodhpur, for his firm belief that science has to be boundaryless, and unless that happens, I can summarize that industry and academia has to go hand in hand to produce any meaningful product for various causes. And see, sub-themes of green technology, smart infrastructure, and medical technologies, and drug discovery. So all these proved to be very apt for the main theme of this event, which was sustainable development. So last 2 days, we not only learned the importance of sustainable way of producing materials, devices, products for energy, infrastructure, and health, but also learned about sustainable way of life and food, planning of smart and safe cities, and various other issues related to sustainable planning through various talks and discussions by guests and speakers. There could not have been a better theme in this COVID pandemic affected time, which was also sometimes considered to be a black swan event, if I am correct. So some people thought about that. Moreover, I used to thank Professor, especially keynote speaker, Dr. Anurag Agrawal, Director CSIR IGB IB, for nicely setting up this event with enlightening talk, emphasizing on digital health. So obviously a very crucial aspect for these, you can say, last couple of years, what we are taking this whole era very seriously. The same was continued by Professor Ram Prakash from IIT Jodhpur, who highlighted the role of AIoT for R&D ecosystem of the country, how data science and artificial intelligence together with sensors and other kind of fabrication strategies could lead a way of better ecosystem for country's growth. I wish to thank all the eminent speakers and panelists for accepting our invitation and becoming part of this event. I also wish to thank all the attendees and invited guests. Moreover, I wish to thank the organizing committee headed by Professor Surajit Ghosh, our Dean R&D, and other members of organizing committee, including Dr. Deepak Fulwani, Associate Dean Planning and Resource Generation, Dr. Kaushal Desai, Associate Dean of International Relations, Dr. Angan Sen Gupta, other colleagues, Dr. Prashant Kumar Gupta, Dr. Abir Bhattacharya, Dr. Ingrid Banerjee, Dr. Raviraj, Dr. Srijan, Dr. Ranju Mohan, Dr. Devanjan, Dr. Deepika, Dr. Amit Bhardwaj. I specifically thank Dr. Anuj Pal Kapoor, Preeti Tiwari, Anand Misra for their proactive help in overall planning and execution of this whole 2 days event. I also wish to thank Professor Pradeep Tiwari, Professor Neeraj Jain, Professor BP Kashyap, and Professor T.K. Datta for their support, and including all the panelists and professors in the last panel discussion. Finally, to summarize, no event can be executed without active support of staff, and in that aspect, I wish to thank Baikuntnath Sahuji, Lalit, Narayan Dadich, and others from Office of R&D, Dars Kumar Khatwani, Akash, Sunil, and other members of Computer Center and other support staff. I might have missed many names, but without their help, it couldn't have been arranged properly. So many people who were kind of involved in various aspects of this conference. And again, I'm sorry if I have missed any names. I wanted to take all of them, but then I thank you again, all of you, all attendees and invited guests, for being with us for this wonderful, exciting 2 days journey. And I hope that this event will result into nucleation of collaborative, impactful ideas through follow-up actions and discussions. Finally, on behalf of IIT Jodhpur and Office of R&D, I extend the invitation for next Industry Day, which I am sure that should happen in physical mode. And moreover, I also see, after going through these discussions, I also thought probably there could be a very small report or summary should be created. Again, a report which could be probably submitted to government, and many of the discussions led to what I felt like policy related interventions are also required along with a thought process of general public. So probably a brief report could be created which could include some of our organizing committee members and some of you respected guests. So that report, if we could make in coming future, and also make a action plan of how to interact more. So with all this, I thank you all, and over to Preeti for conclusion of this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Tiwari. And this brings to the end of this 2-day event. I hope to see you all in person next year in the Industry Day at IIT Jodhpur. We have a beautiful campus of 825 acres where we would like to host you here. See you next year. Thank you so much. Take care and stay safe.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.